My name's Nico. I'm 27, and I just got back from a week-long business trip in Vienna, a trip I had been preparing for nearly 3 months. It was a huge opportunity for me, something my manager handpicked me for, and even though it was exhausting and the hotel coffee tasted like cardboard, I came back feeling proud. Proud and tired. I was looking forward to collapsing on my own bed, throwing my suitcase in the corner, and maybe spending the rest of the evening watching stupid sitcom reruns with noise-canceling headphones on. But when I pulled into the driveway of my parents' house, the same house I'd been helping pay for since I moved back to save money, something immediately felt off. First, the garage door was half open. Not in a broken way, but in a "we had to cram something under it" way. I parked and walked up, suitcase in one hand, bag of pastries in the other. My mom loved those flaky apricot ones from Vienna, and I froze when I saw it. My stuff. All of it. My clothes, my PC monitor, my guitar, even the mini fridge from my room. All stacked in a chaotic pile just inside the garage. I stood there staring, like my brain couldn't process what I was seeing. I set the pastries down, pushed the door up the rest of the way, and just stood in the doorway. My mom appeared in the kitchen doorway with a cup of tea like nothing was wrong. "Oh, Nico, you're back. How was the trip?" she asked, as if we were catching up over brunch. I didn't answer her. "Why is my stuff in the garage?" She didn't even blink. "We had to make some space, sweetheart. Don't make a scene. We rented your room for the weekend. A nice tourist couple from Spain. They paid in advance." My mouth opened, then shut. "You what?" "It's not permanent," she said, stepping out and brushing her hand across the top of a cardboard box. "They're just staying through Monday. Your sister needed the money for her dress fitting. You know how important her graduation is." I felt something in me snap, not violently, but in that quiet, almost hollow way where anger becomes cold. "You rented out my room. Without telling me. While I was gone. For a dress?" My mom had the audacity to wave her hand like I was being dramatic. "It's not just a dress, Nico. It's the dress. It's her final year, and she wanted to look like someone. And anyway, you're always saying you want to move out soon, right? Think of this as practice." That was when my dad came around from the side door, holding a roll of paper towels and wiping his hands like he'd just come from fixing something. He gave me a look that bordered on sheepish. "We figured you wouldn't mind, son. You're barely here anyway." I didn't respond. Not to them. I just turned, walked back to my car, opened the trunk, and took out the slim black folder I had tucked away between the pages of my itinerary and flight confirmations. I had carried it with me the entire trip. I'd thought about what to do with it a dozen times. Whether to say something, whether to wait. But now it felt like the decision had made itself. When I walked back into the garage, I handed the folder to my mom. "Then read this," I said quietly. She blinked, confused, flipping it open with the same disinterest she gave to my work updates. But when her eyes scanned the first page, her expression changed. It was like watching a balloon deflate. Her shoulders slumped just slightly, the smile faltered, and her lips parted like she wanted to speak but couldn't find the words. My dad took it from her and read over her shoulder. His reaction was slower, not shock, not horror, but a kind of dawning understanding that you could almost hear clicking into place behind his eyes. Neither of them said a word. The silence that followed was thick. I let it hang, because they needed time to understand what they had just seen, what it meant, what I had already done before I even got on that plane. The folder didn't contain anything flashy, just a few documents. One was a notarized letter. One was a bank transfer confirmation. The rest were printouts of email threads. Calm, professional, final. I looked at them both, at the shock starting to curdle into panic in my mother's eyes. And for the first time in years, I didn't feel like the outsider in my own home. I felt in control, but I didn't say a word more. Not yet, because they hadn't read the second page, the one with the real surprise. It was my sister who turned the page first. I had barely made it halfway to the living room when I heard the back door open. Footsteps came fast behind me, not stomping, not running, just brisk enough to tell me she'd read something she wasn't supposed to. Or rather, something she wasn't expecting. "Wait," she said, her voice sharper than I'd heard it in months. "What is this?" I didn't turn around. I sat down calmly on the couch, crossed one leg over the other, and finally peeled off my jacket. I was tired, not just from the flight, but from everything. Years of being treated like the backup plan. The wallet. The disappointment. "You read it," I said. "So now you know." My sister, Clara, 24, youngest of the three of us, stood in the doorway like she was bracing for a storm. You took your name off the joint account? That was months ago, I replied flatly. You just didn't notice because the automatic payments kept going through from my private one. Until now. But you said you'd help me with the graduation, she started, but then she hesitated. You promised. No. I cut her off, finally turning to face her. I said I'd think about it. And then you turned around and used my room like it was a vending machine. Like I was a guest in my own house. That made the decision easy. But Mom said, yeah, I've noticed how much Mom says. I stood up, facing her now. And everyone just listens. But no one asks me what I want, what I need. You've been walking around like you're a princess in a house built on my back, and they keep letting you. She faltered, arms folded, eyes narrowing like she wanted to bite back, but she didn't. Because she knew. Deep down, she knew she had crossed a line. And now she didn't like how it felt when someone actually held her accountable. I needed that money, she said quietly. And I needed a home, I said just as quietly. But apparently, I was the only one who thought I deserved one. I walked past her, back toward the hallway, and the moment I stepped in, I could hear my mom's voice rising in that half-panicked tone she only used when control started slipping through her fingers. You didn't really go through with it, right? Nico, we were just trying to make ends meet. You mean you wanted a dress from a designer brand in Milan? I shot back without even turning around. Let's not pretend this was about survival. My dad, still holding the folder, now sat at the dining table flipping slowly through the pages, like each one was another nail in the coffin of whatever fantasy they'd been living in. He looked smaller somehow. Not old. Just defeated. You canceled the payments, he said finally, not looking at me. All of them. The utilities. The groceries. The property tax. I told you in March I wasn't going to keep paying indefinitely, I replied. I gave you 6 months' notice. And then, when no one took me seriously, I made arrangements. That was putting it mildly. What I'd actually done was far more thorough. I'd spoken to a lawyer, had my name removed from every financial tie I shared with them, closed the co-owned account, and rerouted the remainder of my personal savings into an entirely separate one. I'd even transferred ownership of the car I let them use to a family friend, someone who actually paid for maintenance instead of treating me like a free mechanic. I gave them everything they needed to stand on their own, and they chose not to. I don't understand, my mom whispered. You're just going to abandon us? That word, abandon, nearly made me laugh. You rented my room to a stranger while I was gone. You stacked my life in the garage like it was clutter, and you did it for a dress. That's not a home. That's not a family. That's a transaction. The silence that followed was loud in a way only families can make it. Clara stormed off first, muttering something about how she'd just take out a loan like normal people. My mom sat down in the nearest chair, stunned. And my dad just kept flipping the pages, slower now, until he got to the final document. The letter of termination for the utilities, signed and dated, effective this week. But it was the envelope tucked into the very back that made him stop. He opened it and paled. My mom noticed instantly. What is it? He didn't answer right away. I stayed quiet, letting the tension stretch. Finally, he spoke, voice low and strained. It's a rental agreement. My mom blinked. What? For a condo downtown, he clarified, still staring at the paper. It's signed in Nico's name. She looked at me. You bought a place? No, I replied. I leased one, and I made sure it's nowhere near here. But why would you? I needed space, I said. Real space. One that no one else could rent out from under me. My mom looked genuinely hurt now. You didn't trust us. I did. For too long. The doorbell rang. Right on cue. My dad stood. Who was that? I shrugged. Ask your guests. The Spanish couple. They're probably here to check in. He stared at me for a moment, horrified. I hope they like the room, I added, slipping my keys from the table. I even left a mint on the pillow. And with that, I walked out the door, their stunned silence crashing behind me like a wave. But I wasn't done. Not yet. Because they hadn't read the last document. The one I kept in my own pocket. The one that would make everything very real in the days to come. And when they finally saw it, that's when the real fallout would begin. I didn't go far that night. Just drove to the condo. My condo. Well, for the next 18 months at least. It was smaller than the house, sure. But it was mine. No tourists. No siblings stealing my charger. No weird guilt trips wrapped in dinner table conversation. Just peace. I didn't unpack much that night, only enough to breathe. My suitcase stayed zipped in the corner while I sat on the edge of my bed, phone buzzing every few minutes with missed calls. Most were from Mom, a few from Clara. I ignored all of them, not out of spite. Well, maybe a little, but mostly because I knew nothing I said now would get through. They had to sit with it first, really sit with the consequences. The next morning, the calls stopped. Then came the texts. Less angry, more panicked. Mom, please call me. We need to talk. Clara, you're being dramatic. Can you just send the money and I'll fix it with Mom? Dad, come home. That one almost made me laugh. Come home. Like it hadn't been turned into a bed-and-breakfast the moment I left town. Like I hadn't been boxed and shelved in the garage like leftover Christmas decorations. No, I was done confusing location with belonging. By Tuesday, the messages shifted tone entirely. Mom, the tourists left early. They said the room smelled like mold and didn't match the photos. We had to refund them. Clara, I missed my final fitting. Are you happy now? Dad, the Wi-Fi's down. Do you have the new password? I didn't answer any of them. Not because I didn't care. I did, painfully so, but because I finally understood that caring wasn't the same as sacrificing myself. For years, I let guilt keep me on the leash. Let their needs override mine like it was some unspoken rule. I was the responsible one, the man of the house, after Grandpa passed away. But no one ever asked what I wanted. Then Wednesday came. That was the day they opened the last envelope. I knew the timing because my dad called me 5 times in a row. And then, when I didn't answer, he sent a text that simply said, "You're taking the car back?" That was the opening. The letter in that envelope had laid it out clearly. The car, the one I'd let them use for over 2 years, was no longer theirs. I had officially transferred ownership to my friend James, who'd already agreed to loan it back to me as needed. It wasn't petty. It was strategic. Because guess who'd been skipping the insurance payments and letting unpaid parking tickets pile up? Clara. And guess whose name was still on all the paperwork? Mine. I called the DMV weeks ago. Had them clean everything up. James was more than happy to take on the vehicle. He needed one anyway, and he actually respected what I'd done for my family. The new registration came in just before I left for Vienna. My dad's text was followed by one from Clara, more frantic this time. That car was my ride to graduation. How am I supposed to get there now? There it was. The world wasn't fair anymore. The favors had run out. The safety net she never thanked me for had suddenly disappeared. And then, finally, one last message from Mom. I don't understand why you're doing this. We're family. I stared at that message for a long time. Because I did understand. I understood exactly why I was doing this. Because family doesn't treat you like a wallet with legs. Family doesn't reduce your room to a revenue stream. Family doesn't kick you out in your absence and smile while they do it. That message was the last one I saw for a while. Until Saturday. That's when the real fallout started. It began with a phone call. From my aunt. Someone who hadn't called me in over a year. Not for birthdays, not even when I got promoted. Just silence. Until now. Nico, she said, her voice cautious. Did you really pull out of the trust fund? I froze. Excuse me. You took your name off the shared inheritance account. Your dad's been calling everyone in a panic. I rubbed my forehead, already feeling the tension throb behind my eyes. I didn't pull out. I moved it. To where? To a separate holding account. It's still in my name, just not accessible by them anymore. She sighed. You know your mom's going to flip. She already did. I heard her hesitate. Then she said something I didn't expect. I warned them, you know. Years ago, I told your mom she was pushing you too far. But she always said you'd stay because you were the good one. That word again. Good. It was always said like a compliment, but used like a leash. Tell her, I said, my voice low, that the good one finally learned to say no. I hung up, but I knew that call wasn't the end. It was just the beginning, because my mom wasn't done yet, and she was about to try one last thing to fix it all, even if it meant digging up something she swore she'd never say aloud again. I should have known the final play would come from Mom. Not Clara, not Dad, it was always her. She was the center of that household, the quiet manipulator with a sweet voice and a memory sharper than steel. When she was cornered, she didn't shout. She didn't beg. She rewrote the story, made herself the victim, turned every action into a misunderstanding, and somehow always found a way to twist the narrative in her favor. So I wasn't surprised when, the following Tuesday, I opened the door of my condo to find her standing outside in a beige coat and low heels, holding a Tupperware container like this was some casual drop-in. No warning. No call. Just a mother showing up like nothing had happened. "Nico," she said gently. "Can we talk?" I stepped aside, unsure what part of me let her in, guilt, curiosity, or maybe just a desire to finally hear what she thought she could say to make this all go away. She walked in slowly, scanning the living room like she was inspecting damage. I had kept the place clean. Sparse. Nothing extravagant. But it was mine. That, I think, unsettled her more than anything. "I brought pasta," she said. "Your favorite. Spinach and ricotta." I didn't take it. She placed it on the counter anyway. She turned to me and clasped her hands. "Your father's been stressed. I haven't seen him this wound up in years. Claire is devastated." She cried when she couldn't find a dress in time. "She could have had a dress if she didn't rent out my room behind my back," I said coolly. Mom nodded, lips pressed. "I know. I'm not saying we handled it well. I think everything got out of hand. It was never supposed to go this far." I stared at her. "Mom, you made a choice. You chose your daughter's dress over my dignity. You chose tourists over your own son." She sighed, then stepped forward. "You always made more than we expected. And you never said no. I think I forgot that you're not a safety net." That was the closest thing to an apology I'd ever get from her. But then she pulled the final lever, the one I should have seen coming. "I also found something while cleaning your closet," she said softly, pulling a folded paper from her coat. "Your letter. The one from university." My stomach turned cold. It was a letter I'd written in my second year of college. One I never meant to send. A therapy assignment, really, venting everything I'd ever wanted to say to her. All the ways I'd felt overlooked. How I'd sacrificed my 20s to hold the family together. How I wanted to leave, but felt trapped. How sometimes I wondered what life would look like if I just disappeared and no one noticed. She unfolded the page gently. "You wrote that you were tired of being invisible. That you felt used. That no one really saw you." I didn't say anything. I hadn't seen that letter in years. I'd assumed I threw it out. "I read it," she continued. "And for the first time, I understood something I think I never wanted to admit. That I failed you, Nico. I raised you to be strong, dependable, but I didn't raise you to say no. I raised you to serve, and I convinced myself that it made you noble, but it just made you tired." My throat tightened. I hadn't cried in front of my mother in over a decade, but that moment came close. Then she stepped even closer, placed the letter on the table, and looked me square in the eyes. "So I came here to tell you that you were right. You don't owe us anything. Not money, not forgiveness. You're allowed to leave. You're allowed to start over." It was everything I had wanted to hear, but it didn't feel like a victory. It felt like grief, because something in her voice was final, something I couldn't quite place. I walked her to the door. She didn't try to hug me. She just nodded and said, "Be well." 3 weeks passed after that. I didn't call her. She didn't call me. Until one Sunday morning, I got a voicemail from Clara. "Nico," she said, her voice trembling. "It's Mom. She's in the hospital. It's not serious, but she fainted. They think it's stress-related. She keeps asking if you're coming." I stood in my kitchen for a long time with that message playing over and over. Eventually, I went. The hospital was quiet, sterile. I found her in a pale blue gown, thin blanket pulled up to her chin. She looked smaller, her face softer, more human. She opened her eyes slowly when I stepped in. "Nico," she whispered. "I wasn't sure you'd come." "I almost didn't," I admitted. She nodded, looking at the foredrip. "I deserve that." I sat by the bed and didn't speak for a while. Just listened to the beep of the monitors, the hum of air conditioning. Then she said, "Your father's been trying. He canceled Clara's credit card. Said it was time she learned what real life costs." I told him that was your idea. I smiled faintly. "It wasn't. But it's about time." She closed her eyes. "We lost you, didn't we?" "No," I said. "You didn't lose me. I just stopped being yours to use." A tear slid down her cheek. "That's fair." We talked for maybe an hour. About nothing important. The weather. My job. How she missed the apricot pastries from Vienna. When I left the hospital, I didn't promise to come back. But I left a small bouquet by the window. Just lilies. Simple. The weeks turned into months. I kept my distance, but I didn't disappear. They called less, and when they did, it wasn't to ask for anything. Just to ask how I was. For the first time in my adult life, that question wasn't followed by a request. Clara took on 2 part-time jobs. Moved in with a friend. Paid her own rent. Dad sold the second car. And the house. They listed it. Said it was too big now. Too expensive. Maybe it always was. I never moved back. But one afternoon, 6 months later, I got a letter in the mail. Handwritten. No return address. Just my name. It was from Mom. Inside was a single page. You were never invisible. I just wasn't looking hard enough. Underneath, it was taped something small. A photo. Me, age 7, holding a toy guitar on Christmas morning. She'd written on the back, "This was the day you stopped asking for help and started giving it." I should have said thank you then. I kept that photo on my desk. Not because I forgave everything, but because healing doesn't come all at once. Sometimes it arrives in pieces. In silence. In finally being seen. My name is Robert, and I turned 64 this spring. For most of my adult life, I worked as an operations manager at a mid-sized manufacturing company. It wasn't glamorous, but it was steady. I was the one who made sure things ran smoothly, who stayed late when shipments were delayed, who got the phone calls at 2 a.m. when a machine broke down. For 41 years, that building was as familiar to me as my own living room. I missed birthdays, vacations, and even a few holidays because I believed that providing for my family meant sacrifices, and I made them without a second thought. My wife, Margaret, used to tell me that one day I'd look back and regret not being more present, but I thought the payoff would be worth it. I thought they'd understand someday. The truth is, I always pictured retirement as something gentle, almost cinematic. I imagined sitting on the porch with Margaret, maybe traveling a little, watching my grandkids grow up. I thought there would be a celebration, but one filled with warmth, a recognition of the years I gave, the hours I traded for stability, and the countless times I put others before myself. What I didn't expect was the hollow joke of my own retirement party. It started as a company event, but my family insisted on joining in. "We'll make it extra special," my son Andrew had said. He's 34 now, sharp, ambitious, and always eager to be the center of attention. He inherited Margaret's quick wit, though somewhere along the way it turned mean-spirited. My daughter Claire, younger by 3 years, is quieter, more reserved. She and I used to have a close bond, but distance grew when she moved out west, chasing her own life. She still called, still tried in her own way, but it always felt like Andrew's shadow loomed larger at every family gathering. The night of the party, the conference room was packed. Balloons, streamers, and those cheap plastic congratulations banners covered the walls. Co-workers I'd trained decades ago clapped me on the back, congratulating me on making it to the finish line. There were speeches, some kind, some rushed, but the moment that seared itself into my memory came when they wheeled out the cake. It was a large sheet cake, frosted in white, with bright blue lettering piped across the top. And there it was, written for everyone to see. Finally useless. The words sank into me like a stone. The room erupted in laughter. A chorus of chuckles, claps, and even a few whistles filled the air. I tried to play along, because what else could I do? My son was front and center, phone in hand, recording it all with a grin stretched across his face. "Dad, it's perfect," he shouted, as if mocking my life's work was some kind of clever punchline. Margaret laughed too, hesitant at first, but then joining in, swept up in the wave. I caught Claire's eyes for a split second. She wasn't laughing. She looked down at her plate, fiddling with her fork. I smiled for the photos. I posed, knife in hand, pretending to cut the cake like it was all one big joke. Inside, though, something shifted. It wasn't just the cake. It was the culmination of years of quiet dismissals, of sacrifices that went unseen, of being the steady background character in my own family's story. After the speeches, I picked up the tab for the restaurant portion. Naturally, Andrew raised a toast, clinking his glass against his new Rolex, a purchase he hadn't stopped bragging about since the day he got it. "To Dad," he said, smirking. "May he enjoy being finally useless." Laughter roared again, and I swallowed it down with the bitter taste of my drink. When the night ended, they all filed out, patting me on the back, thanking me for dinner, promising to call soon. I drove home alone. Margaret had decided to ride with Andrew, saying she wanted to help him with something important. My phone buzzed in my pocket, a flood of photos being tagged on social media. Smiling faces, clinking glasses, me in the background holding that ridiculous cake. I sat in the driveway for a long time, staring at the dark windows of my house. 41 years, and this was the send-off. The words replayed in my head. Finally useless. I don't know if I've ever felt so hollow. That night, I didn't sleep. I walked through my office, the one room in the house that was truly mine. Files, old photos, certificates, notes from projects long finished. I realized I had been holding on to a version of myself no one else seemed to see anymore. By dawn, I had made a decision. I cleared out my desk at the company later that morning, quietly and without fanfare. I packed my personal belongings into 2 boxes, loaded them into the car, and drove off. Not a word to Margaret. Not a call to Andrew. Nothing to Claire. 3 weeks later, I heard from an old co-worker that Margaret had posted online. If anyone knows where he is, please tell him we just want him back. But that's not where the story ends. It's only where it begins. When I left that night, I thought maybe it was just the sting of the moment. Maybe I was being too sensitive. Maybe I'd look back on it and laugh. But the thing about humiliation is that it doesn't fade. It festers. Every time I replayed the party in my mind, I noticed new details. The way Andrew leaned back in his chair, smirking like the joke was his crowning achievement. How Margaret had laughed harder once she realized everyone else was watching her reaction. The look on Claire's face when she glanced at me, then quickly away, like she was embarrassed for me, but too scared to say anything. In the days that followed, I tried to maintain some semblance of normal life. Margaret carried on like nothing had happened. She even made a few casual comments about how I had plenty of time now to run errands, fix things around the house, and help Andrew with his new venture. That last part stuck with me. Andrew's new venture. He'd been talking about it for months, some startup idea involving property investments that, to me, sounded half-baked. But everyone around him treated it like the second coming of sliced bread. "Dad, you've got the experience," he said one evening when he stopped by. "All those years managing budgets, logistics, you could really help me get this thing off the ground. I mean, you don't have anything else going on now, right?" He said it with a grin, sipping from one of my beers like he owned the place. Margaret chimed in. "It'd be good for you, Robert. You don't want to just sit around the house all day. This could give you purpose." Purpose. The word hit me harder than it should have. After 41 years of providing, raising kids, paying mortgages, and keeping this family afloat, they spoke as if I had been wandering aimlessly until Andrew came up with his big idea. I told them I needed time to think about it. Andrew just shrugged. "Well, don't take too long. Opportunities don't wait, old man." He laughed as if it were playful banter, but there was no mistaking the edge in his voice. The favoritism had always been there, subtle at first. When Andrew was younger, he was the golden child. His report cards, his sports trophies, his charm, everything he did was celebrated. When Claire got into college, I remember her showing Margaret her acceptance letter, beaming with pride. Margaret congratulated her, but then immediately turned to Andrew, asking about his plans for the weekend, dismissing Claire's news as if it were nothing. It wasn't that Claire wasn't loved, but she was always treated like a side character in Andrew's story. And now, as adults, the pattern was stronger than ever. Claire would call to check in, telling Margaret about her work, her travels, the people she'd met. Margaret would nod politely, but when Andrew walked into the room, the entire atmosphere shifted. Suddenly, she was all smiles, hanging on his every word. After the retirement party, Andrew began to treat me like his personal assistant. He'd call in the middle of the day, asking me to pick up supplies, look over his proposals, or even drive across town to meet one of his potential investors because I had the free time. Each time I said yes, I felt a piece of myself erode. I wasn't helping my son succeed. I was enabling his arrogance. One afternoon, Claire came over while Andrew was in the kitchen with Margaret. I was sitting in the living room, leafing through a folder of his so-called business plans. Claire sat beside me, her voice low. "Dad, you don't have to do this," she whispered. I looked at her, confused. "Do what? Run yourself ragged for him. He doesn't appreciate it. He never has." There was a sadness in her eyes, a quiet frustration that mirrored my own. Before I could respond, Andrew strutted into the room, clapping his hands together. "All right, team meeting time. Dad, you ready?" He tossed a stack of papers onto the table in front of me, barely glancing at Claire. "Sorry, sis, this might be a little over your head." Claire's face hardened, but she said nothing. She excused herself a few minutes later, muttering something about needing to leave. I watched her go, feeling torn. On one hand, she was right. I didn't have to do this. On the other hand, Margaret looked so proud every time Andrew asked for my help, as if his validation mattered more than my well-being. The weeks wore on, and the small slights turned sharper. Margaret began scheduling my days without asking, doctor's appointments for her, grocery trips, favors for Andrew. When I pushed back, she'd frown and say, "Robert, you're retired. What else do you have to do?" One night, Andrew brought over a few of his friends for drinks. They were younger, loud, full of bravado. At some point, the conversation turned to me. "You're lucky, man," one of them said to Andrew. "Having a dad who can bankroll your startup and still run errands for you? That's like hitting the jackpot." The group laughed. Andrew didn't correct them. He just raised his glass and said, "Yeah, Dad's finally useful for something." I felt the blood rush to my face, but I said nothing. Margaret sat beside me, sipping her wine as if the comment had never been made. That night, as I lay awake staring at the ceiling, the bitterness deepened. I had become a joke to them. Not a father, not a husband, not a man who had given his life to provide, just a tool to be used until I had nothing left to give. And yet, the worst was still to come. It happened on a Tuesday, the kind of ordinary weekday that should have passed without a second thought. But I'll never forget it, because that was the day the ground gave way beneath me. I had been working through another one of Andrew's urgent requests. He'd asked me to review a contract he was planning to sign with a group of investors. To me, the numbers didn't make sense. The terms seemed predatory, and I told him as much. He brushed it off, laughing. "Dad, you're stuck in the old way of thinking. This is how real money gets made now." Still, he insisted I look it over, so I spent hours at the kitchen table highlighting clauses, jotting down notes. Margaret came in halfway through, setting a cup of coffee down beside me. "You worry too much," she said. "Andrew knows what he's doing. Just support him." But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. That afternoon, I decided to stop by the bank. I had always been cautious with finances, and I thought maybe if I spoke to someone, I could get a clearer picture. When I arrived, the clerk pulled up my account information, and my stomach dropped. There were withdrawals I didn't recognize, large ones, spaced out over the last several weeks. 10,000 here, 15 there, another 20 not long after the retirement party. My balance, which should have been more than enough to cover the next few years comfortably, was dangerously low. I asked the clerk for more details, and that's when the betrayal hit me square in the chest. The withdrawals weren't random. They were transfers, authorized under my name. But the recipient was unmistakable, Andrew. I felt the room tilt. My own son had been siphoning money from my account. I asked how that was even possible, and the clerk explained that Margaret had co-signed some of the transactions. She must have known. She had to have known. I stood there, dumbfounded, clutching the printout of my own disappearing life savings. That evening, I confronted Margaret. She was standing at the stove, stirring a pot of soup, as if nothing was wrong. "Margaret," I said, holding up the papers, my voice shaking, "what is this? How long has Andrew been taking money out of my account?" She didn't even flinch. She sighed, set the spoon down, and turned to face me with that same patient look she used to give the kids when they were being difficult. "Robert, it's not what you think. He's borrowing it. For the business. You'll get it back once he's successful." "Borrowing." My voice cracked. "This is our retirement. 41 years, Margaret. That money was for us. For our future. You let him drain it without even telling me." Her eyes hardened. "You're overreacting. Andrew has potential. He's building something. And if you can't see that, maybe you're the one holding him back." The words cut deeper than I thought possible. Holding him back. As if my entire life's work was nothing more than an obstacle to Andrew's ambition. Later that night, Andrew showed up, breezing through the front door like he owned the place. He didn't even wait for me to speak. "Dad, I know you saw the transfers. Relax. It's an investment. You should be thanking me. You're finally putting your money to good use instead of just letting it rot in the bank." I stared at him, my hands trembling. "You stole from me." He laughed. Actually laughed. "Stole? Come on. Family share. You've been sitting on that money forever, doing nothing. I'm just moving it to where it'll actually grow. Don't worry. You'll get your cut when this thing blows up." Something inside me cracked then. I looked at my son, not as the boy I raised, not as the man I hoped he'd become, but as a stranger who saw me as nothing more than a wallet with legs. And my wife, the woman who had once stood beside me through hard times, was standing in the doorway, arms crossed, siding with him. I realized in that moment that I wasn't just disrespected. I was betrayed, in the most intimate and deliberate way possible. The soup on the stove burned. The house smelled of smoke. And all I could think was, this was no longer my home. But that was only the beginning. After that night, the air in the house grew colder, heavier. It wasn't just the silence between us. It was the way Margaret and Andrew carried on as if nothing was wrong, as if I had simply imagined the betrayal. Andrew still came over almost daily, dropping his coat on the couch, raiding the fridge, spreading out his contracts on my dining table. Margaret cooked for him, praised him, nodded along to his stories about big deals on the horizon. Every now and then she'd toss me a look, almost daring me to bring it up again. I didn't. Inside, though, I was unraveling. For the first time in my adult life, I felt powerless. Money had always been my safeguard, my proof that all the sacrifices were worth it. Now, every time I looked at the printout from the bank, I saw years of overtime shifts, missed vacations, and sleepless nights evaporating into Andrew's fantasy. It wasn't just the money, it was the realization that I had no allies in my own home. The woman I married had chosen our son's ambition over our security. My son had chosen greed over respect. Sleep became impossible. I'd lie awake in the dark, listening to Margaret's steady breathing beside me, and wonder if she even felt a shred of guilt. In the mornings, I sat in my office, staring at the walls lined with certificates and photos, proof of a life that now felt meaningless. The faces in the photos looked younger, happier, unaware of what was to come. I tried to call Claire. She picked up on the second ring, her voice soft but tired. She lived 3 states away, and I hadn't told her the full story yet. "Dad, are you all right?" she asked. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to spill everything, to tell her how betrayed I felt, how Andrew was bleeding me dry. But I couldn't bring myself to burden her. "I'm fine," I lied. "Just wondering how you're doing." We talked about her job, her apartment, the small joys of her daily life. When I hung up, I sat there staring at the phone, the ache in my chest heavier than before. She was the one person who might have understood, and I couldn't even tell her. Meanwhile, Andrew's demands grew bolder. One afternoon, he dropped by with a folder in hand and a smug grin. "Dad, I need you to co-sign this," he said, sliding the papers across the table. "It's just a short-term loan. Low risk. You'll barely notice." I opened the folder and felt my stomach twist. It was a loan for nearly $50,000. My name was already typed on the line, waiting for my signature. "I'm not signing this," I said quietly. Andrew's smile faltered. "Dad, come on. This is how business works. You've got to take risks." "Not with my future," I replied, closing the folder. He stared at me, the grin gone now, replaced by something sharper. "You've already invested. Don't back out now." Margaret, who had been hovering nearby, spoke up. "Robert, don't be stubborn. This is for all of us. For the family." "For the family?" I snapped. "Or just for him?" The tension hung in the air. Andrew's jaw tightened. Margaret shook her head like I was being unreasonable. And for the first time, I didn't argue further. I simply got up, walked into my office, and shut the door. That became my habit, silence instead of confrontation. I stopped eating dinner with them when Andrew came over. I stopped answering his calls. When Margaret tried to rope me into his errands, I made excuses. On the surface, it looked like I was withdrawing, fading into the background. But beneath the quiet, I was taking notes. I gathered bank statements, copies of transfers, and contracts Andrew had left behind. I created a folder hidden deep in my filing cabinet, where Margaret would never think to look. Each document was proof, not just of the theft, but of the disrespect that had hollowed out my life. At night, when the house was still, I opened the folder and studied the pages under the soft glow of my desk lamp. My pulse would quicken, my mind racing. This wasn't just planning, it was survival. But the weight of it all pressed down on me. The house felt foreign, like I was squatting in someone else's home. Meals with Margaret were strained, our conversations clipped. Sometimes I'd catch her scrolling through her phone, smiling at Andrew's posts online. Photos of him at fancy restaurants, boasting about new deals in the works, all funded with the money he stole. I was living in my own shadow, stripped of dignity, trapped in a home where I no longer belonged. And yet, as much as it hurt, the silence gave me something I hadn't had before: clarity. I knew I couldn't stay in this place forever. I knew I couldn't keep playing the fool. Something had to change. And deep down, I had already begun to imagine how. The first real shift came quietly, almost unnoticeable at first. I stopped waiting for Margaret or Andrew to acknowledge me. I stopped trying to win back respect in a house where it no longer existed. Instead, I turned inward. At dawn, when Margaret was still asleep, I'd slip out of the house and drive. Sometimes to the library, sometimes to the park, sometimes just to nowhere in particular. At first, I thought I was simply running away from the heaviness of the house, but slowly, those hours became mine again. I started reading books on finance, on business, on psychology. I hadn't studied like that since I was in my 20s, and each page pulled me further out of the fog. I realized something Andrew would never admit. Experience mattered. I had 41 years of it. By chance, I ran into an old colleague, Martin, at the library. He'd retired a few years before me, but unlike me, he hadn't disappeared into the background. He'd been consulting for smaller companies, part-time, helping them streamline operations. Pays well enough to keep life interesting, he said with a grin. That night, I thought about our conversation for hours. Consulting. It wasn't something I had ever considered. I thought retirement was the end of usefulness. But what if it wasn't? I pulled out my laptop, the same one Andrew always mocked for being outdated, and started drafting a profile on a professional network. I listed my years of experience, the projects I'd overseen, the crises I'd managed. It felt strange, almost arrogant, to put it all into words, but when I hit publish, a small surge of pride filled me. Within a week, I had my first inquiry. A regional logistics firm wanted advice on restructuring their supply chain. It was small scale, but the moment I sat across the table from their managers, laying out solutions, I felt alive again. They listened, actually listened, like my words had value. They paid me for my time, too, more than Andrew ever promised in his so-called venture. That first check wasn't about the money. It was about proof. Proof that I wasn't finally useless. I didn't tell Margaret. Not at first. I didn't tell Andrew either. When they asked where I was going in the mornings, I just said I was keeping busy. They didn't press. Margaret was too absorbed in Andrew's world, and Andrew assumed I was sulking. But quietly, I built momentum. Word spread, one client led to another, and soon I was balancing multiple consulting gigs. My calendar filled up. My bank account, once bled dry, began to recover, not dramatically, not overnight, but steadily. Each deposit was another brick in the wall I was rebuilding around myself. With the work came something I hadn't felt in years, confidence. My back straightened, my voice grew firmer. I no longer hovered around the house waiting for scraps of respect. I had purpose again, but this time it wasn't for Margaret or Andrew. It was for me. Claire noticed first. One afternoon, I called her just to catch up. She said, "You sound different, Dad. Happier. Stronger." I smiled into the phone. Maybe I am. Meanwhile, Andrew was spiraling in the opposite direction. His venture wasn't taking off the way he bragged online. The flashy posts of dinners and parties grew less frequent, replaced by vague quotes about hustling and trusting the process. I knew what that meant. Money was drying up. He still had Margaret's blind loyalty, but cracks were showing. Sometimes I'd overhear her on the phone with him, her voice sharp, asking when he'd pay back what he borrowed. I stayed quiet, listening, filing it away. One evening, Andrew barged into the house, pacing like a storm. "Dad, I need more. The investors are pulling out unless I can cover the shortfall. This is make or break time." I looked at him calmly, something I couldn't have done months earlier. "I don't have anything for you." His jaw clenched. "Don't play games. You've got accounts. Assets. You can unlock something." I said no. My voice was steady, cold. Margaret rushed to his side, glaring at me. "Robert, stop being selfish. This is your son. Your blood. Don't you want him to succeed?" I didn't answer. I just turned and walked into my office, leaving them standing in the kitchen. For the first time, it didn't feel like retreat. It felt like control. Inside, I opened my hidden folder, now much thicker than before. Bank statements, contracts, proof of unauthorized transfers. Everything I'd need if the time came to expose them. My consulting work had sharpened me, reminded me of the precision required in documentation. Each page was a weapon waiting for its moment. And as I slid the latest document into place, I realized something important. I wasn't at rock bottom anymore. I was climbing, quietly, steadily, out of the pit they had shoved me into. They thought I was fading. They thought I was beaten. They had no idea what was coming. It was almost poetic how the opportunity came to me, not through force or confrontation, but through the natural cracks forming in Andrew's empire of ego. By early autumn, my consulting work had blossomed. I had 3 steady clients and a handful of smaller ones. The money wasn't astronomical, but it was consistent, clean, and mine. Every invoice I sent, every payment I received, felt like a stitch mending the wound they had torn open. I started a new account, one Margaret didn't know about. Quiet deposits, a growing balance, untouchable. One morning, I got a call from Martin, the colleague who had nudged me into consulting. "Robert," he said, "there's a company downstate looking for a short-term interim director. Supply chain mess, leadership vacuum, the works. I told them about you. Interested?" I almost laughed. Me, back in a director's seat after retirement? But the more he explained, the more sense it made. It was temporary, high-paying, and, most importantly, powerful. A chance to step into a role where my experience wasn't just valued, it was needed. I accepted. Within 2 weeks, I was commuting twice a week, staying in a modest hotel paid for by the company, and running operations like I had never left. The staff respected me, the executives trusted me, and for the first time in years, I felt like myself again, not the finally useless man from the cake, but Robert, the fixer, the man people turned to when things mattered. Margaret noticed my absence, of course. She'd ask, "Where are you going all the time?" I'd smile and say, "Keeping busy." She didn't press. She was too focused on Andrew, who by now was drowning in his own failures. The signs were everywhere. His investors stopped showing up. His phone calls grew frantic, his voice sharper. I overheard one conversation where he barked at Margaret, "I just need another bridge loan. Dad's got to sign it." "He will, he always does." But this time I didn't. Then came the night I overheard the truth that set the stage for everything. Andrew was in the kitchen with Margaret, his voice low but urgent. I was in my office, door cracked just enough. "Mom, if Dad doesn't give me access, I'm sunk," he hissed. "The investors are threatening to sue. I've been moving money around to cover, but it's not enough. If anyone finds out, I'm done." My chest tightened. Moving money around. Investors threatening to sue. He wasn't just reckless, he was in deep, legally. Margaret whispered back, "I'll talk to him. He's being difficult, but he'll listen to me eventually. He always does." I closed my eyes, letting the words settle. For decades, I had been the one they leaned on, the one who fixed everything, the one who sacrificed. But now, they weren't leaning on me. They were trying to use me as a shield for Andrew's collapse. And that's when the plan began to crystallize. The folder in my office wasn't just evidence anymore, it was leverage. I had bank statements showing unauthorized transfers, contracts with my forged signature, proof that Margaret had co-signed withdrawals behind my back. Combined with Andrew's mounting legal troubles, it was enough to burn their house of cards to the ground. At the same time, my position at the company gave me new connections, lawyers, financial experts, people who understood how to navigate messy situations with precision. I didn't announce my intentions. I didn't rant or rave. I just started asking quiet questions, learning what would happen if evidence of financial misconduct came to light. The answers were clear. Andrew could be ruined. Margaret, too, if tied to his schemes. But I wasn't reckless. Revenge wasn't about striking blindly. It was about patience, about letting them dig their own grave while I built my escape. I began moving more of my assets into the new account, carefully, discreetly. I arranged for my consulting payments to flow there directly. I spoke to a lawyer about updating my will and revising account access. No more automatic rights for Margaret, no way for Andrew to reach in. Meanwhile, I played the part of the tired, retired man. Around them, I was quiet, withdrawn, even pliant. Margaret took my silence as submission. Andrew saw it as weakness. They didn't realize I was buying time. Then came the moment that sealed it. Claire called one evening, her voice soft but insistent. "Dad, I don't know what's going on, but I feel like you're hiding something. Are you all right?" For the first time, I didn't lie. I didn't tell her everything, but I said enough. "I'm finding my footing again, sweetheart. And when the time comes, I'll need you to trust me." There was a pause. Then she said, "I always have." It was the lifeline I needed. I wasn't alone anymore, not truly. And as I hung up the phone, I realized the pieces were finally in place. Andrew was cornered, Margaret was blind, and I was holding all the cards. They thought I was powerless. But in truth, I was standing at the threshold of something far greater. The chance to strike came faster than I expected. Andrew's world was crumbling, and desperation makes people reckless. It was a gray Thursday afternoon when he showed up at the house unannounced. He didn't knock. He never did anymore. He stormed straight into the living room, papers in hand, sweat beading on his forehead. Margaret trailed behind him, wringing her hands like a nervous accomplice. "Dad, this is it," Andrew said, slapping the papers down on the coffee table. "Final chance. If you don't sign this, everything collapses. The investors will sue. The whole venture goes down. We'll all be ruined." I looked at the papers calmly, my heart steady. It was another loan application, bigger this time, over 100,000. My name was pre-filled, my supposed consent implied. But what caught my eye wasn't the number. It was the fact that he had already forged my signature on one of the drafts. Sloppy, desperate, arrogant. "I'm not signing this," I said quietly. Andrew's face reddened. "Don't play games. This is for the family. For you. For Mom. For the future." Margaret's voice trembled as she chimed in. "Robert, please. He's right. If this fails, we lose everything. Think of the house, the reputation." I cut her off, my tone sharp but calm. "You already lost everything the moment you started stealing from me." The room froze. Andrew blinked. Margaret's mouth opened and closed like she couldn't find the words. I reached into the drawer of the side table and pulled out the folder I had been building for months. Neatly stacked, tabbed, organized, bank statements, transfer receipts, forged contracts, all laid out like an indictment. I set it on the table between us. "Do you see this?" I said, my voice steady. "Every dollar you took, every document you forged, every withdrawal Margaret co-signed. I've kept it all. Copies, notarized. Lawyers have seen it. If I file this, Andrew, your investors won't just sue you, they'll bury you. And Margaret, you'll go down with him." Margaret gasped, her face draining of color. Andrew's bravado faltered. He reached for the papers, but I placed my hand firmly on top. "No," I said. "You don't get to touch this." He stammered. "Dad, you wouldn't. You can't." I leaned forward, locking eyes with him. "I would. And I can. But here's the difference between us. Andrew, I don't need to scream or brag to prove my power. I've already taken it back." For the first time, he looked small. The swagger melted away, replaced by the raw panic of a man who realized the safety net was gone. "I'll make it right," he muttered. "Just give me time." "You had time," I replied. "And you wasted it." Then, turning to Margaret, I said, "You stood by him. You signed off on my future without a second thought. And you laughed at me when he called me useless." I let the words hang in the air. "So here's what's going to happen. I'm done funding his failures. I'm done being mocked in my own home. From this moment forward, my accounts are locked, my assets moved, and neither of you will see a cent without going through me." Andrew's jaw tightened, fury flashing in his eyes. "You can't just cut us off." I smiled faintly. "Watch me." I stood, gathered the folder, and walked toward my office. Behind me, I could hear Margaret trying to calm him, her voice breaking, his voice rising in anger. But I didn't turn back. In my office, I locked the folder away. Not because I needed it right then, but because its very existence gave me control. Every shred of evidence was a leash around their necks. And they knew it. The days that followed were a storm. Andrew called, texted, even showed up at my office, demanding another chance, swearing he'd turn things around. Margaret pleaded with me at night, insisting I was being too harsh, that family should stick together. But I didn't bend. Instead, I kept working, kept building. My consulting business thrived. My savings grew. And the more they flailed, the stronger I felt. Revenge wasn't loud or flashy. It was quiet, deliberate, and devastating. By stripping away their access, I forced them to face the consequences of their own arrogance. And though they didn't know it yet, this was only the beginning of their unraveling. Fallout came like a slow-moving storm. At first a drizzle, then a downpour, then the kind of thunder that shakes a house to its foundations. The first crack came when Andrew's investors finally snapped. With no fresh cash flowing in from me, his juggling act collapsed. One morning, I received an email from a lawyer representing one of those investors. They had come across my name on the forged documents, and they wanted clarification. I replied with 2 lines. "I did not sign these papers." Attached are notarized copies of my original documents proving unauthorized transfers. That was enough. Within weeks, Andrew was drowning in legal notices. His venture, once paraded online as the next big success story, became a cautionary tale whispered about in hushed tones. Lawsuits piled up. His so-called friends stopped answering his calls. The social media feeds that once displayed dinners, Rolexes, and champagne dried up completely. Margaret tried to shield him at first. She met with lawyers, sold her jewelry, even whispered about taking out a second mortgage. But when she discovered that I had already moved my share of the house into a trust with Claire as beneficiary, the realization hit her. She couldn't drag me down with them. For once, she had to face the wreckage she had enabled. The fights grew louder. I heard them through closed doors, Margaret begging, Andrew snapping, both of them pointing fingers. And I stayed silent, calm, the man they thought was powerless, now watching them unravel under the weight of their own choices. One evening, after yet another shouting match in the kitchen, Andrew stormed out. Tires screeched down the street. Margaret stood in the doorway, her shoulders slumped, her face pale. When she turned to me, her eyes were filled with something I hadn't seen in years. Not anger, not mockery, but fear. "Robert," she whispered, "what have we done?" I didn't answer. Claire flew in a week later. When she stepped into the house, she hugged me tight, no questions asked. She had known, somehow, that I was waiting for her, that everything I had built these last months was for a future where respect still existed. Together, we began the process of untangling what was left. Lawyers, banks, accounts, all sorted with meticulous care. Andrew eventually declared bankruptcy. Margaret moved in with her sister, claiming she needed space to think. I let her go. For the first time in decades, I felt no obligation to chase after her, no weight pressing me to fix what they had broken. And me? I kept working, not because I had to, but because I wanted to. My consulting business flourished. My new account grew. For the first time, I wasn't living for anyone else's approval. Months later, I sat on the porch of a modest cabin I had rented by the lake. Claire was visiting for the weekend, sipping coffee beside me. The air was crisp, the water still. She looked at me and said softly, "You don't look useless to me, Dad. You look free." I smiled, the words settling into me like balm. "Finally free," I echoed. That was the real ending. Not the cake, not the party, not the betrayal. It was the moment I realized that revenge wasn't about destruction. It was about reclaiming the life they tried to steal from me and walking away while they crumbled under the weight of their own choices. And I did walk away. For good. My name's Eric, and at the time this story started, I had just turned 27. I'd been living at home for a little over a year after a messy breakup and a career shift that left me scrambling. I wasn't lazy, not by a long shot. I worked 2 jobs, one remote tech support gig during the day and bartending on weekends to stack extra cash. I was paying rent to my parents, covering half the utilities, buying groceries almost every week, and still finding ways to help my younger brother out when he forgot his credit card bill again. You'd think being a functional adult pulling his weight would buy a little basic respect at home. But if there's one thing I learned about my family, it's that they have a talent for rewriting reality to suit whatever petty narrative makes them feel better about themselves. It all came to a head at a family dinner one Sunday night. We just sat down, me, my parents, my brother Dave, and his girlfriend, and the mood was already weird. Tense. My mom kept shooting me these looks across the table like I was a piece of furniture someone regretted buying. I tried to ignore it, focusing on my plate, hoping the meal would pass in awkward but manageable silence like it usually did. No such luck. Halfway through dinner, Mom put down her fork with a clatter and leaned back in her chair, arms crossed. "You know," she said loudly enough to make Dave and his girlfriend freeze mid-bite. "It's embarrassing, having a grown man lounging around here like a permanent house guest." I blinked, not even sure she was talking about me at first. I mean, Dave was still living here too, and he hadn't paid a dime toward anything in months. She wasn't finished. "You're just a leech," she sneered, curling her lip. "You'll never amount to anything if you keep feeding off other people's scraps." I opened my mouth, stunned, ready to defend myself. But she cut me off with a dismissive wave of her hand, like I wasn't even worth the argument. "If you had an ounce of self-respect, you'd pack your bags and go make something of yourself instead of clinging to people who pity you." Silence fell over the table like a dropped curtain. Even Dave looked uncomfortable, pushing his peas around his plate. His girlfriend, Megan, shifted awkwardly in her seat, and stared down at her food. I sat there, hands clenched in my lap, heart hammering in my chest. My face felt hot. 1,000 comebacks raced through my mind, each more bitter than the last, but I didn't say a word. I just pushed back my chair, stood up, and walked upstairs without looking back. I didn't slam drawers or stomp around. I packed quietly, methodically, like I was deflating a life I didn't want anymore. Clothes, laptop, toothbrush. Nothing sentimental. I didn't leave a note. I didn't even bother to say goodbye. Within an hour, I had my duffel bag slung over my shoulder, and I walked out the front door without once glancing back at the house I had tried so hard to help hold together. The first few days were rough. I slept on the couch of a coworker from my bartending job, a guy named Travis who barely knew me but offered his place without hesitation after hearing the basics. I picked up extra shifts, worked long hours, lived out of my bag for a while. But weirdly, even though my situation was technically worse, I felt lighter, freer, like I'd stopped dragging a massive boulder around my neck without even realizing it. I found a tiny studio apartment after about 3 weeks. It was rough around the edges, ancient carpeting, the world's loudest fridge, a neighbor who played the drums at odd hours, but it was mine. I signed the lease and put the key on a simple little chain around my neck. It wasn't much, but for the first time in a long time, I had something no one could lord over me or take away. Meanwhile, I didn't hear a word from my family. No calls, no texts, total radio silence. Part of me hoped they missed me, or at least wondered how I was doing. But a bigger part knew better. If anything, they were probably relieved. Less groceries to buy, one less electric bill to split, someone else to blame for their problems. About a month and a half after I moved out, I was closing up at the bar one night when my phone buzzed. It was Dave, which immediately set off alarm bells, because Dave never called unless he needed something. Sure enough, when I picked up, his voice was frantic. "Eric, dude, listen, we're in a bad spot," he said without even a hello. "Mom and Dad are freaking out. They're gonna lose the house." I leaned against the back wall of the bar, wiping my hands on a rag, feeling my stomach twist. "What happened?" Dave rushed to explain. "The mortgage. They're 3 months behind." Mom thought. She thought she had it covered, but I guess not. I didn't say anything. I just let the silence stretch until Dave, desperate, added, "You used to help. You could, spot them for a little bit. Like before. Like all those months where I quietly funneled extra cash into keeping the lights on, making up the difference when Dave's emergencies drained the family funds, picking up the slack while getting treated like an ungrateful parasite." Something cold and sharp settled into my chest. I didn't even raise my voice. I just said, very quietly, "Find someone else to leech off." There was a beat of stunned silence on the other end, like he couldn't quite believe what he was hearing. Then he started sputtering, trying to guilt-trip me, painting it like I was abandoning them, like I was heartless. But I didn't hang up. I wanted him to hear it. I wanted them all to hear it. That moment when the rug they'd yanked out from under me finally yanked itself out from under them. After I hung up, I sat down at the bar, staring at the muted neon lights outside, letting the satisfaction and the sadness wash over me in equal measure. They were finally facing the consequences of years of entitlement, manipulation, and hollow cruelty. And I wasn't going to swoop in and save them this time. The house, their house, the one they mocked me in, dismissed me from, tossed me out of, it was slipping through their fingers. And I was just getting started. The days that followed were strangely quiet. I half expected another flurry of texts, maybe even a call from my mother herself, thick with reluctant apologies disguised as what's best for the family speeches. But instead, it was like they all just evaporated. No messages, no voicemails, nothing. I pictured them stewing around that crumbling dining room table, trying to cook up a new plan, realizing with dawning horror that their safety net had finally walked away. Meanwhile, life on my end was, for once, getting better. I wasn't rich by any stretch, but without constantly bleeding money into a black hole of ungratefulness, I actually had breathing room. I upgraded from instant noodles and cereal to real groceries. I bought a second-hand couch off Facebook Marketplace and actually decorated a little, nothing fancy, just things that made the space feel like mine. Every time I unlocked my rickety front door, it felt like I was stepping into something solid, something earned. It wasn't much, but it was honest. Work picked up, too. My bartending shifts turned into a full-time manager position when the old guy running the place finally retired. It came with a decent pay bump and, even better, a little health insurance. My remote tech job stayed steady on the side. I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was building. But the thing about people like my family? They don't go away. They circle back when the walls start closing in. It was a rainy Wednesday afternoon when Dave showed up at my apartment. No call, no text, just pounding fists on my thin, weather-warped door until I finally opened it, half expecting it to be a neighbor complaining about the hallway smell again. He looked like a wreck. Soaked through, hair plastered to his forehead, face tight with that particular blend of desperation and arrogance he inherited from our mother. "Eric, man, come on," he started, shoving his way into the doorway before I could say anything. "You can't just leave them like this." I crossed my arms and blocked the entrance. "I didn't leave anyone," I said calmly. "I left a situation where I was treated like dirt." "Big difference." He ran a hand through his wet hair, frustrated. "Look, I know they were harsh sometimes, but you know how Mom gets. You can't just let them lose the house. It's Dad's too. You owe them." I raised an eyebrow. "Owe them? You lived there for free for like a year." I laughed, sharp and humorless. "I paid rent, bought groceries, paid half the bills. You didn't." His mouth opened, then closed again, like he wanted to argue but couldn't figure out where to even start. Finally, he shifted gears. "Fine. Fine. Not for them, then. Do it for me, man. I'll get it back to you. I swear. Just a loan to get through this rough patch." The same song, a different verse. How many rough patches had I helped him through? How many times had I floated him cash for car repairs, late fees, emergencies that somehow always coincided with concert tickets and new sneakers? I shook my head. "You don't get it, do you?" He scowled. "Get what?" "That I'm not the safety net anymore." There was a long, stretching silence. Behind him, the hallway light flickered, casting jittery shadows across the walls. "You really gonna let your own family get kicked out on the street?" he said, voice rising, indignant now. I didn't flinch. They made it clear I was never really family. Just a leech, remember? For a second, I thought he might actually swing at me. His fists clenched at his sides, jaw working like he was chewing rocks. But all the fight drained out of him at once, and he just sagged there, dripping rainwater onto my welcome mat. "You're gonna regret this," he muttered. I stepped back and slowly closed the door in his face, locking it with a firm, final click. It wasn't easy. As much as I hated what they'd done, what they kept doing, a small part of me still felt twisted up inside. Guilt is a hard habit to break, especially when you've been raised on a steady diet of it. But I reminded myself, over and over, they made their choices. They burned the bridge. I just watched it fall. And fall it did. A week later, I got a group text. Not from Mom. Not from Dave. From Megan, Dave's now ex-girlfriend. The message was simple, a blurry photo of a foreclosure sign staked into the lawn of my parents' house. Red letters. Bold. Final. Below the photo, she'd written, "Thought you should know. Hope you're doing better." I stared at the screen for a long time. Then, almost without thinking, I set the phone down, leaned back in my battered second-hand armchair, and just smiled. They'd lost the house. And for the first time in years, I didn't feel like I'd lost anything at all. But what came next? Even I wasn't prepared for it. At first, I thought that was the end of it, poetic justice neatly wrapped up in a foreclosure sign. But if there was one thing I should have known by now, it was that my family didn't believe in clean endings. When entitled people lose something they think they're owed, they don't just take the hit and move on. They flail. They scramble. They look for someone to blame. And for them, I was the easiest target. The next wave didn't come through texts or calls. It came through whispers, through mutual acquaintances, through social media posts I wasn't even tagged in, but inevitably got screenshotted and sent to me by well-meaning friends. Posts where Mom painted herself as a struggling, heartbroken parent who'd been abandoned by her ungrateful son right when she needed him most. Posts where Dave dramatically hinted at being betrayed by blood and talked about how real family shows up when it counts. The narrative was slick, polished. It hit every emotional chord they knew would tug at outsiders who didn't know the full story. To the outside world, they looked like victims. I looked like a cold, selfish traitor. At first, I told myself it didn't matter. Let them talk. I knew the truth. The people who mattered knew the truth. But it ate at me anyway. Late at night, sitting alone in my little studio, I'd scroll through those posts, feeling my chest tighten. I thought about replying. about laying out every receipt, every Venmo payment, every utility bill with my name on it. I thought about telling the world how many months I'd gone without a real meal so I could make sure Dave didn't lose his car. How many times I swallowed back anger just to keep peace that only I seemed to care about. But I didn't. Because deep down, I realized something important. They weren't posting for me. They weren't posting to start a real conversation. They were posting for sympathy, for attention, for validation from people who only knew the version of events they were selling. And I wasn't going to give them the satisfaction of a public meltdown. Instead, I went silent. Completely. No responses. No vague posts of my own. I focused on my work, on my friends, on rebuilding a life that no longer included playing janitor to someone else's disasters. But silence, too, has a way of making entitled people desperate. It was about 2 months after the foreclosure that the next incident happened. I was at work, organizing invoices behind the bar, when Travis, my boss now, stuck his head into the back office. "Hey, man," he said, looking weirdly uncomfortable. Your mom's out front." I froze. I hadn't seen her, or Dad, for that matter, since the night I walked out. My stomach twisted in that old, automatic knot, the one you get when you know a confrontation is coming whether you want it or not. I stood up slowly. "Did she say what she wants?" Travis scratched the back of his neck. "Said it was an emergency. She's making a scene." I sighed and followed him out. Sure enough, there she was. Standing at the bar, shoulders squared, mouth pinched into that familiar judgmental line. Her clothes looked wrinkled, hair frizzed from the humid air outside, but her eyes, those eyes, were just as sharp and cold as I remembered. When she saw me, she plastered on the fakest smile I'd ever seen. "Eric," she said, loud enough for the few customers in the bar to glance over. "We need to talk. As a family." I didn't move any closer, just leaned against the doorframe and crossed my arms. "Talk about what?" I asked, keeping my voice neutral. Her face flickered, just for a second, before she recovered. "Your father's been sick. Stress. Depression. After everything with the house." She shook her head dramatically. "He needs help. We all do." There it was. The pivot. The carefully framed appeal to guilt, designed to hit every soft spot they used to exploit like clockwork. "And you think I can fix that?" I asked. "You owe it to him," she snapped, the mask slipping a little. "After everything he's done for you. You lived under his roof for free." I cut her off with a quiet laugh. "I paid my way. You just never wanted to admit it." Her mouth opened and closed like a fish gasping for air. She hadn't expected me to stand my ground. Not in public. Not with witnesses. She tried again, lowering her voice. "We just need a little help to get back on our feet. Alone. Temporary." "Temporary," I repeated, smiling humorlessly. "Like all the other temporary help I gave?" Her face flushed an ugly red. "You're seriously going to turn your back on your own blood?" she hissed. I stood up straight and took a slow step forward, meeting her glare head-on. "You turned your back on me," I said, low and steady. "The night you called me a leech and told me to leave if I had any self-respect left. Well, congratulations, Mom. I found it." Her mouth opened, ready to fire back, but I didn't give her the chance. I turned and walked back toward the office, calling over my shoulder, "You're not welcome here. Don't come back." And this time, I didn't look back. The fallout was immediate. More nasty posts. More second-hand stories about how cruel and heartless I was. Dave texted me a string of insults that I didn't even bother reading past the first line. Even Megan reached out once, apologizing for the way things had gone but still subtly suggesting I should at least help with Dad's medical bills, out of kindness. I ignored them all. Because here's the thing about kindness. It isn't kindness when it's extracted through guilt and threats. It's just manipulation. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't playing along. But just when I thought they'd finally gotten the message, just when I thought the chaos was over, something else happened. Something I never expected. I found out about the final twist the way most disasters reveal themselves these days, through a single, unexpected knock at my door. It was a Sunday evening, the kind where the whole world feels like it's winding down. I had a frozen pizza in the oven, the TV low in the background, the kind of peace I'd fought hard to build. When I heard the knock, I almost didn't answer. Honestly, part of me thought it might be Dave again, trying one last guilt trip, or maybe my mom back to stage another sad performance. But it wasn't either of them. It was a man in a worn jacket, clipboard tucked under his arm, flashing me a badge that made my heart stumble. "Eric Patterson?" he asked. "Yeah," I said cautiously. "I'm Detective Moore." Mind if I come in? We just need a few minutes of your time. I stepped aside slowly, pulse hammering in my ears. He walked in, glanced around my tiny place, then turned to face me squarely. I'll get straight to it, he said. Your parents filed a police report 2 weeks ago. Claimed you stole money from them. Significant money. I blinked. What? He nodded grimly. They allege that during your time living with them, you siphoned funds from a shared bank account. They provided transaction logs, screenshots, statements. Enough to warrant an investigation. For a long moment, I couldn't even speak. I just stared at him, the words slow to form in my mind. I didn't touch their accounts, I finally said, voice rough. I paid my share. I paid more than my share. They were the ones asking me for money, not the other way around. Moore studied me for a beat, then nodded slightly, like he wasn't surprised. Honestly, your story tracks better than theirs. The evidence they submitted is flimsy. Most of the charges they flagged were from their own spending. Vacations, home improvements, things your name isn't even attached to. But we still have to follow protocol. I let out a shaky breath, the weight of it settling over me. They hadn't just tried to guilt me, hadn't just tried to humiliate me, they were trying to ruin me. Here's the good news, Moore said, pulling a paper from his clipboard and handing it to me. We're not pressing any charges. There's no case. But you might want to think about protecting yourself moving forward. Get a lawyer. Keep records. People don't always take kindly to being cut off. After he left, I sat there for a long time, the pizza in the oven burning to a crisp while I tried to process it all. They tried to destroy me. Not because they needed the money, that was long gone, but because they couldn't stand the idea that I had walked away and built a life without them. For a few days after that, I did nothing. I went to work. I came home. I stared at the walls, thinking about everything I had poured into that family, how little it had ever meant to them. Then, one night, I made a decision. If they wanted to play dirty, fine. I could get dirty too, legally. I dug out every receipt, every bank statement, every Venmo transfer and PayPal transaction from the last 2 years. I highlighted every instance where I had sent them money, covered bills, paid rent. I organized it all neatly, attached signed receipts from the landlord showing my rental payments during my time at their house, and emailed it to a lawyer that one of my coworkers recommended, a sharp, no-nonsense woman named Sheila who took one look at my case and said, "Oh honey, we're going on offense." Turns out, not only did I have enough to prove I hadn't stolen from them, I had enough to sue them for defamation and emotional distress. It took months, and it wasn't cheap. I had to dip into my small savings, pull extra shifts, cut back on everything. But I was determined. Not just for the money, though that would certainly be nice, but because I needed them to know they couldn't keep walking through life stomping on people and expecting no consequences. When the lawsuit papers were served, I imagined the explosion inside their tiny rental apartment. The one they were crammed into now that the house was gone could have been heard from my place. At first, they tried to bluff. Claimed I had no case. Claimed it was all a misunderstanding. But Sheila was relentless. She gathered the social media posts, the police report, the baseless accusations, the testimonies from coworkers and friends who had witnessed their harassment. Piece by piece, she built a wall around me that they couldn't climb over. Faced with the mounting evidence, their lawyer eventually pushed them to settle. The terms were simple: a public retraction of all their accusations, a written apology acknowledging that they had made false claims, and a monetary settlement that, while not massive, was enough to pay off my lawyer fees and still leave me with a tidy chunk of change. I remember sitting in the lawyer's office, reading their written apology. It was stiff, insincere, clearly drafted by their attorney, but it didn't matter. Seeing their names under those words, admitting fault, was worth more than any check. It felt like closing a book I should have shut a long time ago. After the settlement, I blocked them all on everything. Changed my number. Moved to a new apartment, a nicer one this time, with hardwood floors and a balcony that caught the morning sun. I started fresh. I built new relationships, real ones, with people who saw me for who I was, not what I could provide. I finally went back to school part-time, pursuing the degree I had put off for years because of everyone else's emergencies. Life wasn't perfect, but it was mine. Fully, unapologetically mine. Sometimes I still think about them, Mom, Dad, Dave, and wonder what their lives look like now. Whether they ever learned anything. Whether they sit around blaming me for everything that went wrong, spinning new stories about how they were the real victims all along. But I don't lose sleep over it. Because at the end of the day, I know the truth. I wasn't the leech. They were. And I'm the one who cut them off for good. For the first time in my life, I'm not surviving under the weight of someone else's expectations. I'm living. And no matter how loud their lies get, no matter how many bridges they try to torch in my name, they can't touch what I've built now. Not anymore. I'm Alex, 32, and up until last year, I thought I understood what family meant. Not just in theory, in the deep, unshakable sense of knowing that no matter what, you had people behind you. That belief didn't shatter all at once. It cracked slowly, quietly, like ice beneath your feet before plunging you into freezing water. I'd always played the role of the responsible one. My younger brother, Tyler, was the golden boy, charming, reckless, but always forgiven. I used to brush it off. He's just young, my mom would say. He'll find his way, Dad would chime in. Meanwhile, I was out there busting my back, pulling 60-hour weeks in IT consulting, sending money home every month, covering their utility bills, even putting down a used Toyota in their name when their old car broke down. No one asked me to. I just did it. Because that's what family does, right? It started unraveling after my dad got sick. Not critical, but enough to rack up hospital bills. I didn't hesitate. I wired money, covered the gaps insurance didn't handle, even sent extras so Mom wouldn't have to stress over groceries. Tyler, of course, didn't pitch in. He was between jobs, a phrase he'd been using since he dropped out of his third attempt at college. Yet somehow, he still had new sneakers, nights out, and a steady stream of selfies from music festivals and beach getaways. I never said anything. Again, I told myself, that's just Tyler. I figured Mom and Dad knew what I was doing, that they appreciated it. We weren't a family big on words, no tearful thank yous or heartfelt cards. But I thought the quiet nods, the occasional "we're lucky to have you," were enough. Then one weekend, everything shifted. I'd flown in for Dad's follow-up appointment. The atmosphere was oddly tense, even for us. At lunch, I noticed they were careful with what they said around me, exchanging glances, changing the topic when I asked about long-term plans. That night, while they slept, I was using their home computer to check in on my work email. A PDF caught my eye, something labeled Final Will 2024 signed. I hesitated. Then I opened it. And there it was, in plain, soul-punching black and white. Everything. The house, the savings account I'd helped grow with my contributions, even the car I'd technically paid off in full, was willed to Tyler. Not shared. Not split. Just his. I remember sitting back in the chair, my stomach dropping as if I'd been gut-punched. There was even a line in the document that said, "We trust Tyler will take care of his sibling if needed." Take care of me? I stared at that sentence for minutes, feeling my jaw tighten. If needed? After everything I'd done, the bills, the groceries, the countless quiet sacrifices, they thought Tyler would take care of me? Like I was the unreliable one. I felt like a guest in a house I had kept running for years. I didn't confront them. I didn't slam doors or shout. I closed the file, took a slow breath, and I quietly decided I was done. When I got back to my apartment the next day, I made a few calls. First, I stopped the auto payments linked to their utilities. Then I called the bank and updated the vehicle registration. I'd never actually transferred the title to their names. That, at least, was still mine. And finally, I canceled the monthly grocery subscription I'd set up for them. One of those boxes that delivered fresh produce and essentials every 2 weeks. Not out of spite, just a shift. If I wasn't family enough to be trusted or acknowledged, I didn't owe them silent servitude. 3 weeks went by. The silence was deafening. No one called. No check-ins. No, we haven't seen the bill covered. Is everything all right? I half wondered if maybe they hadn't noticed. Or worse, maybe they noticed and just assumed I was having a rough patch. That I'd fix it soon. Then came the text. It was from my mom. "Mom, the water's been shut off. Can you check with the provider? We haven't gotten any bills lately." No greeting. No hope you're well. Just that, like I was still their personal assistant. I stared at the screen for a long time, thumb hovering over the keyboard. 100 responses came to mind. Angry ones, sarcastic ones. But I settled on just one. Me. Try asking the son you trust so much. There was a pause. Then the typing bubble appeared and disappeared. Then again. Eventually, a single response came. "Mom, what's that supposed to mean?" I didn't reply. For days after that, I felt strangely hollow. Not angry, just numb. Like I'd finally accepted something I'd been refusing to see for years. That my role in the family was never really about being loved. It was about being useful. Tyler finally called me a week later. His tone was casual, like we were old buddies catching up. Hey, man, Mom said you're being kind of weird lately. Everything okay? I nearly laughed. You mean since I found out you're inheriting everything and I'm not even worth a phone call? There was a pause. Then he chuckled, like I'd made a dumb joke. Come on, dude, you know how it is. They just want to make sure things stay simple. You're good. You've got your job, your own place. I'm still figuring stuff out. Still figuring stuff out. At 29. Right, I said flatly. Well, good luck with the water bill. And I hung up. That night, I sat in my apartment, the one I'd furnished myself, paid for myself, maintained myself, and felt a strange calm settle over me. Not peace, but clarity. I didn't know them anymore. Not my time, not my money, not even my silence. And I hadn't even touched the car situation yet. Tyler didn't call again. Not right away. In fact, it went eerily quiet for another week, like the calm before a storm. I figured maybe they were finally realizing I wasn't bluffing, that they'd have to take care of their own mess for once. But deep down, I knew them too well. I knew silence wasn't surrender. It was regrouping. It was on a Tuesday evening, right as I sat down with some leftover pad thai, that my phone rang. It was my dad. That was rare. Even before all this, he wasn't much of a phone guy. He preferred to speak through short, one-word answers, grunts, or nods of vague approval. So for him to call, actually call, meant something was up. Alex, he said, voice tired, maybe even hoarse. We've been having some issues. I didn't say anything. The electric company says we're 3 weeks overdue. The gas is about to go too. And now they're saying the car's registration lapsed. Your mom said you were handling that. I said calmly. Until I found out you left everything to Tyler. There was a pause. I could hear his breathing, slow, shallow, on the other end. Then a tired sigh. It's not like that, isn't it? I leaned back in my chair, letting the silence stretch between us. You wrote me out of everything. Even the car. The one I bought you. You didn't even ask. We didn't think you'd need anything, he said, almost defensively. You've always been independent. Tyler, he's different. He struggles. That's not my fault, I snapped. I hadn't meant to raise my voice, but the words came out hot, bitter. You know how many times I struggled, too? You just never noticed. Or maybe you did, but it was easier to pretend I was fine. There was another long pause. I paid for that car. I paid your bills. I kept things running. And all I ever got back was a nod, or some half-hearted thanks. And now that things are falling apart, you come to me like it's my job to fix it. I could hear something shifting in his voice when he replied. Not quite anger, not quite regret. Something tired. We didn't mean to hurt you. Yeah, I said quietly. But you did anyway. I ended the call without waiting for a response. I didn't feel good about it. I wasn't raised to hang up on my father. But at that point, the weight of pretending everything was fine had become unbearable. 2 days later, I got an email from the DMV. The car had been flagged for expired tags, and someone had attempted to renew the registration, but the system showed I was still the legal owner. They couldn't proceed without my signature. I smiled when I saw that. Not because I wanted to be petty, but because it reminded me I still had a sliver of control in a situation that had otherwise made me feel completely discarded. That same afternoon, I drove to the DMV and filed the paperwork to have the car reclaimed. I'd never technically transferred the ownership, so it was still under my name. I even paid the towing fee to have it picked up from their driveway. I could only imagine their faces when the tow truck pulled in, hooked up the car, and drove off without a single word. They must have called Tyler, thinking he could smooth things over. But Tyler didn't have a leg to stand on. 3 hours later, he texted me. Tyler, what is wrong with you, man? They took the car. That was Mom and Dad's. Me, no. It was mine. Check the title. Tyler, they needed that. How could you be so cold? Me. Funny. I was thinking the same thing about you. No reply. I didn't hear from any of them for a while after that. Not even a vague attempt at reconciliation. At first, it made me question myself. Was I going too far? Was I being cruel to people who had simply made a bad decision? But the more I thought about it, the more I realized this wasn't about one will. This wasn't about a car or a bill or even Tyler. It was about years of being invisible, of being taken for granted, of being the one who always has it together, so no one had to worry about me. I was useful, not loved. I was dependable, not cherished. And I was done. Then came the breaking point. It was a Sunday morning, about a month after that last text, when I opened my inbox and saw a message from my mom. No greeting, no apology, just, "Mom, we're being threatened with foreclosure. Can you help cover the mortgage this month? Just until we get back on our feet." I stared at that message for a long time, the cursor blinking in the reply box like it was daring me to say something, anything. I knew this moment would come, that at some point, they'd come asking for more, that despite cutting me out of everything, they'd still expect me to act like the loyal son. And that's when I made a decision. I didn't respond to the message right away. Instead, I opened up a new document on my laptop. I started typing up a letter, not to them, but to someone else. Someone who'd become a silent player in all this mess without realizing it. It was time to stop being quiet. Time to take back the narrative. The letter wasn't impulsive. If anything, it was something I should have written long ago. I drafted it carefully, taking my time with each sentence, not out of spite, but precision. It wasn't to my parents. It wasn't to Tyler. It was addressed to the family lawyer, the same one listed on the will I'd accidentally stumbled across. Her name was Dana Levington. I'd met her once, briefly, years ago when I'd co-signed a refinancing deal on my parents' house. She likely didn't remember me, but I remembered her. I kept the message brief and professional. "Dear Ms. Levington, I recently came across a document labeled Final Will 2024, signed, while visiting my parents, Gary and Marianne. As their eldest son and someone who has financially contributed significantly to the household over the last several years, including mortgage support, vehicle acquisition, and medical expenses, I'd appreciate clarification on whether the attached version is the final and official filing. In particular, I'd like to confirm whether the vehicle listed under their possession is being passed down despite the ownership being solely in my name. Furthermore, I'd appreciate knowing if this will was created under legal advisement, and if there were any conditions or discussions that informed its structure. Respectfully, Alex Monroe." I attached a scanned copy of the will I'd found, hit send, and closed my laptop. Then I waited. I didn't expect a reply right away. Lawyers work slowly, but I wasn't in a rush. Every day that passed added pressure, not to me, but to them. A foreclosure notice isn't something that waits politely. Missed utility bills, car troubles, and a son who suddenly stopped acting like the family ATM. Those things build tension fast. 3 days later, Dana responded. She didn't give away much. Just confirmed that yes, the version I'd found had indeed been signed and filed. Yes, Tyler was the sole beneficiary of all named assets. And yes, she had advised my parents on the matter at their request. There was a line near the end that stuck with me. Your parents felt that Tyler, being in a more vulnerable position, would benefit from additional support and thus preferred to centralize the estate with him. Support. As if being coddled and celebrated for mediocrity was somehow a vulnerable position. As if being reliable and financially independent was a disqualifier from fairness. I didn't reply. There was no point. That same week, Tyler showed up at my place. I'd just gotten home from the gym when I saw him leaning against the railing outside my building, arms crossed, hoodie pulled low over his face like he was trying to look casual. I didn't say anything as I walked up the steps. "You serious about all this?" he asked. I didn't stop walking, just unlocked the door and held it open a few inches. "You want to talk? Do it inside." Quietly, he followed me in. I could feel the tension buzzing around him like static. He paced the living room while I poured a glass of water and leaned against the kitchen counter. "They're falling apart," he said finally. "They're not saying it, but it's bad. They haven't been able to make a single payment since you stopped. I've been trying to help, but I'm already behind on rent." I just watched him, waiting. "And now they're blaming me," he said, laughing bitterly. "Like I told them to leave everything to me. Like this was my idea. Wasn't it?" I asked calmly. "You didn't object. You didn't even think it was odd that the guy covering all the expenses for years wasn't getting a dime. They said you were fine," he snapped. "You had your life together. I just thought. I don't know. Maybe they were planning something separate for you." "They weren't," I said. "And you knew that." He slumped onto the couch, burying his face in his hands. For a second, I saw it, the scared little brother beneath all the arrogance. But I couldn't afford to soften. "Not yet. You want me to fix it?" I asked. He looked up, eyes hollow. "Can you?" I didn't answer. Instead, I walked over to my desk drawer, pulled out a small envelope, and tossed it on the coffee table. Inside were copies of every wire transfer, every receipt, every car payment and utility bill I'd covered in the last 3 years. I'd compiled them quietly, just in case. Every dollar, every date. It was all there. You can give that to Mom and Dad, I said. Let them see what support really looked like. He picked up the envelope, opened it, and flipped through the documents in stunned silence. I let him. I'm not saying this to gloat, I continued. But you need to understand something. I'm done being invisible. I'm done being useful without being respected. I don't care about the house. I don't care about the savings. But I won't keep paying for people who treat me like a footnote. There was a long pause. Then, quietly, he asked, "So what now?" And that's when the idea hit me, not out of spite, not even out of revenge, but something sharper, something cleaner, something they'd never see coming. "I'm going to tell the truth," I said simply, "to the people who should have known it all along." He looked confused, but I didn't elaborate, because I had one more card to play, something they'd forgotten, or maybe never realized at all, something public and permanent. I waited 3 more days before I made the final move. By then, the guilt had started to bleed through their silence. My mom had sent me 3 more messages, not apologizing, not even acknowledging what they'd done, but masked pleas wrapped in passive-aggressive tones. "It's been hard lately. We never thought we'd be in this position. Wish things didn't feel so distant between us." That kind of language. The kind that tries to tug at your sense of duty without ever owning up to the betrayal. I ignored them. I was done responding to veiled guilt trips. Because I'd already started writing something else. A letter, yes, but one with a broader audience. See, I'd been helping maintain my parents' small community newsletter for years. Not many people read it, maybe 100 or so neighbors, mostly retirees and quiet couples, but it went out monthly like clockwork. I handled the formatting, updated the events calendar, proofread the submissions. I never asked to be credited, just kept it running smoothly like everything else. This month, the editor had emailed me asking for any final additions before she sent it out. That's when I knew this would be my goodbye. But it wouldn't be silent. I wrote a piece titled, "On Gratitude and What We Leave Behind." It was structured like a personal reflection, a story about growing up in a modest home, about choosing to support the people who raised you, and about what it feels like to learn you were never really valued. I didn't use names, but anyone in that neighborhood who'd known our family, even remotely, would be able to read between the lines. I detailed years of bills covered quietly, a car bought without expectation, illnesses handled financially from afar. And then I wrote this. We assume the ones who never complain are fine, that those who give without asking are simply more stable, more fortunate, more responsible. And maybe they are, but it doesn't mean they don't bleed. It doesn't mean they don't feel the sting when they learn they were only ever seen as a tool, useful, convenient, but never truly chosen. Sometimes, the people we trust the most believe they're entitled to our loyalty without giving back love, fairness, or respect. And eventually, those people learn the difference between quiet gratitude and quiet revenge. The editor emailed me back with just one line. "Beautiful piece. I hope whoever this is about reads it." Oh, they read it. The newsletter was delivered the next morning. My parents' phone must have exploded because by 11 a.m., I had 6 missed calls from my mom, 2 from my dad, and, bizarrely, 1 from Tyler. I let them all go to voicemail. Mom's message was breathless, almost panicked. "Alex, that was, everyone saw it. You're blowing things out of proportion. This isn't how family handles issues. You're making us look like monsters." Dad's was colder. "You're embarrassing yourself. We didn't mean to hurt you. This is childish. You've made your point." Tyler's, though, his was the one that caught me off guard. "Hey, just so you know, I confronted them. About everything. About the will, the money, the way they talked about you. You're right. You were always the one holding things together. I didn't want to believe it before, but it's obvious now. I'm sorry for not standing up for you sooner." I sat with that voicemail for a long time. It wasn't enough to erase years of imbalance. It didn't undo the damage. But it was something, and more than I ever expected to get from him. Later that afternoon, I got a knock at my door. When I looked through the peephole, I saw my mom. Not dressed up, not holding a guilt-offering casserole like she used to. Just her, shoulders hunched, hands wringing a tissue. I didn't open the door. Not out of cruelty, but because I wasn't ready. She stood there for a full 5 minutes before finally sliding an envelope through the gap in the frame and leaving quietly. Inside was a letter. Handwritten. the first I'd received from her in my adult life. It read, *Alex. If I could undo what we did, I would. Not because of the fallout or the neighbor's stares, but because I finally see the hurt. I didn't know how much we were leaning on you until you stepped away. I didn't know how much silence can scream until you stopped answering. You deserved better, from us, from me. I was wrong to assume you'd always be fine. I was wrong to assume you didn't need to feel chosen, too. Your father is too proud to say it, but he's ashamed. Tyler's been trying to talk sense into him, but it's hard for him to let go of control. I'm not asking for anything. Just forgiveness, maybe. Someday. I'm so sorry. I hope it's not too late. Love. Mom. I didn't cry when I read it. I wish I could say I did, that there was some dramatic flood of emotion and closure. But the truth is, I felt tired. Like a chapter was closing, and I didn't have the energy to re-enter it just yet. Maybe I would eventually. Maybe I'd call her one day. But I wasn't in a rush. In the weeks that followed, the foreclosure warning turned into a final notice. Tyler, to his credit, stepped up. He got a second job, a real one this time, and moved back into the house to help with expenses. I heard through a mutual friend that he'd been using the envelope of receipts I gave him to push for fairness in the will. He'd even called Dana and started the process to formally renounce parts of the inheritance, trying to shift things back to something more balanced. I didn't interfere. I watched from afar as the family I once carried learned how to carry themselves. And for the first time in years, I let myself breathe. One evening, about 2 months after everything unfolded, I got a card in the mail. No return address, just a plain envelope. Inside was a photo. It was the old Toyota, newly washed, sitting in my parents' driveway with a note under the windshield. We're just borrowing it. Thank you for everything. It's still yours when you want it. I smiled. Not because I needed the car back. I didn't. But because, for once, they understood, it wasn't about the car. It never was. It was about finally being seen. And for the first time in a long time, I was. My name's Daniel, I'm 32, and up until about a month ago, I still thought there might be a version of my family that genuinely cared about me. Not tolerated me, not used me, but actually, truthfully cared. I was wrong. And it took a single dinner, one I hadn't even wanted to attend, for me to finally understand just how deep the rot went. I work in tech, nothing flashy. Not a CEO, not a millionaire. But I'm good at what I do, and I've been careful. I bought my first house at 28, helped my parents get out of debt, and even paid off a chunk of my sister's student loans after her second attempt at college didn't go anywhere. It wasn't because I expected anything in return. Honestly, I just thought that's what family did. You help, you pitch in, you take care of each other. I grew up thinking my mom was this strong, funny, unshakable woman. She could carry 4 grocery bags in each hand. She could negotiate down the price of anything. And she could fry the best chicken you've ever tasted while lecturing you about your posture and asking if you've met someone yet. But somewhere along the line, maybe after Dad left, maybe after my sister moved back in with her kid and no plan, something changed. She got tired, sharper. Not in a clever way. In a bitter, cutting way. Like she'd decided the world owed her something and I was the nearest open wallet. Then there's my sister, Allison. She's 29 and has had more fresh starts than I can count. She tried interior design school, then real estate. Then she was going to make it big on Etsy, but I'm still waiting for her to ship the first thing she ever listed. She moved back home after her boyfriend. Well, her third boyfriend in 2 years got caught stealing from his job. I told her she could stay with me for a few weeks while things cooled down. 2 weeks turned into 4 months. And during those 4 months, my groceries disappeared, my Wi-Fi bill doubled, and my name got dragged into every fight she had with her ex. When I finally asked her to move out, she said, "You're just mad you'll be alone again." I laughed. Then I locked the bedroom door and slept like a rock for the first time in weeks. Anyway, this dinner. It was supposed to be casual, just a family catch-up, as Mom put it. But I knew the moment I pulled up and saw 3 cars I didn't recognize that something was off. I walked in, and there were like 12 people in the dining room. Cousins I hadn't seen in years. My Aunt Ruth from Philly, who only shows up when she's bored or broke. My mom was beaming. My sister rolled her eyes like she'd already had 3 glasses of wine. I greeted everyone, set down the bottle of wine I brought, and barely had time to sit before the backhanded comments started flying like darts. "So," Ruth said, raising her glass, "to the ones who actually do something with their lives." Her eyes flicked between her own daughter, who just got engaged, and my sister, who sat up straighter like she'd accomplished something. Allison smirked. Not everyone can freeload forever. My cousin chuckled into his napkin. My mom. She just laughed. Laughed. I looked around like someone might object. Maybe Dad would clear his throat and say, "Hey, let's not do that." But of course, he wasn't there. He hadn't been for over a decade, and apparently neither was any shred of decency at that table. I didn't say anything. Just took a sip of water, pulled out my phone, and scrolled to the email I'd read at 8:03 that morning. From the lawyer. Subject line, final transfer of ownership, 2419 Fairmont Avenue. See, here's what nobody at that table knew. Mom's house. The one we grew up in. I bought it 5 years ago. It was a quiet deal. Mom was behind on taxes, the bank was sniffing around, and she begged me not to let us lose it. So I did what I always do, stepped in. Paid off everything. Took over the mortgage. Legally, the house became mine. But emotionally, it was still hers. At least that's how she talked about it to everyone else. I didn't press. I figured, if it gave her some dignity, I'd let her pretend. But a few months ago, I found out she'd been trying to take out a second mortgage on it, using forged documents, claiming she was the owner. I don't know what she needed the money for. Allison? Gambling? Who knows? All I know is I got a call from my bank asking for clarification on a loan request I never filed. That's when I got the lawyer involved. I looked around the table, phone in hand. My thumb hovered over the email, and I let out a small breath through my nose. Then I said, "Cool. Should I read what the lawyer sent me this morning? Or let you find out when the house changes owners next week?" That was it. That one sentence. And suddenly, everything went quiet. Like, dead quiet. You could hear the clink of a fork hitting porcelain. Ruth blinked like she didn't understand. My sister's face drained of color. Mom tilted her head just slightly, her smile frozen like a glitch in a bad simulation. I didn't say another word, just stared at them. And the silence grew heavier. Thicker. Like smoke. Like fog in a closed room. No one moved. No one laughed. And I waited, just long enough to see who would speak first. It was my sister. Allison squinted at me like she was trying to read a foreign language. "What do you mean you got something from a lawyer?" "What lawyer?" I didn't answer her. I turned my gaze to Mom instead. Her smile was gone now, replaced with that tight-lipped expression she used to give me when I asked about things she didn't want to explain, like why she told me we couldn't afford new shoes, but my brother somehow got a new Xbox the next week. She cleared her throat. "Daniel," she said carefully, "let's not turn this into some scene. We're all here to have a nice dinner." A scene. That's what she called it. A scene. I almost laughed. Not loud, not obnoxiously, just this sharp little breath that escaped my nose. I tucked my phone back into my pocket and leaned back, watching her try to rebuild the illusion of control. She glanced at Ruth, then the others, then finally back at me. "You've been under a lot of stress, I know," she added quickly. "With your job and everything. I understand if you feel overwhelmed." Overwhelmed? I paid for this woman's house. I covered her medical bills when she slipped on the porch 2 winters ago. I gave her my time, my money, my trust, over and over again. And she was standing there, brushing me off like a child throwing a tantrum in a supermarket. Aunt Ruth, of course, had to insert herself. "What's he even talking about? What house?" My cousin mumbled. "Wait, is this about the mortgage?" I stayed quiet. I wanted her to say it. And she finally did. Mom's voice dropped to this low, trembling register, like I was the one who'd blindsided her. "Daniel bought the house 5 years ago," she said through gritted teeth. "But it's always been my home. And he said I could live here." "Live here," I repeated, not raising my voice, not letting anything crack. "That was the deal, right? You get to live here. You don't forge my signature to try and pull out a loan. You don't tell everyone you're the owner. You don't lie to a lender, almost tank my credit, and hope I wouldn't find out." Her lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to deny it, but she didn't, because she knew I knew. I had the documents. The rejection letter from the bank, the emails, the forged signature that didn't even match her handwriting. And most importantly, I had the attorney. A real one this time. Not a favor from a friend. Someone with teeth. My sister finally found her voice again. "So what? You're just gonna kick Mom out? After everything she's done?" That was rich. I looked at Allison with the same expression I'd used to give her when she forgot to pick up her kid from daycare. "Everything she's done?" I said. Like turning the house I bought into a personal ATM? Or letting you live rent-free for a year while mocking me at every turn? She stood up abruptly, hands clenched at her sides. You always think you're better than us. That just because you make money, you get to hold it over our heads. No, I said quietly. I think I get to decide who gets to live in my house without trying to stab me in the back. The room was still dead silent, but now it had changed. It wasn't just awkward anymore, it was cold, uncomfortable. Like everyone else had finally realized this wasn't just some harmless family squabble. This was war, and the lines had already been drawn. Ruth stood up and muttered something about needing air. My cousin was texting someone under the table. A fork clinked onto a plate, and Mom just sat there, stunned, as if the mask she'd worn for decades was finally starting to slip. Then came the line that pushed it too far. You're not even a real man, my mom whispered, shaking her head. You don't have a wife. No kids. You hide behind your money because that's all you'll ever have. And that was it. That's when something inside me snapped. I stood up, slowly, placing both hands on the edge of the table. Not angry, not yelling, just done. My heart wasn't even racing. That was the scary part. I was calm, clear. I used to think I was part of this family, I said. Even when you forgot birthdays, even when you lied to my face, even when you took and never once said thank you. But I'm not family. Not really. I'm just a wallet with a heartbeat. A walking ATM that gets laughed at behind his back. Allison opened her mouth to interrupt, but I cut her off with one hand raised. No, I said. You don't get to talk right now. I pulled my phone back out and tapped a few buttons, turning the screen toward my mom. This is the sale agreement, I told her. As of next week, the house transfers to a new owner. I signed it this morning. Mom stared at the screen like it was written in a language she didn't understand. Her hands trembled. Her mouth opened, then closed again. No, she finally said. You're bluffing. I'm not, I said. And I wasn't. But before she could say another word, before the panic really set in, I tucked my phone away again, stepped back from the table, and glanced at the door. I didn't storm out. I didn't make a dramatic exit. I just looked at each of them one by one, my sister, my aunt, my mother, and let the silence speak for itself. And just as I reached for the door handle, my mother's voice cracked across the room. Daniel, please. I paused, but I didn't turn around. Because she didn't say, I'm sorry. She said, please. And that made all the difference. I didn't turn around. Not at first. Just stood there, my hand on the door, letting the silence stretch again. It was heavy now, not just awkward or cold. It was thick with the kind of tension you only get when the illusion finally shatters. When people realize the person they thought would never leave actually might. Please what? I finally said, without turning around. There was a long pause. I could hear a chair creak behind me, like someone stood up, maybe sat back down again. Then came Mom's voice, smaller now. Not weak, not broken, but softer. Almost performative. Don't sell the house. Still, I didn't move. I waited. I know things got out of hand, she said. But this is our home. Your childhood. Your family's history. Our home. Your childhood. As if any of that had ever really belonged to me. Like they hadn't spent the last decade slowly rewriting every part of it to erase me from the picture while still expecting me to fund the frame. Family. I muttered, turning just slightly, enough to glance over my shoulder. Is that what you think this is? She didn't answer. Neither did Allison. She was still standing, arms folded tightly, a pinched look on her face like she wanted to yell something but knew it wouldn't help. And Ruth? She'd stepped outside, I think. Probably already calling her husband to gossip about the scene. I turned fully now, walking back just a few steps into the dining room. Not to stay, not to sit, but to make sure they understood exactly what was happening. You forged my name, I said slowly, my voice clear. You went behind my back and tried to borrow against a property you don't even own. And you didn't do it out of desperation. You did it because you thought I was too stupid or too loyal to notice. It wasn't like that, Mom said. I was going to pay it back. With what? I asked, eyebrows raised. Your retirement? Allison's Etsy career? Allison flinched at that, but said nothing. I shook my head, taking one more step forward. You laughed when they mocked me. You sat there and said nothing. After everything I've done, everything I've given, you couldn't even muster the decency to shut down a cheap insult. Daniel, she said, suddenly snapping out of whatever guilt fog she was trying to project. We're still your family. Don't forget that. I leaned against the edge of the wall near the entryway, arms crossed. That's the thing. You've made it very clear what family means to you. And it's not love. It's leverage. My sister finally cut in again, her voice sharp. So what's the plan, huh? You just throw us out? Let strangers live in our home. Our, I repeated, scoffing. Funny, I don't recall seeing either of your names on the title. Don't be like this, she said. You're doing this out of spite. That made me laugh. Not loudly, but genuinely. Spite. I said. No. Spite would have been selling this place the first time you called me a parasite with a paycheck. Or the time Mom told me I wasn't a real man because I didn't have a family of my own. I didn't mean that, Mom said quickly. It was the wine. I was just upset. You meant it, I said flatly. You all mean everything you say. You just don't like it when I finally listen. That shut them up. I walked into the living room and looked around at all the familiar things. The stained coffee table, the dusty fireplace that hadn't worked in years, the family photos that had slowly pushed me further to the edge of the frame. I found one on a nearby shelf. A picture of me at age 10, gap-toothed, grinning, arms around both Mom and Allison. I remembered that day. I remembered the ice cream afterward. I remembered the warmth. I also remembered asking, years later, what happened to Dad's old tools and being told, oh, we gave those to Jason. You didn't really use them. Jason, the neighbor's kid, the one they still call when they need help fixing something. I put the photo back down gently and turned to leave again. But just as I reached the front door this time, a new voice spoke up. It was Liam, Allison's son, my nephew. He'd been upstairs the whole time, playing games or watching cartoons. Something innocent, something far from this chaos. He stood halfway down the steps now, wearing pajamas and rubbing his eyes. Uncle Daniel, he said, are you mad? I froze. Everything in me went quiet for a second. He looked so small, so confused. And for a brief, painful moment, I felt that old pull again, that instinct to protect, to shield him from the grown-up mess, to clean up after the adults who never quite figured out how to act like them. I'm not mad at you, I said softly. I just have to go. Are you coming back? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I didn't know what to say, because I didn't know if I would, or if I even could. So I just smiled at him, a small, sad smile, and said, we'll talk soon, okay? And with that, I opened the door and stepped out into the night air. Crisp, quiet, free. I stood on the porch for a second, breathing it in. The weight of the dinner, the insults, the years, it all sat on my chest like wet concrete. But under it was relief. I started walking toward my car, the gravel crunching beneath my shoes. And just as I reached the driver's side door, my phone buzzed. One new message. From my lawyer. FYI, they've called 3 times this evening asking about reversing the sale. I haven't responded. Let me know how you'd like to proceed. I stood there under the streetlight, phone in hand, engine off, the keys in my palm. I didn't reply. Not yet. Because they still hadn't heard what I was going to do next. And this time, I was going to make sure they felt it. I slid into the driver's seat, closed the door, and sat in silence with the phone still in my hand. My lawyer's message glared back at me from the screen like it was daring me to say the word. No. No to reversing the sale. No to fixing things one last time. No to pretending any of this had ever been normal. I didn't respond right away. Instead, I turned off the screen and stared out the windshield. The porch light flickered faintly in the distance behind me, casting the familiar outline of the house, my house, onto the gravel and hedges. I thought about everything that had happened in there. Birthdays, holidays, the time I stayed up all night in high school trying to glue a history project back together after my sister spilled juice all over it. I remembered sitting on that couch when Dad left. I remembered helping paint the living room after Mom swore she was starting fresh. So many memories. But memories don't pay for betrayal. I drove off slowly. No screeching tires, no cinematic exit. Just a quiet, steady pull into the night. I wasn't angry anymore. I wasn't even hurt, if I'm being honest. I was done. And that kind of peace? It doesn't explode. It settles. Quietly, completely. And when it does, it changes everything. The next morning, I sent a brief email to my lawyer. Proceed as discussed. Do not respond to further calls. Let the sale go through. He confirmed within minutes. That week was quieter than I expected. No calls from Mom. No angry texts from Allison. Not even a guilt-tripping Facebook post from Aunt Ruth, which, honestly, shocked me. I thought maybe they were planning something, preparing for some grand emotional ambush, maybe even reaching out to distant relatives to try and shame me into reversing course. But instead, silence. I found out why on Thursday. A delivery guy rang my doorbell. He handed me a large envelope marked certified copy, final recording. Inside was the paperwork. The title transfer had officially gone through. The house on Fairmont Avenue no longer belonged to me. I wasn't the landlord. I wasn't the emergency contact. I wasn't even listed as a past resident. It was over. The buyers were a retired couple from Wisconsin who wanted to move closer to their daughter. They'd paid in cash. Fast closing. No haggling. The moment the sale finalized, they'd be given the keys. Move-in date, Saturday at noon. So Friday, I drove by the house one last time. The driveway was crowded. Mom's car, Allison's beat-up sedan, even a rental truck. I guess the silence all week had been them scrambling, packing up their things, figuring out what to take and what to leave. I didn't get out of the car, just watched for a few minutes from across the street. I could see Liam helping carry out boxes. He dropped one, and my sister snapped at him. I saw Mom sitting on the porch steps, rubbing her temples. She looked tired, defeated. For a moment, a small, dangerous moment, I felt that old tug again. That soft whisper that said, "You could still fix this. Walk over. Say something. Offer a spare room." But that voice, it wasn't mine anymore. It was the voice they put in my head. The voice that told me my worth was based on how useful I was to everyone else. The one that told me being the bigger person meant always being the one who paid, who forgave, who showed up. So I turned the car around, drove home, and blocked every number in my phone that shared my blood. That night, just after midnight, I got one last email. From Mom. It was short. No greeting. No sign-off. Just 3 sentences. "You really went through with it. I hope you're happy. You've broken this family." I read it twice. Then again. Then I wrote back. I didn't break anything. I just stopped holding it together. I hit send. Then archived the thread. Saturday came. I didn't go near Fairmont. I didn't need to. The buyers took possession at noon. I received confirmation of the wire transfer that afternoon. The funds cleared instantly. I looked at the amount on the screen and felt nothing. It wasn't about the money anymore. It was never about the money. The real payoff was something no bank could transfer: clarity. In the days that followed, people started to find out. Distant cousins, an old family friend, even a childhood neighbor who emailed me to ask if everything was okay. Apparently, Mom had told people I'd sold the house out of greed, that I'd blindsided her, that I'd left her homeless. But they didn't know the whole story. They didn't know about the fake loan applications, the passive insults, the decades of being treated like an emergency fund with a pulse. And I didn't feel the need to explain it. Not anymore. I was done explaining myself to people who only showed up to take sides when it benefited them. A few weeks later, I ran into Liam at a bookstore. I was in the history section. He was in the comic books. He spotted me first and walked over hesitantly, eyes wide. "Uncle Daniel?" I smiled. "Hey, kiddo." He looked up at me, holding a graphic novel under one arm. "Mom said we can't talk to you anymore." I nodded. I figured she might say that. But he looked down at his shoes. "I wanted to say thank you. For before." "For what?" I asked gently. "For letting us live there. For a long time." I felt my throat tighten. I knelt down to his level. "You didn't do anything wrong, Liam," I said. "You know that, right?" He nodded slowly. "If you ever need anything," I added, "and I mean need, not just want, you can find me." "Okay." He gave a small smile, then hugged me, quick and tight, like he wasn't sure if it was allowed. I let him go. He ran back to his mom, who was already scowling from 2 miles away. I didn't flinch, didn't wave, didn't try to fix it, because that's the thing about families like mine. They only value what they think belongs to them. And once you remind them that you're your own person, that your money, your time, your love isn't just a resource they're entitled to, they call it betrayal. But it's not betrayal. It's survival. Since then, I've been good. I moved to a new place. Smaller, cozier. Just mine. No shared walls. No shared obligations. I started therapy. Traveled a bit. Spent a weekend camping off-grid with a couple of coworkers who don't know anything about my past and didn't ask. It was quiet. Beautiful. Sometimes, I still think about that night at the dinner table. How it all unraveled in a single sentence. How long it really took to get there. And how, somehow, it was exactly what I needed. Let them say what they want. Let them spin their version. I've got my own story now. And this time, I'm the only one writing it. I was 16 when I realized my parents didn't see me as a daughter. They saw me as a second mother, minus the love, minus the respect, and definitely minus the freedom. My name's Lila, and by the time most kids my age were figuring out what they wanted to wear to school or who they were crushing on, I was already deep into grocery lists, dish duty, and keeping track of my little brother's homework schedule like some unpaid assistant with a permanent smile glued to her face. The problem was never just that they gave me responsibilities. It was the way they never gave them to him. Owen, my younger brother by barely 2 years, was treated like a prince. No, like a delicate heir to some invisible throne. And me? I was the handmaid that came with the palace. I didn't always resent it. At first, I thought it meant they trusted me, that I was the mature one. My mom would say it with pride in her voice, like it was a compliment I should wear like a badge. Lila always helps out. She's so responsible. She's not like other teenagers. And I believed her. I wanted to be that person. So I smiled when she handed me laundry to fold, even when it wasn't mine. I nodded when she asked me to prep dinner because she'd had a long day at work, even if I had just gotten back from a full day of school and volleyball practice. I bit my tongue when my dad would walk right past Owen lying on the couch with his phone and say, "Lila, could you get your brother a snack?" As if Owen had lost the use of his legs. But even the strongest dam cracks under pressure. And mine was quietly filling with resentment, drip by drip, every time someone handed me a chore and patted Owen on the back for doing the bare minimum. The house was always bustling with noise in the mornings, but somehow Owen remained untouched by it all. It didn't matter if it was a school day or the weekend. He got his sleep in while I was up at the crack of dawn. My mom claimed it was because boys need more sleep during puberty. She read that somewhere, probably on the back of a cereal box. Meanwhile, I was expected to set the alarm, get breakfast going, pack lunches, and sometimes even make sure Owen's homework was in his bag. And if I dared to forget something? Lila, how could you be so careless? You know how much Owen struggles to stay organized. Right. Heaven forbid he be held accountable for his own life. It wasn't just the chores. It was the way they talked about us, even to others. One Sunday afternoon, we had family friends over, Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence and their daughter, Kira, who was my age but somehow lived like a normal teenager. While we were all chatting in the backyard, my mom laughed and said, "Oh, Owen's our baby. He's got such a gentle heart. And Lila, well, she's basically my right hand. I don't know what I'd do without her." Mrs. Lawrence smiled and said, "That's wonderful, Lila. You must be so helpful around the house." And I nodded, not sure whether to feel proud or sick. I looked at Owen. He was reclining in a lawn chair with a soda in one hand and a smirk on his face like he'd just won the lottery. I think that's when the switch started to flip. Not all at once, but something inside me blinked awake and started paying closer attention. I began noticing the little things I used to let slide. Like how Owen never had to wash his own plate after dinner, but if I left mine in the sink, I'd hear about it before I made it up the stairs. Or how he could leave his dirty laundry on the floor and Mom would say, "Boys will be boys," but if I didn't fold the towels right, it was, "Lila, you're better than this." One morning, I woke up early as usual and found Owen's school project on the dining table, unfinished. I stared at it for a long time. He had a presentation that day. I knew he'd forgotten. I also knew my mom would wake up, freak out, and ask me to help him finish it. It had happened before, but this time I didn't touch it. I made breakfast, packed his lunch, and sat across from him when he finally dragged himself downstairs 10 minutes before we had to leave. He stared at the project, eyes wide, and then at me. "Did you finish it?" he asked, like it was obvious. "No," I said, "it's your project." His jaw twitched. "You always help me." I shrugged and kept eating. He stormed off to get dressed, and 5 minutes later, Mom was at my door. "Lila, what happened with Owen's project?" I kept my voice even. "I didn't touch it. It's his." She stared at me like I'd slapped her. "That's not how we do things in this house." That line rattled in my head the entire car ride. Not how we do things. As in, I had broken an unspoken rule. The rule that I existed to make Owen's life easier. I didn't say anything. But that night, I didn't fold the laundry either. Or prep the lunches. Or wipe down the counters. And when they noticed, it was as if the world had tilted off its axis. My mom scolded me, my dad asked if I was going through a phase, and Owen had the audacity to mutter under his breath, "So you're just lazy now?" That one stuck with me. Lazy. I was up at 6 every morning, cleaning their messes, handling responsibilities I never agreed to. And the first time I paused, I was lazy? Still, I didn't argue. Not yet. I just started saying less, doing less, observing more. I wanted to see how far they'd take it, how quickly the balance would fall apart if I stopped being the glue. Spoiler, it didn't take long. Dinners were late. Lunches were forgotten. The laundry piled up. Owen lost a library book and blamed me. My mom found the trash overflowing and gave me a full lecture on personal responsibility while Owen walked past us barefoot, stepping over the trash like it wasn't there. But the breaking point didn't come from the chores. It came from my birthday. I turned 17 on a Tuesday. Not a big milestone, but I'd hoped for something. Maybe a cake, a card, a happy birthday, without it being an afterthought. But when I walked downstairs that morning, the house was dark. No balloons, no pancakes, no one waiting to surprise me. I made my own toast, packed my own bag, sat at the table in silence while Owen slept in. Again, by the time my mom came down, she was already running late for work. She barely looked at me. "Lila, did you remember to take the chicken out of the freezer?" I blinked. "Do you know what day it is?" She frowned, checked her watch. "Tuesday." I waited. Nothing. Just as she turned to leave, I said quietly, "It's my birthday." She stopped. "Oh, right." She gave a thin smile. "Well, happy birthday, honey. Sorry, I'm swamped today. We'll do something this weekend, okay?" I nodded. She left. That night, there was no dinner out. No cake. Just frozen pizza and silence. Owen complained there were no pepperonis on his slice. I stared at the TV screen as the credits of some sitcom rolled, and something inside me just collapsed. And that, right there, was the moment I decided I wasn't going to stay silent anymore. But I didn't explode. Not right away. I waited. I watched. And I planned. I didn't pack my bags that night. I wanted to. I really did. But instead, I went to my room, shut the door, and stared at the walls for what felt like hours. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was loud. My brain kept replaying every moment of that day like a cruel montage. Waking up alone, the blank look on my mom's face, the half-hearted, "We'll do something this weekend." Owen picking olives off his pizza like that was the biggest injustice of the evening. And the worst part? No one noticed I was hurting. Not even a little. I was invisible unless they needed something. The next day, I got up and went through the motions. Not because I'd forgiven them, but because I wanted to see what would happen if I kept pretending. I took the chicken out of the freezer. I loaded the dishwasher. I texted Owen to remind him about his math test. I smiled when my dad asked if the laundry was done. And they all just accepted it. Like the day before hadn't happened. Like I hadn't spent my birthday alone, eating cold toast while my parents forgot I existed. I think that's when the last piece of me that still wanted to be part of this family started to die. Because now I knew. It wasn't a one-time oversight. It was a pattern. A belief system. I wasn't the daughter. I was the help. That Friday, the betrayal came. And it came quietly, like everything else in our house. No screaming, no drama. Just a quiet little knife slipped between the ribs while you're too distracted to brace for the pain. It started with the parent-teacher night. I didn't ask them to come. I'd learned not to expect that. They'd shown up to a couple when I was younger, mostly when Owen and I were still in elementary school. But after I hit high school, it was like I stopped needing check-ins. My grades were good, my teachers liked me, and more importantly, I didn't cause problems. Owen, on the other hand, had a permanent seat reserved for my parents in the front row. If he so much as missed a homework assignment, my mom was scheduling a meeting. So when I saw both their names on the sign-in sheet that night, I actually smiled a little. Maybe they were here for me. Maybe the birthday guilt finally kicked in. Maybe they were trying to make up for it. I spotted them standing near the refreshments table, holding plastic cups of lukewarm coffee. My dad waved. My mom smiled. I felt this little flicker of hope, until I saw Owen walking behind them. "Oh," I said, trying to sound casual. I didn't know Owen was coming. My mom sipped her coffee and shrugged. "Well, Mr. Delgado emailed me last night about Owen's science grade. It's dipping. We thought we'd drop in, see what's going on." I blinked. "Wait, so you're not here for me?" My dad looked confused. "Well, you're doing fine, right?" I felt my stomach twist. "Yeah, I guess." And that was it. "No, how are your classes?" "No, we're proud of you." Just a half-hearted confirmation that I wasn't falling apart, so they didn't need to bother. The final gut punch came an hour later. We were standing in the hallway near Owen's science class when I heard my mom talking to another parent. "It's tough," she was saying, "having a son who needs so much support. But we're always there for him. He just has such a sensitive spirit, you know?" Meanwhile, our daughter, Lila, she's so independent. Honestly, sometimes I forget she's still in high school. She laughed. She laughed like it was a compliment. I didn't say anything then. I didn't even look at her. I just turned around, walked to the nearest bathroom, locked the stall, and sat down. And I cried. Not loudly. Not in a way anyone could hear. Just silent tears, because that's the only kind I was allowed to have in our house. Quiet emotions. Quiet breakdowns. Quiet daughter. When we got home, I told them I had homework and went straight to my room. But I didn't do homework. I opened a notebook and started writing everything down. Every time they'd overlooked me, every time I'd been called responsible like it was a punishment, every time Owen got praised for doing something I'd been doing every day since I was 12. And for the first time in years, I let myself feel angry. Not sad. Not disappointed. Angry. I wanted out. But more than that, I wanted them to realize what they had lost. A week later, I got my chance. It started with a weekend trip. Not a vacation. Just one of those extended family get-togethers that happen once a year to remind you why you don't like your extended family. My mom's sister, Aunt Celeste, was hosting at her lake house. Everyone was going, cousins, uncles, people I barely remembered. My mom was excited. My dad pretended to be. Owen was dreading it. And me? I was watching from the sidelines again, waiting for the moment they'd assign me the role of trip coordinator without asking. That Friday, the night before we were supposed to leave, my mom handed me a list. Just a few things to pack for the trip. Toiletries, snacks, sunscreen. And make sure Owen remembers his charger this time. I scanned the list. It was 2 pages long. "This is for me." "For us," she corrected, as if that changed anything. "And what's Owen doing?" I asked. She shrugged. "He's finishing his gaming tournament thing. You know how important that is to him." Of course I did. His online game team was named after some kind of pasta. He spent more time with them than with any of us. But God forbid we interrupt the sacred duty of digital warfare to ask him to throw some towels in a bag. That night, I packed. But not for them. I waited until everyone was asleep. Then I pulled out my own duffel and started folding my clothes with the precision of someone escaping a sinking ship. I didn't have a full plan yet. I just knew I wasn't going to that lake house. And I wasn't staying in this house much longer either. But before I left, I wanted them to feel it. The next morning, I pretended like everything was fine. I helped load the car. I smiled when my mom handed me a bag of snacks. Owen grumbled about the Wi-Fi situation at the lake. My dad tried to mediate a fake family vibe by playing old 80s music. I was quiet. And when we got there, I played the role. The helpful daughter. The quiet observer. The background character. Until Sunday afternoon. We were all sitting at a long table outside, eating grilled chicken and potato salad. My aunt was talking about her new kitchen renovation. My uncle was complaining about taxes. And then the conversation shifted, somehow, to kids and their responsibilities. My mom, of course, launched into her usual speech. "Lila's our little manager. Honestly, I don't know how this house would function without her. She's so mature." Everyone nodded. I kept chewing. "And Owen?" Aunt Celeste asked. My mom smiled. "Owen's our dreamer. He's got such a creative mind. I just don't want to crush that spirit, you know?" They all nodded again. And that's when Owen said, with a mouth full of chicken, "Yeah, well, Lila kind of likes doing all that stuff anyway. Makes her feel important." Everyone laughed. Even my mom. And something in me snapped. I didn't say anything at the table. I didn't storm off. But that night, while they were all inside watching a movie, I walked out to the dock and sat at the edge with my feet in the water, thinking. Not just about the trip. Not just about Owen. But about all of it. About how I'd spent 17 years earning a place in a family that only wanted a servant. About how I'd let myself believe that if I worked hard enough, they'd see me. Really see me. And in that moment, I realized something awful. They never would. They didn't want a daughter. They wanted a placeholder. And I was done being one. I stood up, walked back to the house, and packed my bag. I didn't tell anyone. I just zipped it shut, grabbed it by the handles, and stepped out the front door into the cold night air, heart pounding. But just as I reached the edge of the driveway, my phone buzzed. It was a message from my mom. One sentence. We need you to do breakfast tomorrow. That was the moment everything crystallized. The breaking point. The betrayal wasn't a slap or a scream. It was that one line. That casual assumption that I'd still be there. That I hadn't noticed. That I hadn't changed. I stared at the message. And I didn't reply. I turned off my phone, looked out at the dark road ahead of me, and took the first step. I didn't have a plan. Just a full bag and a firm decision that I wasn't going to make breakfast for people who didn't even say goodnight, let alone happy birthday. I walked half a mile down the gravel road that led away from my aunt's lake house, my sneakers crunching against loose stones, and my phone still turned off in my pocket. I don't know what I thought I'd find at the end of that road. Freedom? A sign? Some kind of instant relief? All I found was a wooden bench at the edge of the lake, just past the mailbox line where the pine trees cleared out into open sky. I sat there in the cold for hours, hoodie pulled tight, the straps of my duffel cutting into my shoulder. My breath made little clouds in the air. I probably looked ridiculous. A teenage girl running away from home without a single backup plan. But I didn't feel ridiculous. I felt hollow. And that hollow space? It was the first time in years that I hadn't felt cramped by expectations and orders and guilt. I was alone, but I wasn't suffocating. Around midnight, I turned my phone back on. A flurry of messages popped up like fireworks. Mom, Lila? Dad, where are you? Mom, are you trying to be dramatic? Owen, seriously? You made Mom cry. Mom, Lila, you are overreacting. We need to talk. I didn't reply. I just scrolled and scrolled, looking for something that wasn't there. No, we're sorry. No, are you okay? No, we love you. Just panic. Blame. Annoyance. That night, I messaged someone I hadn't talked to in over a year, my cousin Mia. She was 21 and had moved out the moment she graduated high school. Our family treated her like a cautionary tale. Don't be like Mia, running away just because she didn't like doing chores. But I remembered her differently. She was bold. She had fire. And she never apologized for wanting her own life. I used to admire her. Secretly. Quietly. The way you admire someone you're too afraid to become. I sent one message. Me, hey. I know it's late. I'm near the lake house. I need somewhere to go. Please don't tell my parents. 10 minutes later, she sent an address and a thumbs up emoji. She didn't ask why. She didn't lecture me. She just helped. That ride to Mia's apartment was quiet. She didn't push me to explain, and I was too drained to speak. Her place was small, barely more than a studio, but it felt like a palace. There was a futon in the corner and a chipped table with mismatched chairs, and I nearly cried from how warm and peaceful it was. She handed me a blanket, a glass of water, and said, "You can stay as long as you want. Just one rule, no walking on eggshells here." I didn't sleep much that night. Too many thoughts buzzing like static. But I finally felt safe. The next morning, I woke up to a different kind of silence. One that didn't demand anything from me. No chores. No yelling. Just the sound of Mia making eggs in the kitchen while some indie song played from her Bluetooth speaker. She looked over and grinned. Hungry. I nodded. And for the first time in forever, someone made breakfast for me. We talked. Slowly. I told her what had happened. Not all at once, just piece by piece, like unpacking bruises that never got to heal. She listened. Really listened. No interruptions, no excuses for my parents. Just empathy. You know, she said as she sipped her coffee. They're going to spin this like you betrayed them. I already knew that. I'd seen the pattern for years. The way they twisted every moment I pushed back into a narrative where I was the problem. The ungrateful daughter. The selfish one. The moody teen. But you didn't betray them, she continued. You just stopped betraying yourself. I didn't say anything. Just stared at my scrambled eggs and let that sentence carve a permanent space in my chest. The fallout came quickly. My mom called every day. Sometimes she left voicemails. Sometimes she just texted walls of guilt. We gave you everything. You're being brainwashed. You'll regret this. Owen even sent a voice memo that was mostly him sighing and muttering. This is so extra. Just come home. I blocked them. It wasn't easy. I cried when I hit block on my mom's number. My hand shook when I did the same to my dad's. But I needed the noise to stop. I needed space to think without the echo of their disappointment in my ears. Mia helped me get a part-time job at the cafe where she worked. It was just a few shifts a week at first, clearing tables, wiping counters, refilling coffee. Nothing glamorous. But every hour I worked was mine. Every dollar I earned had my name on it. and no one expected me to fold someone else's laundry afterward. I enrolled in online classes through the local community college's dual enrollment program, using my school records, and an emergency form Mia helped me file. The counselor I spoke to didn't ask too many questions, just nodded when I said I needed a flexible schedule. I told my school I was transferring out due to family relocation. I figured they didn't need the full soap opera. For the first time in my life, I had control over my time. But don't get me wrong, it wasn't all triumphant music and sunrise montages. There were days I wanted to call home. Days I questioned everything. Days I woke up wondering if I'd made it all worse by walking away. The guilt didn't vanish. It lingered like fog. And rebuilding wasn't quick. It was slow and painful, and I had to unlearn years of thinking my worth came from how much I did for other people. The worst part was how quiet it was. Not the apartment. Mia always had something playing, from true crime podcasts to bad sitcoms. But the emotional quiet. I was so used to noise. So used to being needed. I didn't realize how much of my identity had been wrapped around other people's expectations. Without that, I felt empty, like a blank slate. And that was terrifying. But slowly, that blank slate became freedom. I started journaling. Not like a Dear Diary thing, but lists. Things I liked. Things I wanted to try. Things that scared me. I wrote, cook for myself, and take a bus alone, and sleep in past 9. Little things, but to me, they were rebellions. I dyed my hair, just the ends, a soft blue that looked like sea glass under the light. I thought Mia would tease me, but she just said, took you long enough. I even bought my own cheap laptop, using 2 paychecks worth of tips and a coupon code, and started taking graphic design tutorials online. I didn't know what I wanted to be yet, but for the first time, I had the space to imagine it. Meanwhile, Mia was my rock. She taught me how to budget, how to cook more than just eggs, and how to say no, without adding a dozen apologies after. She never hovered, never parented me. She just supported me, like a real family should. 2 months in, I got promoted to front counter at the cafe. I still wore the apron, still mopped the floors, but now I got to greet people, take orders, smile because I wanted to, not because it was expected. The regulars learned my name. One even asked if I was in school, and said, smart girl like you, you'll go far. I almost cried in the back room, because he saw me. One day, as I was walking to the bus stop, I passed a mother yelling at her daughter in the parking lot. The girl looked about 10. She was holding a smoothie and tearing up as her mom scolded her for spilling some of it on the car seat. I froze, not because the scene was unfamiliar, but because it wasn't. That used to be me, always one mistake away from guilt, always told I had ruined something. And in that moment, I knew, whatever pain I still carried from my family, I wasn't going back. Not to apologize, not to explain, not even to argue, because I wasn't theirs anymore. I was mine. The rise wasn't a single moment. It was hundreds of little ones. Saying no to a shift when I needed rest. Helping a customer because I wanted to, not because I was told to. Sleeping in. Laughing with Mia. Getting an email saying I passed my first college class with an A. It was all of those things and none of them. It was the quiet knowledge that I was healing. And that healing wasn't about revenge. It was about wholeness. Still, a part of me wondered, did they miss me? Did they regret it? Did they even understand what they'd done? And then, a letter came. A real one. Mailed. With my name on it, in my mom's handwriting. I stared at it for a long time. And when I finally opened it, well, let's just say it didn't go the way I thought it would. The envelope was thin, white. The kind you buy in bulk at office supply stores. My name was written neatly across the front in my mother's familiar, careful handwriting. Lila Grace, underlined twice. No return address, just a single forever stamp and the postmark from my hometown. It had been nearly 3 months since I left. 3 months since I'd blocked their numbers, ignored their emails, and resisted the occasional urge to check Owen's social media, just to see if they were pretending everything was fine. I sat on Mia's futon with the envelope in my lap, turning it over like it might detonate. I don't know what I expected to feel, anger, anxiety, maybe even hope, but all I felt was distance. Like the name on the front of that letter belonged to a different girl. Someone who still cried when her mom forgot her birthday. Someone who still believed she could earn her parents' love if she just worked hard enough. I opened it. The letter inside was only a page long. My mom's voice echoed from every sentence. Tight, formal, emotionally guarded. Lila, I hope you're safe. We haven't heard from you in weeks, and while I don't agree with the way you left, I want you to know the door is always open. Your father and I are deeply hurt by your decision, especially after everything we've done for you. Owen is struggling. Your absence has affected him more than I expected. He's falling behind in school and seems angry all the time. I hope you'll consider coming home. I think, with time and communication, we can move past this phase and get back to being a family again. You're almost 18. Decisions have consequences. Please remember who's always been there for you. Love, Mom. That last line, please remember who's always been there for you, burned. Not because it was true, but because it wasn't. And she knew it. I folded the letter neatly and placed it back in the envelope. Then I went to the kitchen, grabbed a magnet off Mia's fridge, and stuck it right next to her grocery list. Not because I needed to remember it, but because I needed to see it every day. I needed to remember how far I'd come. Mia read it later that night, while waiting for her pasta to boil. She didn't say anything until she reached the last line. Then she let out a dry laugh and said, "Well, that's manipulative." I raised my eyebrows. "You think it's bait?" "Absolutely," she said. "They're losing control of you, and they hate it. So now they're dangling guilt like a fishing line. They want you to bite." I nodded slowly. She was right. I'd seen the same tactics in different forms for years. This was just a new coat of paint. But this time, I wasn't a child staring at a wall of disappointment, trying to make sense of it. I was someone else now, someone they hadn't accounted for. And that's when the idea started. It wasn't revenge at first. Not exactly. It was more like curiosity. A question, sharp and quiet. What would happen if I stopped playing by their rules altogether? What would happen if I finally took all the skills, all the organization, all the behind-the-scenes knowledge I had about our family, and turned it into leverage? I wasn't talking about burning down their house or screaming at them in public. That's not how I work. That's never how I worked. I wasn't the type to explode. I was the type to prepare. So I started preparing. The first step? Understanding what they needed from me now. I watched Owen's Instagram, finally unblocking just long enough to scan his posts. His captions were shorter. His eyes didn't sparkle the way they used to. No selfies. No group shots with his online friends. He looked lost. Probably because no one was making sure his life ran smoothly anymore. Next, I checked in on my school email, something I hadn't done in weeks. I found 3 emails from my old guidance counselor, 1 from my chemistry teacher, and 2 from the school office. And then I saw the email from the scholarship board. Apparently, I'd been nominated by one of my teachers for a college prep grant. A small one, but enough to cover course fees and books for a year of community college. The catch? I had to respond by the end of the month. I'd almost missed it. Mia sat across from me at the kitchen table while I reread the email. "You thinking what I'm thinking?" she asked, chewing the end of her pen. I nodded. "If I go through with this, I could apply to transfer out next fall. Get my own place. Full independence." "You'd need more money," she said, but I could see the gleam in her eye. "I'll figure it out," I said. "I'm used to juggling 10 things at once. Except now it's for me." I applied for the scholarship that night. Then I emailed the community college and updated my profile with my new address, using Mia's apartment. I filled out every form like I was laying down chess pieces, every move designed to shift the power away from the people who thought I'd come crawling back. Then I did something I never thought I'd do. I emailed my parents. Not a letter, not a text, an email. Cold, professional, bullet-pointed. "Dear Mom and Dad, I received your letter. Thank you for your concern. I'm safe and financially independent. I've enrolled in dual enrollment classes through community college. I've received a scholarship opportunity, which I intend to pursue. I appreciate the support you gave me during childhood. However, I no longer accept the imbalance in our relationship. Until you acknowledge the patterns that led me to leave, without gaslighting, guilt-tripping, or justifications, I will not be returning home. I wish Owen the best. Lila." I didn't sign it "Love, Lila." I didn't soften the tone. I hit send, and then blocked their email addresses, too. Not because I wanted to be cruel, but because I wanted clarity. I wanted to reclaim my voice. On my terms. The next day, Mia and I took a walk around town, window shopping and sipping coffee. She was quiet for a while, then said, "You ever think about what your life would have looked like if they'd actually supported you?" "Sometimes," I said, "but I also wonder if I'd still be this version of me if they had." She gave me a long look. "You know, that's kind of poetic." I smiled. "Don't get used to it." That night, As I lay in bed, an idea struck me, one that made me sit up and grab my notebook. If they thought I was done, they were wrong. I wasn't going back to beg, but I was going to remind them exactly who I had been in that house, and what it meant to lose me. I made a list. Every holiday, every family event, every little thing I used to plan, coordinate, or fix without ever getting credit. Birthdays, grocery shopping, school project deadlines, bill reminders, chore charts, even the Wi-Fi password. I had updated it last summer after Owen changed it to something stupid and forgot it. Then I got a flash of brilliance. They were still using my email address to log into half the household's digital accounts. Netflix, Spotify, Amazon, the shared cloud drive with all the family photos I had organized by year. All of it under my login. And I was still paying for 2 of those subscriptions. One from a Visa gift card my grandparents gave me last Christmas. I hadn't noticed because I barely checked the balance. That weekend, I logged into each account, one by one. I didn't cancel them. Not yet. Instead, I changed the passwords. Then I set the recovery email to my new one. Then I added a note to each account profile. This account is no longer managed by your unpaid housekeeper. Best of luck finding the remote. Mia laughed so hard, she dropped her cereal. Petty queen, she said between bites. But I wasn't done. Next, I made a checklist of the things I used to do. Owen's calendar reminders, his project supplies, my dad's don't forget sticky notes, my mom's meal plans. Then I scheduled messages. Yes, scheduled. Emails to be sent over the next month. All from a dummy email I created under a fake name, former daughter services. Each email was polite. Just a gentle reminder. Hello? This is a courtesy notification that Owen's midterm project is due in 2 days. You may want to check if anyone's actually started it. Reminder, monthly prescription refill for mom's migraine medication. Remember, Lila won't be making that call anymore. Hi there. Family Day is this Saturday. Don't forget to RSVP to the potluck you always made Lila bring food to. I timed them perfectly. Enough to rattle them. Not enough to start a war. I didn't want revenge through destruction. I wanted revenge through clarity. Through showing them exactly how much I had carried and how silently I had done it. And now, how it all unraveled without me. The final piece? The family group chat. I hadn't opened it since I left, but I still had access. One night, I typed a message. Just a few lines. Hey, just wanted to say thank you for teaching me what not to tolerate. I'm doing well now. I hope you figure out how to function without me. Good luck. Then I left the group. No dramatic exit. No shouting match. Just the soft click of a door closing. The emails started landing like little time bombs. Not all at once. No, I was more methodical than that. I wanted them spaced out. Just enough time between each one to give them a moment to recover before the next blow hit. Not to hurt them, necessarily, but to disorient them. To show them how many invisible plates I had been spinning on their behalf. How much of their life I had been quietly managing behind the curtain. The first email went out on a Wednesday morning. A reminder that Owen's science fair project, the one he had barely started back when I lived at home, was due in 3 days. I included a polite note. You may want to double-check the rubric to make sure everything's included. I'd help, but I'm no longer available for last-minute miracles. I imagined the look on my mom's face as she read that, coffee in hand, phone buzzing with a million responsibilities she used to pass off to me without a second thought. I imagined her scrolling, rereading it, realizing she had no clue where Owen even left the poster board from last year. The next email followed 2 days later. This one was for my dad. Hello? Your car's insurance renewal deadline is next week. You've missed it before, and I used to set calendar alerts for you. Might be a good time to sign up for those yourself. Mia watched me press send, eyebrows raised. You're savage. I didn't smile. I just said, no, I'm accurate. That weekend, I finally logged into the shared Google Drive that stored all our family's files. Photos, tax records, password spreadsheets, meal plans, emergency contacts, everything. And all of it was organized by me. I took my time sorting through it. Downloaded my personal files, my school documents, my essay drafts, my photo albums. Then I deleted my folders from the shared space. All the rest, I left exactly where it was. Except I renamed the top-level folder. It used to say, Family Stuff. I changed it to, Try doing it yourself. I logged out and never looked back. The next week, the fallout really began. I didn't hear about it firsthand, of course. I had no contact with them. But small ripples started surfacing from people around the edges, friends of the family, neighbors, old teachers who still followed me on social media. My former English teacher sent me a DM. Saw your mom at the store. She looked tired. Mentioned something about being spread thin lately. Hope you're doing well. Oh, I was doing well. I was thriving. Meanwhile, I heard Owen had to redo his science project from scratch. Apparently, he brought a half-finished board to school and blamed technical issues for why it wasn't done. That earned him a 0. And for once, my parents couldn't email a teacher into magically fixing it. Because the responsible one wasn't there anymore to pick up the slack. And then came the potluck. Family Day at our community center was a big deal. One of the few events where our entire extended family came together. Every year, my mom brought her famous lasagna. Correction, I made the lasagna. My mom just plated it and smiled for photos. This year, Mia and I showed up. We weren't invited, but the event was open to the public, and I had every right to be there. I walked in wearing a deep blue dress, hair down, makeup subtle, confident, calm, whole. My parents were already at their table. My mom turned first. Her eyes widened. Her mouth opened slightly, then shut again. Owen sat next to her, face pale. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. I didn't walk over. I didn't wave. I just sat with Mia and a few cousins on the other side of the room. And that's when I heard it, the whisper from Aunt Celeste. Did you hear? Lila moved out. On her own. Got a job. Enrolled in college courses. All before 18. I caught a few heads turn. Some clapped softly. A couple of the older relatives gave approving nods. My mom's face flushed deep red. I wasn't trying to humiliate her. Not really. But for once, the spotlight was on me. Not for how well I served others, but for how boldly I had saved myself. Halfway through the event, the organizer walked over to our table. Hey, Lila, you used to bring that lasagna, right? People are asking if it's here. I smiled. Not this year. He looked disappointed. Well, if you ever want to share the recipe. I don't think I'll be handing it over, I said sweetly. Some things are earned, not gifted. Later, as the event wound down, I saw Owen making his way toward me. He looked uncomfortable, hands shoved in his pockets, shoulders hunched. Hey, he said quietly, stopping a few feet away. You look different. I am different, I said. He glanced at the floor. Mom's been a mess. She keeps saying you'll come around. I tilted my head. What do you think? He hesitated. I didn't realize how much you did until you left. That surprised me. He looked up, and for the first time in a long time, his expression wasn't smug. It was regretful. I'm not saying sorry just to say it, he said. I was a brat. You did everything. And I thought it was normal. I think Mom and Dad thought so too. They're still mad, but I don't know. Maybe you were right to leave. I didn't respond right away. I didn't trust words anymore, not unless they came with actions. But something in his voice sounded genuine. Not perfect, not mature, but different. I'm glad you're realizing it, I said finally. That's step 1. He nodded. Step 2. Living without me. That made him crack a small, sheepish smile. Fair. I walked away without hugging him. I wasn't ready for that. But it didn't sting like it used to. I wasn't holding on to hope that they'd change anymore. I was simply letting go. 2 weeks later, I got a letter in the mail. This time, it wasn't from my mom. It was from my grandmother, my dad's mom. She had always been the quiet observer in the family, never really picking sides, never making waves. But she had noticed things. More than I realized. Dear Lila, I heard about everything. I won't pretend I know what it felt like, but I'm proud of you. I saw how they leaned on you. Too much. You were a child, and they treated you like a second parent. That's not fair. That's not love. That's dependency. Enclosed as a check. Don't tell your parents. It's not much, but it's yours. For school. For rent. For whatever helps you keep building this new life of yours. You didn't abandon them. You just saved yourself. Love. Grandma. I cried when I read that. Real, shaking, ugly tears. The kind that only come when someone finally says the thing you've been dying to hear for years. The check was for $2,000. It covered a semester's worth of books, 2 months' rent, and a cushion I'd never had before. I wrote her back. A thank you letter. And I promised her I'd pay it forward one day. A few months later, I moved into a tiny studio apartment of my own, not far from Mia, but finally mine. I still worked the cafe job, but I'd picked up some freelance graphic design gigs online. My grades were solid. My life was stable, quiet, peaceful. Sometimes, I'd still think about them. My parents. Owen. The house I grew up in. But it didn't ache anymore. It felt distant, like something I'd survived. And that was the real revenge. Not the deleted files, or the snarky emails, or the missing lasagna. The real revenge was my joy, my stability, my freedom. Because nothing unsettles the people who tried to control you more than seeing you live a beautiful life without them. And I did. Final line. They stopped calling. And I never looked back. I never thought Thanksgiving would be the day my family turned against me. You hear stories about money ruining relationships, about how people change when they realize you have something they don't, but I never thought it would happen to me. My name's Michael, I'm 28, and up until a few weeks ago, I had what I thought was a pretty normal, if somewhat tense, relationship with my family. I grew up in a middle-class household with my parents and my older brother, James. James is 31, but you wouldn't know it from the way he acts. He's the kind of guy who's always had an excuse for why his life isn't going the way he wants. If he lost a job, it was because his boss had it out for him. If he got dumped, it was because women only care about money. If he didn't pay someone back, well, they should have known better than to lend him anything in the first place. That kind of person. Meanwhile, I was always the quiet, responsible one. I kept my head down, worked hard, and never asked anyone for anything. It's not that I was particularly close to my family, but I still saw them on holidays, played the part of the good son, and tried to keep the peace whenever James started complaining about how unfair life was. What my family didn't know was that I had been building something for myself in secret. A few years ago, I stumbled into a business opportunity, one that, through a lot of late nights, sacrifices, and sheer persistence, turned into something far bigger than I ever imagined. I won't go into details, but let's just say that through smart investments and passive income, I had managed to accumulate over $10 million. I never flaunted it. I never bought a flashy car or a ridiculous mansion. As far as my family knew, I was just doing fine. And that's exactly how I wanted it. Then Thanksgiving happened. It started out like any other holiday gathering, forced smiles, small talk, and my mom making sure everyone knew how hard she worked to put everything together. The usual. I was sitting at the dining table, trying to mind my own business while James went on yet another rant about how expensive everything was these days. Rent was too high, wages were too low, the government was useless, on and on he went, barely stopping to breathe. At some point, my mom sighed and shook her head. "If only you had some help," she said, giving me a pointed look. "It's so unfair how some people have it easy while others struggle." I ignored it. I was used to little comments like that. Then came the moment that changed everything. After dinner, everyone was taking pictures, and my dad asked James to take one of the whole family. James grumbled, but agreed. I handed him my phone since I was sitting closest, and that was my mistake. Instead of just opening the camera app, he swiped up, either by accident or out of curiosity, I don't know. But what I do know is that he saw something he shouldn't have. One of my investment apps was still open, displaying my account balance right there on the screen. And just like that, the air in the room changed. James went silent. His expression, once filled with boredom and annoyance, twisted into something else entirely. His eyebrows shot up, his mouth parted slightly, and for a second, he looked like he wasn't sure if he was reading it correctly. Then, without warning, he turned the phone around and held it up for everyone to see. "Michael," he said, his voice dangerously calm. "What is this?" I felt my stomach drop. My mom leaned in, squinting at the screen. My dad, who had been half asleep in his chair, sat up straighter. Even my aunt, who normally stayed out of drama, was craning her neck to get a better look. James turned the phone back to himself and read the number aloud. $10 million. His voice grew louder with each word, like he couldn't believe what he was saying. A heavy silence fell over the room. Then my mom gasped. "Michael," she whispered, clutching her chest like she had just received the most shocking news of her life. "Is this real?" I wanted to snatch the phone back, to deny it, to laugh it off as some kind of mistake. But there was no point. The damage was done. James let out a short, humorless laugh and tossed the phone onto the table. "So while the rest of us are struggling, you've just been sitting on millions?" He shook his head, his voice dripping with something between disbelief and fury. "Are you serious right now?" I started, but I didn't even know what to say. James wasn't done. "You've been letting mom and dad pay for stuff when you come visit. You've been sitting there listening to me talk about how hard things are, acting like you're just some average guy. But you're a freaking millionaire." His voice rose, his hands gesturing wildly. "And you never thought to help out your own family?" My dad, normally a quiet man, folded his arms and nodded. Yeah, Michael. My mom's face twisted in disappointment. We've always been there for you, she said, her voice thick with something between hurt and accusation. And you didn't think to share? I could feel the pressure building in the room. It was like I was suddenly a stranger in my own family, like they were seeing me through an entirely different lens. James sat back in his chair and let out a slow breath. Then he looked me dead in the eye and said the words that would set everything in motion. You owe me. I blinked. What? He crossed his arms. You. Oh. Me. He said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. You know I've been struggling. You know I could use the money way more than you. And you just sat there and let me suffer. I glanced around the room, looking for anyone who might see how ridiculous this was. But instead of support, all I saw were expectant faces. James is right, my mom said softly. You don't need all of that, Michael. Not when your own brother is struggling. I felt a knot form in my stomach. This wasn't just shock anymore. This was something deeper, something uglier. James smirked, like he could already see me giving in. So, he said, leaning forward, how much are you giving me? I stared at him, my heart pounding in my chest. The audacity, the sheer entitlement. James wasn't asking. He was demanding. And what was worse, my family wasn't shutting him down. They were waiting, expecting me to comply, like it was some foregone conclusion that I'd just hand over my hard-earned money because James decided he deserved it more. I took a slow breath, trying to keep my voice steady. I don't owe you anything. The room went still. James' smirk faded. My mom gasped like I had just slapped her across the face. My dad's jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing. James let out a sharp laugh, shaking his head. Are you serious right now? His voice was laced with disbelief, but underneath, I could hear the anger bubbling up. Yes, I said firmly. I worked for this. I built it. You don't get to demand a cut just because you think life is unfair. James scoffed. Built it? Oh, give me a break. What? You worked a couple of desk jobs and got lucky with some investments. That's not building anything. He leaned forward, jabbing a finger in my direction. Meanwhile, I've been busting my ass for years. No, I cut in, my patience wearing thin. You've been making excuses for years. His eyes flared. You've had jobs, I continued. You've had opportunities. But every single time, you either quit, got fired, or spent your money on stupid stuff instead of being responsible. And now you want me to clean up your mess? No, absolutely not. James' face turned red. You think you're better than me, huh? I think I made better choices than you, I said bluntly. My mom let out a wounded sigh. Michael, honey, you don't understand how hard James has had it. I snapped my head toward her. Hard? Mom, he's 31. He had the same start I did. He had help from you and Dad. He blew it. That's not my fault. James pushed himself up from his chair so fast it scraped loudly against the floor. Unbelievable, he muttered, pacing the room. You're actually gonna sit there, with $10 million in your account, and act like you can't help your own family? I gritted my teeth. It's not about helping. It's about you thinking you're entitled to it. James let out a humorless laugh. Wow. Just, wow. He turned to my parents, motioning toward me like I was some kind of freak of nature. Do you hear him? Do you see how selfish he is? My mom shook her head, disappointment etched into her face. I just don't understand, Michael. We raised you better than this. I clenched my fists under the table. You raised me to be responsible, to work hard, to take care of myself. I exhaled sharply, trying to keep my temper in check, not to be an ATM for people who refuse to do the same. James stopped pacing and turned to me with an ugly sneer. You know what? Fine. Keep your stupid money. See what happens when you need family one day. I let out a dry chuckle. Yeah? And when exactly has family ever been there for me, James? That shut him up. Because the truth was, I never once asked them for help. Not when I was struggling to pay rent in my early 20s. Not when I was pulling all-nighters, working 2 jobs while trying to build something for myself. Not once. And yet, the moment they found out I had money, they expected me to give it up. The silence in the room was heavy. My dad shifted uncomfortably, looking like he wanted to say something but thinking better of it. My mom just shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. Though whether they were from sadness or sheer disappointment, I couldn't tell. James, however, wasn't done. You know what? He said suddenly, his voice calmer now, too calm. You're right. You don't owe me anything. I eyed him warily. Glad you finally understand. He smiled. A slow, unsettling smile. But you do owe Mom and Dad. My stomach dropped. And just like that, the guilt tripping shifted. My mom's lip trembled. We did everything for you, Michael. Her voice was soft now, filled with hurt. We put food on the table. We gave you a home. We sacrificed so much to make sure you had a good life. Oh, here we go. I let out a slow breath, bracing myself. Mom, she wiped at her eyes, shaking her head. And now, when you have more than enough to help the people who raised you, you just refuse? My dad, who had been silent for most of the conversation, finally spoke up. We're not getting any younger, Michael. Some support would be nice. James folded his arms, smirking like he had just played the winning card. Yeah, Mike. What kind of son wouldn't take care of his parents? Unbelievable. I knew exactly what they were doing. They realized the whole, help your struggling brother, angle wasn't going to work, so now they were pivoting, turning it into a you're a bad son argument, trying to manipulate me into guilt-tripping myself. I forced myself to stay calm. I appreciate everything you've done for me, I said slowly. But you don't get to turn that into a bill. Parenting isn't a loan expecting repayment. James scoffed. So that's it? You're just going to hoard all that money and let mom and dad struggle? Struggle? They weren't struggling. They had a perfectly fine house. My dad was retired. My mom still had a part-time job that she enjoyed. They weren't exactly living in luxury, but they weren't scraping by either. This wasn't about necessity. This was about greed. And the way James was grinning told me he thought he had one. That this new angle was going to break me down. He had no idea who he was dealing with. I looked around the table, taking in the faces of my family, the people I had spent my entire life thinking I could trust. Then I made my decision. I stood up, pushed my chair in, picked up my phone from the table and slid it into my pocket. And then I turned to James. You want to know how much I'm giving you? I asked, my voice eerily calm. His grin widened. That's more like it. I smirked. Nothing. James' face fell. And before he could start screaming, before my mom could launch into another guilt trip, before my dad could even open his mouth, I turned and walked straight out the door. But this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. I barely made it to my car before my phone started blowing up. At first, it was just the family group chat. My mom, my dad, and James all firing off messages one after another. Mom texted, Michael, please come back inside. We need to talk about this. Dad texted, don't do something you'll regret. Family is everything. James texted, you're a selfish piece of garbage. You actually think you're better than us? You're nothing without this family? You hear me? I stared at the messages, a cold knot forming in my stomach. I had expected them to be upset, sure. But something about James' last message sent a shiver down my spine. I locked my phone and started the engine. They weren't getting a response. Not tonight. But when I got home, I realized they weren't just stopping at text messages. The first thing I saw when I opened my phone again was a notification from social media. Mom tagged me in a post. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Against my better judgment, I clicked on it. And there it was. A long, dramatic post, written in the way only an entitled parent could. It breaks my heart to say this, but sometimes, the people we love the most can hurt us the deepest. We've always done everything we could for our son, Michael. We raised him with love, gave him everything we had, and supported him no matter what. But now that he's successful, now that he has more than enough to help his own family, he has chosen greed over love. Imagine finding out your own son is a multimillionaire and refuses to help his struggling parents and brother, despite everything we've done for him. We never raised him to be this selfish. I don't know where we went wrong. I'm absolutely devastated. She even had the nerve to add a sad face emoji at the end. And it was already blowing up. Dozens of comments flooded in from distant relatives, old family friends, and even people I barely remembered from high school. Oh my God, I'm so sorry you're going through this. Some people just forget where they came from once they get money. That is disgusting. You did everything for him, and this is how he repays you. Michael should be ashamed of himself. Family comes first. And of course, the one that really got under my skin. He probably thinks he's better than the rest of you now that he has money. Typical. I clenched my jaw. Unbelievable. She had twisted the story so perfectly, painting herself and James as helpless victims while making me look like some greedy monster who had abandoned his poor, suffering family. And James? Oh, he was loving it. He had commented under her post, "It's okay, Mom. Some people just show their true colors when money gets involved. Guess I never really had a brother after all." I exhaled sharply through my nose, trying to keep my temper in check. Oh, they wanted to play dirty? Fine. Let's play. I took a screenshot of the post. Then, I started typing. Funny how my family never once cared about my work, my struggles, or the years I spent building something from the ground up. But the second they find out I have money, suddenly I'm nothing more than a bank account to them. I said no to giving my entitled brother a handout, and now they're trying to manipulate the entire internet into believing I'm a bad son. You want the truth? Let's talk about the truth. I hit post, and that was just the beginning. I barely had time to process the chaos unfolding online before there was a furious pounding at my front door. I knew who it was before I even checked the peephole. James. And he wasn't alone. My parents stood behind him, my mother clutching her phone like it was a lifeline, my father standing there with that familiar disapproving glare, the one he always gave me whenever I didn't fall in line. I debated ignoring them, pretending I wasn't home, but the pounding got louder. Then James started shouting, "Open the door, Michael. Be a man and face us." I sighed, running a hand down my face. Fine, let's get this over with. I swung the door open and immediately, my mother launched into her performance. "Michael, I can't believe you'd humiliate us like this. How could you post something like that? Do you have any idea what people are saying about us now?" I let out a short laugh. "Oh, now you care about what people are saying? Maybe you should have thought of that before you blasted me all over social media." She gasped like I'd slapped her. "I only told the truth. Unlike you, who's been keeping secrets from your own family. Do you know how much that hurt us, finding out the way we did? And instead of apologizing, you throw a tantrum online." I crossed my arms. "You mean I defended myself after you tried to turn everyone against me?" "Yeah, I'm not sorry for that." James stepped forward, shoving a finger in my face. "You think you're better than us, huh? Just because you got lucky and made some money? You wouldn't even have anything if it weren't for us. We raised you, supported you." I cut him off. "You supported me? With what? Your ability to sit on the couch all day? The only thing you've ever done for me is demand handouts." His face turned red. "You ungrateful little enough," I said, my voice low but firm. "I'm done with this. I'm done with you. You all made it very clear tonight that I'm nothing but a paycheck to you. So fine. If all you care about is money, here." I reached into my pocket, pulled out a single penny, and flicked it at James. It hit his chest and clattered onto the floor. "There's your cut." His eyes widened in disbelief. "You think this is funny?" "A little," I admitted. My father's face twisted in disgust. "Michael, you're making a mistake. Family is all you have in this world." I met his gaze, feeling a strange sense of calm wash over me. "No, you made a mistake. You showed me exactly who you are. And now I'm returning the favor." I stepped back into my house and started closing the door. "Don't call. Don't text. Don't show up here again. We're done." My mother's voice wavered. "Michael, wait." I shut the door, locked it, and for the first time in my life, I felt truly free. It's been 6 months since that night, and honestly, cutting them off was the best decision I've ever made. At first, they didn't take me seriously. My mom sent guilt-trippy messages about how a mother's love is unconditional and how she would always forgive me if I just did the right thing. Translation, handed over my money. James kept sending angry texts, alternating between calling me selfish and trying to give me one last chance to make things right. My dad, as expected, played the disappointed patriarch, sending a single text, "You'll regret this someday." I ignored them all. Then the escalation started. Relatives I hadn't spoken to in years suddenly crawled out of the woodwork, sending me long-winded messages about family duty and how I was the one being immature for refusing to help those in need. A few of them got aggressive, calling me a traitor, a disgrace, and every other name in the book. Someone, I'm guessing my mother, tried to log into one of my accounts, probably hoping to redistribute my wealth for me. Luckily, I had two-factor authentication on everything. When they realized I wasn't budging, they went nuclear. James posted a dramatic final message on social media, calling me a soulless sellout who abandoned his own family for greed. My mom made another long post about how she was praying for me to find my way back to the people who truly loved me. Some of my more distant relatives ate it up, commenting things like, "Stay strong, Mama, he'll come back when he realizes money can't buy happiness." But I didn't respond. I just let them scream into the void. Eventually, they got bored. The text slowed. The social media posts stopped. And life moved on. So where am I now? I'm happy. Really, truly happy. Without their constant negativity weighing me down, I've been able to focus on myself, my goals, and the people in my life who actually care about me, not just my bank account. I even took a trip overseas, something I'd always wanted to do, but never felt free enough to actually go through with. Turns out, life is a whole lot brighter when you're not surrounded by people trying to drain the life and money out of you. And James? Last I heard, he's still exactly where I left him, complaining about how unfair life is, waiting for someone else to fix his problems. So what do you guys think? Was I too harsh? Or did they get exactly what they deserved? Let me know. I'd love to hear your thoughts. My name's Jake. I'm 28, and if you told me a year ago that my life would be flipped upside down by my own family, I probably would have laughed it off. I always thought I had a tough skin. Grew up with a mom who knew how to use words like knives and a younger brother who somehow always got away with everything. But I never imagined I'd reach the point where I'd walk away and not look back. I always thought, no matter what, I'd endure it. Be the responsible one. The provider. The rock, as my dad used to say when things were good. But there's only so many times you can be stepped on before you start wondering if maybe you're the one making it too easy. It started on a Thursday evening. Just a regular day, if I'm honest. I come home from work, late, as usual. I work in finance, managing client portfolios, and with the market the way it's been lately, my hours have gotten longer. I don't mind the grind. I've always worked hard. It's how I paid off Mom's car loan 2 years ago. How I helped cover Daniel's, my younger brother's, college tuition when his scholarships fell through. How I covered the mortgage payments when Dad's hours were cut last fall. Not that I ever made a big deal out of it. I just did what needed to be done. That's what family's supposed to do, right? That night, though, I walked through the door and knew something was off. Mom was in the kitchen, arms folded, glaring at the empty sink like it had personally offended her. Daniel was sitting on the couch with his usual smug look, flipping through channels and not even acknowledging me. I asked what was going on, and Mom just snapped. "Where have you been?" she asked, her voice already sharp. "Work," I replied, dropping my keys into the bowl by the door. "Same as always." She turned toward me like I'd said something offensive. "You don't think we could have used some help around here? Dishes are piling up, and the trash hasn't been taken out." I blinked. "Daniel's been here all day. Why is this suddenly my job?" That's when Daniel chimed in without even looking up from the TV. "Because you're the one who thinks he's the man of the house. Act like it." I looked between the two of them, genuinely stunned. I didn't know what was happening. It wasn't about dishes or trash. It was something deeper. A resentment that had been simmering beneath the surface for a long time, apparently. "I've been paying the bills," I said, keeping my voice level. "I'm not trying to throw it in anyone's face, but you can't treat me like some unpaid intern around here." That's when Mom exploded. She stepped forward, finger pointed, eyes wide with rage. "You think throwing money around makes you important? You're not doing us favors, Jake. You're just a burden with a wallet. You're not family. You're an obligation." It was so loud, I swear even the neighbors must have flinched. I stood there, stunned, the room spinning slightly. I've heard her say cruel things before, usually during arguments with Dad, but never like this. Never directed at me so plainly, so violently. She wasn't done. "You think we need you? We'd be better off without you dragging everyone down." I didn't say a word. Not right away. I just stood there, feeling my face flush and my heart pound in my chest. There was a dull ringing in my ears, like my body was trying to drown out her words, but they still landed. Each one. And Daniel just smirked, like he was finally watching a scene he'd been waiting for. I turned around and walked up the stairs. My hands were shaking and my throat was tight, but I moved on autopilot. I packed a single suitcase, just the essentials. A few clothes, my laptop, the external hard drive with all my work documents, and a small lockbox with my important papers. I didn't say goodbye. Didn't slam a door. I just walked out. That night, I drove to a cheap motel 2 towns over and stayed there for the weekend. On Sunday, I signed a lease for a 1-bedroom apartment closer to work. It was small, quiet, and mine. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't need to. The next few weeks were eerily quiet. No calls, no texts. I half expected Mom to reach out, maybe even apologize in her roundabout way, but nothing came. Daniel didn't check in either. It was like I'd been scrubbed out of the family photo album and nobody even blinked. And, as much as it stung, a part of me was relieved. There was peace in that silence. An ache, sure, but peace. Then, 2.5 weeks after I left, I got a text from Daniel. "Why isn't the mortgage covered this month?" I stared at the message for a long time. Not because I didn't know what to say, but because I wanted to take a moment and really feel the weight of what I was about to do. For so long, I've been the one quietly holding the family together financially. I covered the $2,100 mortgage every month, set up the auto pay myself, and never asked for recognition. And now? Now they were realizing what it meant for me to be gone. I typed back one sentence. Guess you're better off without me. And I hit send. The message was delivered. Read. But no reply came. No follow-up. No apology. Just that long, drawn-out silence that suddenly felt a lot heavier on their end than mine. I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the screen, waiting. But nothing came. That silence said everything. And that's when I realized they finally felt the absence they thought they wanted. I didn't hear anything from them for the next 2 days. No texts. No calls. Just silence. At first, I thought they were trying to play it cool, maybe convince themselves they could handle things on their own. But by the third day, the dam started to crack. It started with a voicemail from Mom. Her tone was unusually polite, strained, like she was trying to wrap her bitterness in bubble wrap. She said something about a little hiccup with the mortgage and asked if I could help out, just for this month. As if the last conversation hadn't happened. As if I hadn't been called a burden and told I wasn't family. No apology, no acknowledgement, just a request, almost like a demand wrapped in fake niceties. I didn't respond. That's when Daniel texted again. This time, his tone was much less polite. You're seriously going to ignore Mom? This is your responsibility too. My responsibility? I laughed out loud. I hadn't spoken to either of them in nearly a month. They told me they were better off without me. And now that the financial safety net was gone, suddenly I was back to being needed. I didn't reply to him either. But I knew this was only the beginning. The following week, I got a call at work. I didn't recognize the number, but I picked it up anyway. Jake, came a familiar voice, Dad. Now, to be clear, my dad isn't usually part of the equation. He's quiet, distant. The kind of man who watches the chaos from the sidelines and occasionally throws out a "let's all calm down," like that ever fixed anything. But he was calling now, and that alone was strange. Hey, I said cautiously. He sighed. Listen, I know things have been tense. Tense. I repeated, biting back a laugh. Is that what we're calling it? He ignored the sarcasm. Your mother's been under a lot of pressure. She didn't mean what she said. There it was. The old family script. Sweep it under the rug. Pretend the emotional landmines didn't explode. Move on like nothing happened, except this time, I wasn't in the mood to read my lines. She meant it, Dad. And so did I when I left. There was a pause on the other end. I imagined him rubbing his temples like he used to whenever he didn't know how to respond. We're behind, he admitted finally. If the bank doesn't get something soon, we could lose the house. There it was. The truth. Why isn't Daniel helping? I asked flatly. Dad sighed again. He says he's still waiting to hear back on a few job applications. He's been helping around the house. Helping around the house. Right. Probably still sitting on the same couch, flipping through channels and ordering food with the last of the joint account money. I wanted to scream. Not because I was angry, though I was, but because this cycle had gone on for so long. I'd spent years quietly holding everything together while they drained me dry. And now, the second I stepped away, it was all falling apart. And somehow, I was still the one expected to fix it. I can't help you, I said. Calm. Final. Dad didn't respond right away. When he did, his voice was quieter. They're going to blame you, you know. Your mom, Daniel. They'll say this is your fault. I know, I said. Let them. And I hung up. For the next week, things escalated quickly. I heard through a mutual family friend that Mom had tried to borrow money from a cousin, someone I hadn't seen in years. Word was spreading fast. Jake walked out, they were saying. Left them to drown. But no one mentioned the years I covered their bills, or the times I skipped my own vacations to make sure Daniel had books and tuition paid. No one mentioned the nights I came home from work at 10 p.m. and still fixed the leaky sink, or the fact that I was never once told, thank you. No, all they saw was that I was gone, and everything was falling apart. Then came the knock at my door. It was a Saturday morning, early. I just made coffee and was sitting on the balcony of my tiny apartment, enjoying the silence. The knock was soft at first, then louder. I opened the door, and there stood Daniel. He looked rough, tired, dark circles under his eyes, and wearing the same hoodie he used to borrow from me in college. He didn't say anything at first, just stared at me like he wasn't sure if I was real. What are you doing here? I asked, not moving. Can we talk? He said quietly. I stepped aside, but I didn't offer him a seat. He walked in, looked around the apartment like he was trying to understand what a life without them looked like. "Place is nice," he said. I didn't respond. I didn't know things were this bad," he finally muttered. "Mom didn't tell me how far behind we were." I raised an eyebrow. "She didn't tell you? Or you didn't ask?" He flinched, just slightly. "She said we were fine. That you'd come back eventually. That you always do." I let that sit in the air for a moment. Let him feel the weight of it. "Well," I said, "I'm not coming back this time." He nodded slowly, like he already knew. "She's scared." "They both are. The bank called twice this week. I don't think we can keep up." "Then get a job," I said simply. He looked down at the floor. "I've been trying." "Try harder," I interrupted. "Figure it out." "Like I did." He looked up at me, I suddenly sharp. "It's not that easy." "No, it's not," I agreed. But it wasn't easy for me either. I just didn't have a choice. We stood in silence for a long while. Finally, he turned to leave. Just before he opened the door, he looked back at me. "Do you really think we'd be better off without you?" I stared at him for a moment. I said slowly, "you're finally finding out what that actually means." And with that, he walked out. The visit from Daniel didn't rattle me as much as I expected it would. If anything, it cemented something I'd been trying to ignore. They weren't just angry. They were unprepared. For years, they lived in a bubble that I quietly held up from the shadows. And now that I wasn't there, the cracks were turning into fractures, and no one had a clue how to patch them. A few days after Daniel's visit, I started noticing more missed calls. My phone would light up while I was at work, Mom, Dad, even Aunt Lisa. I didn't answer. I wasn't ready to give them the satisfaction of pretending nothing had happened. But curiosity got the better of me one night when I saw a number I didn't recognize. It was a voicemail from the bank. Apparently, Mom had tried to list me as a co-signer again, without my knowledge. The automated message was a verification call, asking me to confirm an application that had already been flagged as suspicious. I nearly dropped my phone. I knew my mother could be manipulative. But forging my signature? Trying to drag me back into their financial mess through underhanded paperwork? That wasn't just toxic. That was desperate. And it was illegal. The next morning, I took an early lunch break and went straight to my bank branch. I spoke to a manager and had a long conversation about identity protection. We locked down all accounts with extra verification, flagged any attempts from certain addresses, and I filed a preliminary report regarding fraudulent application activity. I wasn't going to wait until someone ruined my credit to get serious. And still, they kept calling. Mom left another voicemail that night. Her tone had shifted again, no longer polite, but brittle and frantic. "Jake, I know you're upset, but this is serious. We could lose the house. Where do you expect us to go? Daniel's got nowhere. Your father's not well. We need you. You can't just abandon your family." I listened to the message on loop, each time hearing more of the subtext. Not a single apology. Not once did she say she regretted what she'd said to me that night. She didn't acknowledge calling me a burden. She didn't own up to anything. To her, I was the one who had turned my back on them because I stopped being useful. That's what I'd always been to them. Useful. Convenient. A financial shock absorber. I sat in the dark after that, staring at the city lights through my apartment window, wondering how long it would take before they truly understood. I wasn't punishing them. I wasn't playing a game. I had just stopped. Stopped giving. Stopped fixing. Stopped enabling. The next breaking point came on a Tuesday evening when I got a call from Aunt Lisa. She never usually got involved. She was the distant type, never took sides, always stayed out of the family drama. But this time, her voice was cold. "Jake," she said without greeting, "I just got off the phone with your mother. She says the mortgage company's sending notices. That the utilities might get shut off. That they could lose everything." "I know," I said calmly. There was a pause. "So you're just letting it happen?" she asked, like the concept was foreign. I let the silence hang for a beat. "Lisa, did she tell you what she said to me before I left?" "She said there was a fight. She didn't give details." "Of course she didn't," I muttered. Then, slowly, she told me I was a burden. That they'd be better off without me. There was a sharp intake of breath on the other end. "She said that." I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. And she meant it. So I gave them what they wanted. "Jake, I didn't know." "No one did," I said, "because I never made it a big deal. But that doesn't mean it didn't hurt." There was another silence, longer this time. Then she said something I didn't expect. "I'll talk to her. To your dad too. But you don't owe them anything. If they want you back in their lives, they're going to have to earn it." It was the first time someone in the family said those words to me, that I didn't know them. It shouldn't have meant as much as it did, but it did. Later that week, I got a knock on my apartment door again. This time, it wasn't Daniel. It was my father. I barely recognized him at first. He looked older, not just in the way people age with time, but tired. His shoulders slumped like the weight of everything had finally landed. "Can I come in?" he asked. I hesitated, then nodded. He stepped in, looking around with a kind of detached awe. "You did all this by yourself?" he asked. "I've always done everything by myself," I replied. "You just never noticed." He didn't argue, didn't even blink. He just sat down on the edge of the armchair and let out a slow breath. "I should have said something," he began. "A long time ago. About the way your mom treats you. About how much we leaned on you." I waited. I didn't want another half apology. I wanted truth. "I let her push you too far," he continued. "I let Daniel get away with too much. And when you left, I think we all thought it was temporary, that you'd come back like always." I crossed my arms. "I'm not coming back." "I know," he said softly. "I just came to say I'm sorry for not being the kind of father you needed." The words hung there, raw, unpolished. For once, there was no guilt tripping, no manipulation, just regret. Real, quiet regret. "I'll figure something out," he said as he stood. "I just wanted to tell you that in person." And then he left. But the fallout, the real fallout hadn't hit yet. Because the house, the one I'd been covering for nearly 2 years, was about to go into foreclosure. And Mom? She wasn't about to take that news gracefully. He left without asking for anything else. No money, no help, no second chance. Just that quiet apology, which, honestly, was more than I ever thought I'd get from him. And when the door closed behind him, I stood there for a while, unmoving, letting it all settle. The silence in my apartment felt different after that. Not heavy, not lonely, just peaceful. I went back to my routine. Work, groceries, gym, sleep. For the first time in my life, I wasn't juggling someone else's problems. I wasn't stressing about due dates on a mortgage that wasn't even in my name. I wasn't watching my bank account dwindle from someone else's mess. I could breathe, and I was finally starting to heal. Until the envelope arrived. It came on a Friday afternoon, tucked between junk mail and a flyer for discount teeth whitening. A thick, official-looking envelope with the mortgage company's logo in the corner. At first, I thought maybe they'd sent something by mistake, some overdue notice still tied to my name from back when I'd made those payments. But it wasn't a mistake. Inside was a letter and a foreclosure notice. It was addressed to the current occupant of my parents' address, but my name was listed as a former payee. The final warning. Payment hadn't been made in over 90 days. The bank was preparing to seize the property. Court proceedings were scheduled. They were out of time. And just like that, I knew the house, the home I'd grown up in, was done. The emotions hit harder than I expected. Not sadness, exactly. Not relief either. More like a strange mix of mourning and vindication. That house held every version of me. The kid who stayed quiet to avoid yelling. The teenager who tried to make everyone laugh so dinner wouldn't turn into a war zone. The adult who paid bills just to keep the lights on for people who never thanked him. And now it would belong to the bank. It felt like the end of a chapter. Or maybe the whole book. That weekend, I stayed in. Watched some old movies. Made pasta. Kept things simple. I didn't check my phone. I knew they'd be calling. I knew that once the reality really sank in, the panic would start, and sure enough, by Sunday night, my phone had 23 missed calls. 11 from my mother. The voicemail she left me was unlike any other. Gone was the anger. Gone was the fake politeness. Her voice cracked like thin ice as she spoke. "Jake." I didn't know what we were doing. I thought you'd always be there. You've always been the strong one. You always made it work. I know I said horrible things. I didn't mean them. I was angry. I was scared. She choked on the words. I was wrong. We were wrong. And now it's all gone. There was a long pause before she spoke again. "They're coming next week. They're going to change the locks. We have to be out by Thursday. Daniel hasn't said a word in 2 days. Your father's barely eating. We don't know where to go. If you get this, please, Jake. I'm not asking for money. I'm asking for, I don't know, something, anything." She ended the call with a whisper. "I'm sorry." I sat there on my couch, holding the phone, staring at the wall like it might offer answers. But the truth was, I didn't know how to feel. I had waited years to hear those words. And now that they'd finally come, They didn't feel like redemption. They felt like closure, because I had already moved on. On Monday, I got a text from Daniel. They're losing it. She cries nonstop. Dad just stares at the walls. I think they thought you'd ride in and save everything like always. But you didn't. And I guess I get why. That was the last message I got from him. On Thursday, the locks changed. I didn't go. I didn't drive by. I didn't want to see the house stripped bare, the porch light off, the windows shuttered like the ghosts inside were finally gone. I didn't need to. The place had stopped being my home a long time ago. I heard later through Aunt Lisa that my parents were staying in a cramped apartment on the other side of town. A friend of theirs from church had helped them with the first month's rent. Daniel had finally picked up part-time work stocking shelves. My dad had applied for early retirement. And Mom, well, she wasn't doing great. Apparently, she cried a lot. Said she didn't recognize herself anymore. And I get that. I really do. Because when everything you built was propped up by someone you treated like disposable furniture, and then they finally walk away, what else is there to look at but the wreckage? I never replied to her last message. I never sent them money. I never visited the apartment. Instead, I focused on my life. I got promoted a few months later. I started dating someone kind, who listened when I talked and didn't expect me to fix their world for them. I took a solo trip to Italy, ate too much pasta, and sat in quiet cafes writing in a journal I hadn't touched in years. I started therapy. I started living. One afternoon, while walking home from work, I passed by a little bookstore and saw a sign in the window. Letting go doesn't mean giving up. It means choosing yourself. And I stopped, stood there for a long time. Because that was it. That was the whole story. I didn't walk away to be cruel. I didn't let the house fall just to teach them a lesson. I chose myself for the first time in decades. I chose peace over obligation, freedom over guilt, healing over dysfunction. And for anyone reading this who thinks they owe people just because they share DNA, you don't. You owe yourself love. You owe yourself peace. And sometimes, choosing those things means walking away from the people who never valued you to begin with. I chose me, and I don't regret it for a second. My name's Isaac, and I'm 38. I work in IT, nothing flashy, but I've built a comfortable life for myself. I'm single, live alone, and while I don't have kids of my own, I've always been close with my niece, Ava. Or at least I thought I was. Ava is my older sister's daughter. My sister, Valerie, is one of those people who's always been good at making things look perfect from the outside. Instagram-worthy vacations, themed birthday parties, matching family outfits. But the reality behind closed doors has always been different. She and I haven't been especially close since our 20s. She's always seen me as the odd one out, the quiet one, the one who never really did anything with his life, as she once put it during a holiday dinner when she didn't know I was standing behind her. But Ava was different. She used to come over on weekends when she was younger. We'd build Lego sets and watch sci-fi movies. I taught her how to set up her first email account. She used to say I was her cool uncle, and it meant more to me than I ever let on. So when she got into college, a private one, out of state, with tuition fees that made my head spin, I didn't hesitate. Valerie had been panicking about how to afford it. Their financial situation wasn't great, and Ava didn't want to take out loans that would weigh her down for years. So I offered to help. I didn't want it to be a big thing. I just said, look, I've been saving up. I don't have kids of my own. Let me do this. Valerie didn't argue, not really. She just nodded, said thanks in a distracted kind of way, then launched into a story about how her husband had just lost his second job in 6 months. Ava gave me a hug and whispered, "Thank you, Uncle Isaac. I won't forget this." I smiled and told her to study hard and not worry about money. That was 4 years ago. Since then, I've been making direct payments to the university every semester. Quietly. No fuss, no family group chats, no demands for recognition. I even told Ava not to mention it if she didn't want to. I didn't want to create drama with her parents. I just wanted to help. And for a while, that was enough for me. But over the years, something started to shift. Ava called less and less. When she did, it was usually because she needed something. A new laptop, a little extra for books, an issue with her financial aid that I'd end up solving. I didn't mind, not at first. I figured she was just busy with school and growing up. But I'd still send care packages, snacks, warm socks in the winter, little things I thought she might appreciate. Most of the time, I didn't even get a thank you. Then came graduation. Valerie sent out a mass email with an invitation to Ava's graduation party. Not the ceremony itself, just the party afterward. It was being held at some fancy rooftop venue downtown, apparently rented by her husband's brother. I RSVP'd yes. I even bought a new blazer for the occasion, something a bit more formal than my usual jeans and hoodie look. When I showed up, I felt like I'd stepped into a different world. Everything was pristine. Champagne glasses, white tablecloths, a slideshow looping photos of Ava from babyhood to college years. There were speeches too. Her dad gave one. Then Valerie. They went on, thanking relatives for supporting Ava's journey, naming cousins who had sent gift cards, family friends who had offered encouragement. At one point, Valerie got teary-eyed and said, "We couldn't have done this without the love and generosity of everyone here." I sat there, silent, with my drink in hand. No mention of me. Not even a vague nod in my direction. I tried to shrug it off. Maybe they didn't want to make it weird. Maybe they thought I preferred to stay in the background. But then I saw Valerie glancing over at me with this smug, dismissive look. She leaned over to the woman next to her, one of our cousins, and I heard her say, "He's just the uncle." He probably expected a shout-out or something. They both chuckled. That stung. Ava never came over to talk to me during the party. She was surrounded by friends, dancing, laughing, posting pictures. I waited, thinking maybe I'd get a moment with her, maybe she'd say something. Anything. But by the time I left, all I got was a quick wave and a distracted, "Thanks for coming." I drove home that night feeling hollow. The next morning, I opened my email and saw a message from the university. It was an automated reminder about the final tuition installment, a relatively small amount, just enough to hold back the release of her diploma if it wasn't paid. I stared at it for a long time, and for the first time in 4 years, I didn't pay it. 2 weeks went by. I didn't hear a word from Valerie or Ava, not even a text. I figured maybe they assumed it had already been paid. Maybe they thought money just magically appeared every semester. But then, on a quiet Tuesday afternoon, I got a call from an unfamiliar number. I let it go to voicemail. Then the same number called again. And again. I finally picked up. It was Ava. Her voice was shaky. "Uncle Isaac," she said, and immediately I could hear she'd been crying. "They won't give me my degree." I didn't say anything at first. I just waited. "I don't know what happened," she continued, sounding more frantic. "I tried to request the digital version, but they said there's an unpaid balance." I thought it was a mistake. "Mom and Dad don't know what's going on. I just wanted to ask if you knew anything." There was a pause, and in that silence, something in me hardened. I said quietly, "Guess you'll have to thank someone else now." She went silent. There was a long, breathless pause on the other end of the line. I could hear her try to form a response, a soft, trembling inhale, like she was about to speak but didn't know what to say. Finally, she whispered, "Wait, what do you mean?" I didn't raise my voice. I didn't need to. "I mean, I've been paying your tuition, Ava. Every semester. Every book, every lab fee, every credit. And after 4 years of silence, 4 years of watching you drift further away, after your mom mocked me at your graduation party like I was some irrelevant background prop, I figured maybe it's time someone else steps in to help." "But I didn't know," she said quickly, desperate. "Uncle Isaac, I swear, I didn't know you were still paying everything. Mom just said it was handled, and I thought." "Exactly," I cut in. "You didn't ask. You never asked. You just assumed." There was a rustling on her end, like she was pacing or sitting down. "I'm sorry," she said finally. "I didn't mean to ignore you. I've just been busy. School was overwhelming. I didn't mean to hurt you." I believed her. At least, I believed that she didn't intend to hurt me. But intention doesn't erase the pain. I didn't say that, though. Instead, I let the silence stretch between us. Then she said the one thing that almost broke me. "I never got a chance to thank you properly." I closed my eyes. "You had 4 years of chances." Another pause. Then, more softly, "What happens now?" I didn't answer that. After the call ended, I sat at my kitchen table for a long time. The email from the school was still open on my laptop. The cursor blinked next to the Pay Now button, almost like it was daring me. It wasn't about the money. I could afford the final payment without blinking. It was about what the money had come to represent. For years of loyalty, love, and effort, met with silence, indifference, and condescension. That smug look from Valerie haunted me. I'd replayed that moment in my head over and over. "You're just the uncle. as if I was lucky to even be allowed near them. The next day, I got a call from Valerie. I nearly let it go to voicemail, but curiosity got the better of me. I picked up. "Isaac," she said, her tone sharp and clipped. "Did you seriously cancel the payment to Ava's school?" "I didn't cancel anything," I replied calmly. "I just didn't make it." There was a cold silence. Then she hissed. "Do you realize how this makes us look? The registrar's office called her father this morning. They're holding her diploma until payment clears. People are going to start asking questions." I almost laughed. That was what she cared about, how it looked. Not the emotional damage, not Ava's anxiety or confusion, but her own public image. "She deserves her degree," she snapped. "She does," I agreed. "And she'll get it when someone else pays the last balance." Her voice turned shrill. "Don't be petty. This is just childish. You offered to pay. You can't just back out because you feel unappreciated." That word stuck with me. Childish. I swallowed my pride and said, "I'm not backing out. I fulfilled every promise I made. But when you humiliated me at that party and dismissed everything I've done like it meant nothing, I realized maybe it's time for you to learn what it feels like to do something yourselves." She scoffed. "So this is revenge?" "No," I said. "This is accountability." Then I hung up. The next few days were quiet. Too quiet. No calls. No texts. Ava went radio silent, and so did Valerie. But I knew what was happening. They were scrambling behind the scenes, trying to gather the money, trying to avoid admitting to friends or extended family that they'd let someone else carry the financial burden all these years. Pride is a heavy thing, especially when you've built your life on appearances. Then, on a rainy Thursday morning, I got a message from Ava. It wasn't a call. It wasn't even a long apology. Just a single sentence, typed at 2:17 a.m. "Do you really hate me now?" I stared at the message for a long time. It sat there like a weight on my chest. I didn't hate her. I didn't think I ever could. But I was tired. Tired of being invisible. Tired of being used and overlooked. Tired of giving love in silence and getting nothing in return. I typed out a reply, then deleted it. Typed again. Deleted. In the end, I left it on read. But what I didn't know at the time was that Ava had already told someone else the truth. And what happened next at our upcoming extended family reunion? Well, that's when the entire house of cards began to fall. It started with my cousin Marlene. She's one of those people who notices everything. The kind who will pick up on the tension in a room before anyone else and casually drop a question that feels innocent on the surface, but cuts deep just under it. We hadn't seen each other in over a year, but when we crossed paths at the family reunion, a sunny afternoon at my aunt's lake house, she gave me a long, knowing look. "You and Valerie good?" she asked, casually sipping her iced tea. "You weren't at Ava's little post-grad brunch thing last weekend. Half the family was there." I shrugged. "Wasn't invited." Her eyebrows lifted. "Really? Really?" Marlene nodded slowly, then leaned in slightly. "That's weird. Especially after everything you did for Ava." There was that moment again, the pause, the silence, the lead-in. I gave her a sideways glance. "What exactly do you think I did?" She hesitated. "Ava told me. About the tuition." I exhaled slowly and looked out toward the lake. The sun sparkled on the water, kids were laughing somewhere near the dock, and someone was setting up the grill behind us like it was any other normal day. "Did she tell you how her mom reacted?" I asked. "Oh," Marlene said, lowering her voice. "She didn't have to. Apparently, Valerie's fuming. She's been spinning some story about a misunderstanding with the school. But I guess word got around." Word had definitely gotten around. I noticed it in the small things, the way some of the older relatives looked at me with subtle nods of respect, how others avoided eye contact entirely. Even my Uncle Roger, who barely ever acknowledged my existence beyond a grunt, came up to me and said, "Heard you stepped up for Ava." That was a good thing to do. I didn't correct him. I just smiled and nodded. Later that afternoon, I saw Valerie across the lawn. She was holding a plate of fruit, chatting animatedly with two aunts. When she caught my eye, her expression changed instantly. A flicker of guilt, maybe, or anger, or both. She excused herself and started walking toward me, that fake polite smile painted across her face. "Isaac," she said sweetly, "do you have a minute?" I nodded and followed her behind the house, where we had some privacy. Her smile vanished the second we were out of view. "You told people?" she snapped. "I didn't tell anyone," I said calmly. "Ava did." Her mouth tightened. "Well, Now people are asking questions. Mom called me last night demanding to know why she didn't hear it from me. Aunt Rita thinks we're ungrateful freeloaders. And even your precious Marlene gave me a lecture about how family doesn't mean keeping secrets like this. I didn't make you keep it a secret, I said. I told you from the beginning that I didn't want recognition. I just wanted Ava to succeed. Valerie let out a humorless laugh. Don't pretend this isn't about recognition. You wanted to be the hero. You wanted people to see how generous you are. I took a step forward, keeping my voice even. No, I wanted to feel like I mattered. I wanted to believe that after 4 years of doing the right thing, I'd at least be treated like part of the family. But instead, you erased me from Ava's life. And now you're angry because you can't control the narrative anymore. Her eyes flashed. You're so dramatic. No, I said. I'm just done being invisible. She opened her mouth, then shut it again. For the first time in a long while, she looked uncertain. By the way, I added, if you're worried about people finding out who paid for what, I wouldn't worry too much. I've got copies of all the invoices. Every single one. Valerie turned pale. I left her standing there and walked back toward the lawn. The scent of barbecue hung in the air, and someone was playing a guitar near the porch. A few kids ran past me, laughing. It was strange how normal the day felt, like the ground hadn't just shifted beneath us. But it had. The next week, I got another email from the university. This one was a formal notice. The final payment had been made. Not by me. I checked the transaction history just to be sure. It had come from a personal checking account in Valerie's name. And about an hour later, I got another message. This time, it was from Ava. No preamble. No greeting. Just a photo. It was her holding her diploma, her eyes red, but smiling. In her other hand, she held a handwritten note. It wasn't addressed to anyone, but I could read the words clearly. To the person who believed in me when no one else did, I'm sorry I forgot that. I won't forget again. That should have been the end of it. But it wasn't. Because while Valerie had paid the final fee, what she hadn't counted on was the university's alumni office contacting me next, with a question that would send this story in a direction she never could have prepared for. A week after Ava sent the photo, I thought that would be the end of it. The storm had passed. Valerie had swallowed her pride and paid what was due. Ava had finally acknowledged the truth, and the family, surprisingly, seemed to be letting go of the drama. But then the email came from the university's alumni relations office. It was a polite message thanking me for my continued support of Ava's academic journey and asking if I'd like to be listed as a sponsor in the upcoming Donor Appreciation Gala. At first, I was confused. Sponsor? Gala? I scrolled down. Apparently, the school had a tradition of honoring families or individuals who made significant contributions to students with financial hardship, especially those who helped someone complete their degree in full. The admin mentioned that my name was on record as the payee for every semester except the last, and they were offering to send me a plaque, a formal letter of recognition, and a public thank you during the event. I stared at the screen for a long time. I'd never wanted public recognition. I really hadn't. But something about Valerie's reaction at the graduation, the condescending smirk, the dismissal, the quiet, calculated erasure, made me click yes. Not out of spite, not for revenge, but because I was tired of being the family ghost, the one who only existed when someone needed a favor. I didn't tell anyone about the gala. I didn't even RSVP for the event itself. But when the school posted about it on their website a few weeks later, complete with a photo of the honorees and a caption underneath my name, people noticed. Suddenly, the narrative changed. Now, relatives who hadn't said 2 words to me in years were calling to catch up. One uncle emailed me to say he was so proud of what I'd done. My grandmother, who always favored Valerie growing up, sent me a letter saying she wished she had known what I was doing sooner, that maybe she hadn't given me enough credit all these years. And Valerie? She was furious. Absolutely livid. She called me one evening, voice tight and controlled. You went public with this? No, I said plainly. The school did. I just didn't stop them. She was silent for a few seconds. Then, you're humiliating us. I gave a bitter laugh. You did that yourself. For 4 years, you let me foot the bill for your daughter's future, then tossed me aside like I didn't exist. You and Ava had every opportunity to show some gratitude. All I ever asked for was basic respect. And when that didn't happen, I stopped paying. That's it. This is going to follow her, she snapped. Do you know how it looks that she needed charity to finish school? Charity. I repeated, stunned. Is that how you see it? Well, what else would you call it? She said without missing a beat. You're not her father. You're not even a parent. You were just a... Careful, I said, my voice cold now. You're about to say something you can't take back. She didn't speak again. I hung up. A few days later, Ava came to my door. I live in a quiet neighborhood, not too far from the city, and I rarely get visitors. So when I saw her standing there, holding a box, I didn't know what to expect. Hey, she said softly. I nodded. Hi. She held out the box. I baked these. I raised an eyebrow. Okay. No. I helped a friend bake these, she amended. I mostly just stirred things. But they're for you. I took the box and stepped aside. You want to come in? She nodded and followed me in. We sat in the living room, and for a moment it felt like it used to, before everything got complicated. I messed up, she said after a long silence. Badly. I didn't say anything. I wanted to hear what she'd say next. I didn't forget that you paid, she continued. I just stopped thinking about it. I let Mom handle everything, and I let her tell me what to believe. She said you didn't want attention, that you didn't care, that you were weird and sensitive and probably doing it out of guilt for not having a family of your own. That stung more than I wanted it to. But I nodded. I believed her because it was easier, Ava said, her voice cracking a little. And when I heard you didn't make the last payment, I was shocked. Not mad. Shocked. It was like I'd been walking around in a fog and suddenly got smacked in the face with reality. I glanced at her. So why are you here now? She reached into her bag and pulled out a small folder. Inside was a handwritten letter, several pages long. I wrote this, she said, before I saw the alumni post. Before everything. I was going to mail it, but I wanted to give it to you in person. I needed you to hear me say thank you. Not because I'm scared or embarrassed, but because I finally understand what you did for me. I took the letter but didn't open it yet. We sat in silence for a bit. Then Ava looked up at me with watery eyes and said, I didn't deserve it. But you gave it anyway. I'll never be able to repay you. I shook my head. I didn't do it to be repaid. I did it because I loved you. Still do. We talked for a while after that. Not about the past, not in detail, but about what came next. Ava had gotten a job offer at a startup out west. She was nervous but excited. And before she left that night, she hugged me tightly and said, I won't let Mom erase you from my life again. That's a promise. A few months later, I got a letter in the mail. No return address. Inside was a wedding invitation, not Ava's, but a cousin's. On the RSVP card, someone had scrawled in familiar handwriting, Table reserved for Uncle Isaac. I smiled. Sometimes, silence is a form of love. But sometimes, silence lets others write your story for you. Not anymore. This time, I made sure my story was heard. I remember the exact moment I realized my family never saw me as one of their own. It wasn't a huge dramatic scene or some explosive argument. It was quieter than that. Subtle, almost forgettable. But that's the thing about betrayal. It rarely starts with fireworks. More often, it creeps in slowly, hiding behind years of polite smiles and half-truths until one day you look around and realize you're standing on a bridge your family already burned while you were still trying to build it. My name's Eric. I'm 25. Grew up in a smallish town where everyone knows your name, your parents' business, and what you got on your SATs. I'm the older twin by 8 minutes, though you'd never guess it based on how our family treats us. My brother, Evan, always got the spotlight. He was the charming one, the golden boy, played quarterback in high school, homecoming king, all of that. Me? I was the quiet one, the responsible one, the kid who helped Mom with groceries and stayed up late tutoring Evan when he couldn't figure out his math homework. And I didn't mind it, not at first. Being the background twin had its perks. I could do my own thing, stay out of trouble, dream my own dreams without anyone breathing down my neck. But as we got older, the imbalance grew, and it became harder and harder to ignore. My parents aren't bad people, not in the classic storybook villain way. They didn't lock me in a basement or tell me I was worthless. They just overlooked me. Constantly. If Evan brought home a B+ on a test, they'd throw a little party, saying things like, see, we knew you could do it. If I got an A, a quick nod. Maybe a good job, Eric, before moving on. Christmas gifts were always lopsided. Evan got the newest tech, gaming consoles, expensive jackets. I got books. Not that I don't like books, But you notice when one kid gets a drone and you get a second-hand Kindle. College was supposed to be my big break. I'd worked hard all through high school, aced my AP classes, and even got into one of the top engineering programs in the state. I had dreams, real ones. My plan was to graduate, get into robotics, maybe even launch a startup one day. I'd been told my whole life that hard work pays off, that if you keep your head down and do the right thing, life rewards you. So I kept my head down, and I worked. I didn't party. I didn't skip class. I didn't ask for much. There was a college fund my grandparents had started when we were born. They put in equal amounts for both me and Evan. My parents had access to it, and they always reassured me that it was untouched. "It's all there for you, honey," my mom would say. "We're so proud of you." So imagine my surprise when, 3 months before the semester started, I called the financial aid office to confirm my tuition would be covered, and they told me the payment never came through. Confused, I called my mom. She sounded weirdly chipper when she answered. "Oh, Eric, sweetie, I've been meaning to talk to you about that," she said, like she was mentioning the weather. "We had to dip into your fund for something important." I remember standing in my crappy summer job's break room, sweating in my wrinkled polo, clutching the phone tighter. Dip into it? For what? There was a pause. Evan's wedding. Silence. The kind that crushes your lungs. What? They wanted a destination wedding, honey. Italy. You should see the venue. It's stunning. And Evan didn't have enough saved up, so we figured, well, you've always been the independent one. That sentence. That smug, proud little sentence. As if independence was my reward. As if I should be grateful I wasn't their priority, like that somehow made me special. "You used my college fund?" I asked slowly, trying not to raise my voice. "All of it. Well, most of it. There might be a little left. We haven't checked recently. But you're so smart, Eric. You'll get scholarships. Or maybe take a gap year and work. You always figure things out." I hung up the phone. I didn't say goodbye. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. Not then. I just stood there in that break room, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, and let the betrayal sink in. I felt like a ghost. Like I'd never really existed in their world except as a convenient backup plan. When I tried talking to my dad, hoping maybe he'd be the voice of reason, he just shrugged. "It's Evan's big day, Eric. You'll have your turn." But when exactly was my turn? When I got into college, no one threw me a party. When I won a regional science competition, my mom barely looked up from her phone. But Evan wanted a fancy wedding, and suddenly they were willing to drain a fund they'd promised, sworn, was mine. I didn't go to the wedding. I didn't even RSVP. My parents sent me pictures anyway. Evan and his new wife standing in front of some ancient Tuscan vineyard, the whole family beaming around them. My seat was filled by some distant cousin. No one even asked where I was. That was the last time I spoke to them. I blocked their numbers, deleted the family group chat, and moved 2 states away. Got a job. Saved every penny. Worked nights. Took online classes. Slowly rebuilt what they took from me. I didn't need them. I was done pretending they cared. Years passed. I built a life. Not flashy, not perfect, but mine. I found a little apartment, made a couple friends, even adopted a grumpy cat named Newton who bites everyone except me. I kept my head down, just like I always had. And for the first time, it felt like peace. Until last week. It was a Wednesday morning. I just made coffee when there was a knock at my door. Not a polite knock. More like frantic pounding. I froze. Nobody ever visited me unannounced. I peered through the peephole. My parents. They looked older. Tired. My mom's makeup was smudged, and my dad looked like he hadn't shaved in days. I didn't open the door at first. Just stared. My heart was pounding, like my body already knew something was off. When I finally cracked the door open, my mom's eyes welled with tears. She stepped forward like she wanted to hug me, but I stayed behind the threshold. "Eric," she whispered. "It's your brother. He needs help." I didn't say a word. I just looked at them, the parents who'd stolen my future and handed it to someone else on a silver platter. And that's when she said it. Just like that day on the phone, with the same breathless entitlement. "We knew you'd know what to do. You've always been the independent one." And that's when everything, every suppressed memory, every overlooked birthday, every ignored achievement, started boiling to the surface. But I didn't explode. I just let them in. Because if Evan needed help, well, maybe it was finally my turn. My turn to decide what happens next. And trust me, I'm not the same Eric they left behind. Not even close. I didn't want to let them in. I stood there, My hand on the doorknob, jaw clenched so tight it hurt. There was this moment, maybe 2 seconds, maybe 20, where my brain screamed shut the door, and I almost did. Almost locked it in their faces and walked away for good. But then my mom's face crumpled, and for the first time in years, she didn't look smug or composed. She looked scared. "It's Evan," she repeated, like I hadn't heard her the first time. "He's in trouble." And I don't know why, but I stepped aside. I told myself it wasn't for them. It was for closure, maybe. Curiosity. Pity, even. I told myself I was in control now. They stepped in like it was still their house. My dad looked around my apartment. Modest, clean, a little small but mine. And I saw the flicker of disappointment flash across his face before he masked it with a tight nod. My mom didn't even glance at the decor. She was already sitting on my couch, wringing her hands, waiting for me to sit across from her like this was just another family dinner and not the first time we'd spoken in over 3 years. I stayed standing. My dad cleared his throat. "It's bad, Eric." I looked at him. "What is?" "Evan. He lost the house. The cars. The business. Everything." I blinked. "What business?" "He was trying to start a sports agency." My mom piped in, dabbing her eyes with a tissue I didn't offer. "He said he had investors. Connections. But they all backed out. Then he took out loans. Lots of them. Some not very legal." I let that sink in. "So, what? You want me to give him money?" They both went quiet. The silence was answer enough. "I haven't heard from either of you in 3 years," I said slowly, trying to keep my voice level. "You stole my college fund. Left me to figure everything out alone. Now you show up at my door because Evan made bad choices and suddenly you remember I exist." "Eric, please," my mom said, standing now, reaching for my arm like we were still close. "We didn't come here to fight. He's your brother. He's family." I stepped back. So was I. That shut her up. But this isn't where the story really starts. Not the breaking point. That came later. This was just the aftershock of everything that had been building for years. You see, growing up, Evan didn't just get more love. He got more everything. More freedom, more praise, more second chances. If I broke a vase, I was careless. If Evan did it, he was just being a boy. When I asked for piano lessons, I was told we couldn't afford them. When Evan wanted football camp, suddenly the budget opened up. I remember one time, freshman year of high school, I won a regional science fair. My project was about solar desalination, something I'd been working on for months. I came home, medal in hand, bursting with pride. My mom barely glanced up from her laptop. "That's nice, honey," she said. "Did you hear? Evan scored 2 touchdowns. That night, she made his favorite dinner. Not mine. And it just got worse. Senior year, I got accepted into an elite STEM program. They only took 40 students nationwide. I was so excited I couldn't sleep. I showed my parents the email. My dad patted me on the back and said, "That's great, son." Then he turned to Evan and asked if he'd decided on a prom tux yet. I kept telling myself it didn't matter. That once I left for college, I'd finally be free of all of it. That I could build a life on my own terms, away from their shadows. But of course, they found a way to take that from me too. When they used my college fund for Evan's wedding, it wasn't just money they stole, it was my future. They didn't just shift my path, they lit it on fire. I never told anyone, but the week I found out, I had a breakdown. I couldn't eat. I couldn't sleep. I called over 10 scholarship offices begging for help. I sold half my belongings. I worked double shifts at a grocery store where customers called me kid, like I wasn't trying to claw my way into adulthood. I felt humiliated, abandoned, and not once did they call to check on me. Not once did Evan. I didn't go to the wedding, obviously, but I saw the pictures. I think they made sure I did. My aunt tagged me in a Facebook album titled Evan and Bella's Big Day. I scrolled through 127 pictures of my family smiling, dancing, toasting champagne in the hills of Tuscany. My mom wore a custom dress. My dad rented a vintage sports car to drive Evan to the ceremony. There was a string quartet. It looked like a dream. It was funded with my nightmare. They didn't even mention me in the captions. Fast forward to now. They sat in my apartment begging me to help the very person who had everything handed to him. The same guy who used to call me Buzzkill Eric when I'd ask him to turn down his music while I studied. The guy who crashed my bike and told our parents it was my fault. The guy who got married with my money and didn't even send a thank you card. "You don't understand, Eric," my mom said softly. "He's in danger. Real danger." "What kind of danger?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I cared. Loan sharks, my dad muttered. Guys you don't say no to. He's been hiding out at a friend's place, but they're threatening to come after us now. I raised an eyebrow. Why would they come after you? He looked away. And then my mom did that thing she always did when she knew she was about to drop a bomb. She softened her voice and clasped her hands like a prayer. We co-signed. My stomach turned. You what? For the last loan, she said quickly, like rushing would make it less awful. He said it was a sure thing. He needed our help. And we thought if he got back on his feet, maybe he could help you too. We did it for both of you. The audacity. The sheer, blinding audacity. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. They had already sacrificed my future for Evan once, and now they were offering up their financial lives on the altar of his ego again, still expecting me to sweep in and fix it. I don't owe you anything, I said, voice shaking now. And I sure as hell don't owe him. He's your brother, my mom said again, like it was a magic word that erased consequences. But it wasn't just about Evan anymore. That night, after they left, I did something I hadn't done in years. I opened my old laptop, the one I'd used during high school. It was slow and clunky, and the screen flickered sometimes, but inside it were years' worth of files, folders, emails. Proof of every award I'd won that they ignored. Every recommendation letter I'd written for myself. Every rejection email I'd gotten after they drained my fund, and I tried to find another way. And among those files was something else. Something I'd forgotten I even had. A scanned copy of my grandparents' original college fund account summary. I stared at it for a long time. Then I remembered something my grandma once told me at a Thanksgiving dinner, years ago, when she was still alive. We set up 2 funds. One for each of you. Equal amounts. No one's allowed to touch them but you boys. Not even your parents. My hands were shaking now. I opened a new browser tab and started researching. And what I found, that was the real breaking point. Because the fund, my fund, should have never been accessible to my parents. Not legally. Which meant only one thing. Someone forged my signature. I sat back in my chair, heart pounding so loud I thought I might pass out. They didn't just steal my future. They committed fraud to do it. The thing about hitting rock bottom is, you never quite realize you're there until you try to stand up, and nothing moves. For a while after I discovered what they'd done, that they'd not just lied to me, but forged my name to steal my college fund, I couldn't even think straight. I kept reopening the same scanned PDF of that original college fund document, like somehow the numbers would change. Like somehow it would turn out to be a mistake. That the betrayal hadn't gone as deep as it felt. But it had. And I knew it. For a few days, I couldn't sleep. I'd sit on my couch with Newton curled in my lap, just staring at nothing while my mind raced through memories like an involuntary slideshow. My 12th birthday party, Evan got a bike, I got socks. High school graduation, Evan got a new iPhone, I got a firm handshake. Every moment I'd brushed off as no big deal suddenly came roaring back, and now I saw it for what it was. Not just favoritism, not just neglect, but a pattern, a system, one where I was never meant to matter. It made me sick. And yeah, there was a moment, maybe longer than a moment, where I spiraled. I stopped showing up to my online classes. I turned off my phone. I ignored texts from the 2 friends I'd made in the city, both of whom probably assumed I'd ghosted them. I lived off cereal and instant ramen. My savings started dwindling fast. I didn't even realize I'd stopped checking my bank balance until my card got declined at the grocery store one night. That was the night I walked 3 miles home in the rain with a single can of soup in my backpack and felt like the most pathetic person alive. But something about that walk, wet shoes squishing with every step, the cold seeping through my coat, shocked me back to life. Not all at once. Not with some grand, motivational epiphany. Just a quiet resolve. The kind you whisper to yourself in the dark when no one else is listening. No more. The next morning, I made coffee, opened my laptop, and started making a list. It wasn't some fancy, color-coded spreadsheet. Just a Google Doc titled Rebuild. I wrote 3 bullet points. Figure out legal options. Get stable income. Reapply to school. That was it. That was all I could manage. But it was more than nothing. I started with the legal angle. I didn't have money for a lawyer, but I did some digging and found a free legal aid clinic at the local community center. I scheduled an appointment, brought all my documents, and met with a soft-spoken guy named Jordan who looked younger than me but clearly knew what he was doing. I showed him the scanned PDF, the bank statements, the forged withdrawal form, and the emails from my parents at the time they drained the fund. He listened without interrupting, occasionally scribbling notes, his expression unreadable. When I finished, he sat back and said, "Yeah, this is serious." I asked him what my chances were. He said, "Honestly, you have a case. It's fraud. And if that fund was legally in your name, and it looks like it was, they're in real trouble." I didn't know what I felt. Relief? Rage? Sadness? All I said was, "Good." He helped me file a formal complaint. The bank had a protocol for these situations: internal investigations, signatures to compare, account access logs. It would take time, but something in me shifted that day. Just the act of taking a step forward, of doing something, made the fog in my brain start to lift. Step 2, stable income. I'd been scraping by doing freelance tech support and the occasional coding gig, but it wasn't enough. So I reached out to an old professor from high school, a guy named Mr. Wren who had always encouraged me and once told me to come find him if you ever need a lifeline. So I did. I sent him an email explaining everything. Well, most of it. Left out the fraud part, kept it professional. Just said I was trying to get back on my feet and looking for work in the engineering or tech space. He replied within the hour. Said one of his former students now worked at a robotics startup 2 towns over, and they were always looking for part-time help with QA testing and back-end debugging. He offered to make an introduction. 3 interviews and a coding test later, I had a job. It wasn't glamorous, just 20 hours a week, mostly testing motor responses and writing internal scripts, but it paid better than anything I'd done before, and more importantly, it reminded me that I wasn't just Evan's shadow. I was smart, capable, valuable. Bit by bit, my life began to rebuild. I used what was left of my savings to enroll in a part-time data science certification program. I fixed up my resume, added the startup to my LinkedIn, and started collecting references. On weekends, I built passion projects, automation tools, small apps, and uploaded them to GitHub, slowly carving out a digital footprint that was mine alone. I didn't post anything about my family. I didn't make a dramatic announcement. I just moved forward. And something amazing happened. I started liking myself. Not in a cheesy, self-help book kind of way, but in a quiet, solid way. Like walking past a mirror and thinking, "Yeah, I'm proud of that guy." I adopted another cat, Newton's evil twin, a calico named Curie who hates everyone but him. I started cooking real meals. I even hosted a game night with coworkers, something I never would have imagined doing back when I was holed up in that dim apartment, spiraling into self-pity. There was one night, about a year into my rebuild, where I was sitting on the balcony of my new place, still modest, but bigger, brighter, with both cats curled up at my feet. I had a glass of wine in one hand and a job offer email pulled up on my phone from a company in Boston offering me a full-time position in machine learning. And I realized I hadn't thought about Evan in weeks. Not in a bitter way. Not with anger. Just not at all. He no longer lived rent-free in my head. That was the rise. But it wasn't the end. Because just when I thought I'd finally put it all behind me, I got a call from Jordan. The bank's investigation was complete. They confirmed the signature was forged. And not just that. They had video surveillance of my mom entering the bank the day the money was withdrawn. She handed over an envelope and smiled at the teller. When asked for ID, she produced a driver's license and a signed letter from me. Only the signature didn't match any on file. The bank was preparing to take action. Jordan asked me if I wanted to press charges. I didn't answer right away. It wasn't that I didn't know what I wanted. It's just, I hadn't prepared for it to actually work. For there to be consequences. For them to lose. I asked for a few days to think about it. And that's when they showed up at my door. Again. Same knock. Same faces. Only this time, there were no tears. Just panic. And behind it, something uglier. Entitlement. My dad stepped forward the second I opened the door. "You're going to ruin us," he said, like I'd stolen his future. My mom didn't even say hi. She just pushed past me and started talking like we were in the middle of a conversation. "You can't do this, Eric. You don't understand what you're setting into motion. We'll lose the house, the cars, everything." I stared at her. "You already took everything from me." "It was a mistake," she snapped, suddenly angry. "We thought you'd understand. You're not like Evan. You don't need that kind of help." I didn't say anything. My dad ran a hand through his hair, exasperated. "Can't we just move on? We're family. Family." They always pulled that card when it was convenient. I looked at the 2 people who raised me. who smiled in wedding photos bought with stolen money, who erased me from their lives until they needed something. And I said the only thing that felt right. You should go. And I shut the door. This time, I didn't hesitate. Because I wasn't the same person anymore. I was done being the backup plan. And for the first time in my life, they knew it. They didn't knock a third time. After I shut the door in their faces, I waited. Listened for footsteps. A shout. Some dramatic last-ditch plea for forgiveness. But nothing came. Just the low murmur of retreating voices and the elevator dinging a few minutes later. When I checked the peephole again, the hallway was empty. And so was I. Empty, but calm. I'd always imagined revenge as this hot, burning thing, rage-filled and blinding. But standing there with my back against the door, I felt cold. Focused. Like everything that had happened up to this point had stripped away the noise, the confusion, the doubts. All that was left now was the setup. See, that moment didn't come out of nowhere. Not really. For over a year, ever since I'd started digging into the college fund situation, I'd been keeping notes. Timelines. Names. Screenshots. At first, it was just for legal purposes. Jordan had told me to document everything. But over time, it became something else. Something sharper. I hadn't planned to use it. Not then. But things had changed. The legal side was already in motion. Jordan and his team had submitted the bank's findings to a civil court. There was no question of guilt now, only damages. But I realized something as I reviewed the case documents he'd sent me. Suing them wouldn't really hurt them. Not the way they'd hurt me. Sure, they might lose money, but they'd still play the victims. They'd tell their friends and neighbors how their ungrateful son was trying to destroy them. They'd spin the story into something tragic and noble. No, I didn't just want financial justice. I wanted the truth exposed. I wanted everyone to see what they were really like. So I started planning. The first thing I did was go dark online. Locked down all my social media accounts, removed photos, changed usernames. Not because I was afraid, because I wanted control. The ability to choose when and how the truth would come out. Then I reached out to my cousin Lily. She and I had been close growing up, but we drifted after high school. She lived 2 states away now, working as a freelance journalist. I wasn't sure if she'd even respond when I texted her. Hey, it's Eric. I need to talk to you. It's about my parents and Evan. She replied within minutes. We set up a call that night. When I told her everything, from the stolen college fund to the forged documents to the bank's investigation, she didn't interrupt once. Just listened. Her face was unreadable, but I could see the tension in her jaw. When I finished, she let out a breath and said, "Holy crap. Yeah. You're telling me and Donna forged your signature and stole your tuition money to fund Evan's wedding?" "Yup." "And they never told you? Never paid you back?" "Nope." She sat back in her chair, running a hand through her hair. "You know, I've always thought they treated you like an afterthought, but I never imagined it was this bad." "It's worse than that," I said. "They still don't think they did anything wrong. They showed up last week asking me to bail Evan out." Again, Lily blinked. Unreal. Then she leaned forward. "What do you want to do?" I hesitated. "I want to tell the truth. I want people to know. Not just in court. I want to make sure they can't spin this into some sob story about how their evil son turned on them for no reason." She smiled. "You came to the right person." Over the next week, Lily and I worked together. She helped me structure the story, build the timeline, gather corroborating details, fact-check every memory I had against emails, texts, and receipts. She said she wanted it to be airtight. Bulletproof. "You're not just taking back your story," she told me. "You're reclaiming your voice." At the same time, Jordan was preparing the civil suit. He said the bank's internal report was damning and that we had a strong case for damages, not just the stolen funds, but emotional distress, loss of educational opportunity, and fraudulent misrepresentation. Words that sounded cold on paper, but felt deeply personal to me. Still, I wanted more. And then, one night, I got a message that changed everything. It was from someone I hadn't thought about in years. Bella, Evan's wife. Well, ex-wife now. Her message was short. "I heard what your parents did. I'm sorry. Can we talk?" I stared at the screen for a long time. Then I typed, "Why now?" She replied almost instantly. "Because Evan did it to me, too." We met at a coffee shop the next day. She looked different. Thinner. Tired. Like someone who'd finally stopped pretending. She didn't waste time. "He drained our joint accounts," she said. "Every last dollar. Told me he was investing it in crypto and some sports marketing thing. When I asked questions, he got defensive. Then he stopped coming home. I found out he'd been staying with a friend who turned out to be a girl from his gym. I didn't say anything. She took a deep breath. He left me with nothing. Filed for divorce the second I threatened legal action. I had to move back in with my parents. I'm sorry, I said, and I meant it. Despite everything, I never blamed her. I knew how charming Evan could be. How convincing. She nodded. You were always kind to me. I remember that. I nodded back. So why reach out now? She slid a folder across the table. Inside were screenshots, emails, bank transfers, all of it tying Evan to shady financial practices, falsified invoices, dummy corporations, even a fake GoFundMe he'd created using a fake cancer story and funneled to his own shell account. I don't care what you do with this, she said. But if you're planning something, I want in. So now, I had everything. Legal backing, a documented paper trail, a journalist willing to tell the story, an ex-wife with receipts, and one last card up my sleeve. I hadn't told anyone this, not even Lily, but I'd been quietly recording my parents' visit to my apartment. I had the audio saved on a flash drive. Their voices, clear as day, admitting they co-signed illegal loans in Evan's name. My mom saying, "We knew you'd know what to do. You've always been the independent one." My dad whispering, "You're going to ruin us." I listened to it once. Then I smiled, because the setup was complete, and all that was left now was the strike. They never saw it coming. I didn't storm in with anger. I didn't scream or send them rage-filled texts. That's not how real revenge works. Not the kind that sticks. The kind that matters. No, I planned it like a chess game, quiet, methodical, and 3 moves ahead. It all started with Lily's article. She pitched it to a mid-sized investigative outlet, one of those online publications that prides itself on human interest stories and long-form journalism. They ate it up, spent weeks fact-checking, confirming the paper trail, interviewing Bella, cross-referencing documents from the bank, even reaching out to the college I was supposed to attend. The story that came out was titled, "The Invisible Son: How One Family's Golden Boy Was Funded with Fraud." It went viral within 48 hours. They didn't name names directly in the headline, but by the 3rd paragraph, my parents' full names were in black and white. Their town, their jobs, even a photo from Evan's wedding. The one where I should have been in the front row, but my seat had been filled by some cousin who hadn't spoken to me since. People noticed. First came the comments, thousands of them. Sympathy, disbelief, outrage. And then came the ripple effect. Old neighbors shared it. Family friends posted it. My mom's former coworkers started commenting things like, "I always wondered why Eric wasn't at the wedding," and Donna always bragged about Evan's wedding but never once mentioned her other son. The fallout began fast. My parents were pillars of their community, or at least they thought they were. My dad was on the local HOA board. My mom ran a Facebook group for supportive parents of gifted children. That group banned her within hours of the article hitting the front page. The lawsuit was already underway, and with the article corroborating the timeline, the court moved quickly. Jordan filed a motion for expedited review due to financial misconduct and emotional distress. The bank submitted their findings directly, forged signatures, unauthorized access, violations of the custodial account terms. When my parents' attorney tried to claim it was all a misunderstanding, the judge asked to hear the audio recording I'd submitted with my evidence packet. So I played it. In a silent courtroom, the jury and judge listened to my mother's voice say, "We knew you'd know what to do. You've always been the independent one." And my father's, "You're going to ruin us." No one said a word when it ended. The ruling came 2 weeks later. They were ordered to pay back every penny of the college fund, plus interest, plus damages for emotional distress. The judge even added a scathing comment about their egregious breach of parental trust and long-term psychological manipulation. The total? Just under $164,000. They didn't have it. And so, the court placed a lien on their house. Their accounts were frozen pending payment. Their credit was tanked. Their reputation was in flames. But I wasn't done. Remember Evan? He'd been laying low since Bella dropped the receipts on his fraudulent business schemes. But the article unearthed more than just old grudges. It brought attention. A few of the people he scammed came forward. One woman claimed he convinced her to invest $10,000 in a sports tech app that never materialized. A man said he gave Evan a loan for a company that didn't exist. They filed charges. The authorities opened an investigation. Bella handed over everything. She was eager, surgical. I think watching Evan squirm gave her the closure she'd never gotten from the divorce. And because I knew she'd taken the same hits I had, financial, emotional, I made sure she was credited in the article. She deserved to be seen too. Within months, Evan was indicted for wire fraud, tax evasion, and identity theft. The GoFundMe cancer scam turned out to be the nail in the coffin. His friend from the gym? She testified that Evan had used her name to open a fake LLC. The prosecutors moved quickly. He took a plea deal to avoid jail, but was ordered to pay restitution and serve house arrest for 18 months. He moved back in with my parents, or what was left of them. They'd downsized into a cramped rental apartment on the edge of town. The house was gone, seized and auctioned. My mom's online persona vanished. My dad resigned from the HOA board quietly, and when I checked the local news one night, there was a short blurb about a former community leader facing public backlash. As for me, I took the settlement money, not because I needed it anymore, but because it was mine. I used a portion to pay off the last of my student loans. Donated another chunk to a scholarship fund for underprivileged students pursuing STEM. And then, I built something. With Bella's help, I launched a mentorship platform, one designed to help kids like me who fall through the cracks. Kids who are overlooked, underestimated, or treated like an afterthought in their own families. We called it Second Seat, a nod to the wedding chair I never got. It took off faster than I expected. Lily featured it in a follow-up piece 6 months later, and suddenly I was being asked to speak on podcasts, guest lecture at colleges, even advise on scholarship committees. I said yes to a few, not because I needed the spotlight, but because I knew someone like me might be listening, someone waiting for permission to take their power back. One day, a year after everything came crashing down, I got a letter in the mail. Handwritten. No return address. The handwriting was familiar. It was from my mom. She didn't ask for forgiveness. Didn't even say she was sorry. It was just a page of rationalizations. We thought we were doing what was best. You never needed as much help. Evan was struggling. We only wanted to see both of our sons succeed. I folded the letter neatly and set it aside. I didn't need a response. I already had my closure. My revenge hadn't been loud or cruel. It had been clean, measured, just. They lost everything trying to build a life on the back of my sacrifice. And I built a life in spite of them. Newton and Curie still roam my apartment, knocking things over and keeping me grounded. Bella and I talk weekly. She's rebuilding too, one brick at a time. Lily's piece won a small journalism award, and she's working on a book. As for Evan, last I heard, he was working nights at a call center. No friends, no business, no fans, just a man sitting in the ashes of the empire he never earned. Funny how the golden child tarnishes fast when the spotlight goes out. And me? I wake up every morning, make my coffee, stretch my legs, and remind myself, I didn't just survive them. I outgrew them. And the best revenge is being nothing like them. Christmas used to mean something different when I was a kid. It meant lights and warmth, my mom humming along to some old Nat King Cole record, and the sweet smell of cinnamon rolls baking in the oven. But somewhere along the way, that magic got buried under layers of comparison, backhanded compliments, and awkward silence. I'm Marcus, 34, single, and self-employed. I run a small graphic design business out of my apartment, not flashy, not lucrative, but it pays the bills and lets me live a life that's mine. That alone, apparently, makes me the family failure. My brother Evan, 2 years younger and a real estate agent with a booming Instagram presence, is the golden child. He wears flashy watches and drives a Tesla, always parks it right at the curb so everyone at the family gatherings can't miss it. My sister Nicole, she married some tech guy who made a lot of money in crypto and now spends her days posting her kids' piano recitals and organic snack ideas online. Me? I show up, hand out carefully chosen gifts, and pray no one asks what I'm doing these days. This Christmas, the annual dinner was hosted at my parents' place, like always. It was a tradition. Roast beef, too many side dishes, that weird gelatin salad my aunt still insists is classic, and a giant, overly decorated tree under which we all placed our gifts. I had spent hours picking mine out. Thoughtful things. A rare record for Dad, a signed cookbook for Mom, a fancy decanter Evan had once admired, a designer scarf Nicole had mentioned in passing last year. Even the nieces and nephews got personalized gift boxes I'd hand-wrapped with little illustrations on the tags. When I arrived, nobody even looked up. Hey, I mumbled, holding a bag in each hand. Evan glanced over, gave a half wave, then returned to his conversation about rental markets. Mom greeted me with a distracted, "Oh, Marcus. You made it," like I was the UPS guy dropping off a package. I smiled, nodded, and set the gifts under the tree. I told myself it was fine. They're just distracted. It's the holidays. Everyone's tense. But the night unfolded the way it always did, only this time worse. Nicole spent dinner loudly praising her kids for their advanced reading levels while side-eyeing my empty chair across the table. Evan regaled everyone with a story about closing a $2 million deal and how the buyer had flown in from Dubai. Mom kept asking if I was still working on that artsy thing, like I was finger painting in a basement somewhere. Every attempt I made to join a conversation got cut off by someone redirecting it back to Evan's success or Nicole's parenting. And then it happened. My father stood up, clinking his glass for a toast. Everyone quieted, eyes shining in the candlelight. The only sound was the fire crackling softly behind him. "I just want to say how proud I am," he began. "This year has been incredible. Watching our family grow, watching our kids achieve such amazing things." He turned to Evan. "Evan, your accomplishments this year have been extraordinary. You're building something that matters. And Nicole, raising those bright young stars. We're all just so lucky." He paused, lifted his glass, and added, "Let's raise a toast to the children who actually made something of their lives." The words hung in the air, sharp and cold. I sat perfectly still, trying to smile like it didn't gut me. Nicole clinked her glass against Evan's, both grinning like this was some awards show. My name had never even crossed his lips. Then Evan looked straight at me and let out a small snort. "You should be grateful we even let you come, man. This is family stuff." A few people chuckled. Not loudly, but enough. My jaw tightened. I glanced around the table. No one said anything. Not even Mom. She just sipped her drink and stared at her plate like the salmon needed her full attention. I stared down at my plate, barely touched. The gift tags I'd so carefully written flashed in my mind. To Dad, thanks for the music. To Evan, congrats on the Tesla. To Nicole, for cozy mornings and good taste. My stomach twisted. I stood up slowly. No one noticed at first. Then Nicole asked, "You okay?" I didn't answer. I walked to the coat rack, took my jacket, and paused at the tree. All the gifts I'd brought were still there, glimmering beneath the lights. Dozens of others were stacked around them, all shiny packaging and department store bows. And then I remembered the one I hadn't placed yet, the one still in my coat pocket. I turned back, looked at them all, laughing, toasting, pretending like this wasn't some carefully orchestrated humiliation, and said nothing. I just walked out. The cold slapped me in the face as I stepped into the night. Snow had started falling again, soft and quiet. I slid into my car, shut the door, and exhaled. My hands trembled, not from the cold, from the restraint, from the years of swallowing every slight, every joke at my expense, every omission. But tonight, I had left them one final surprise. Something they wouldn't even notice until they tore into their gifts the next morning. And when they did, well, let's just say Christmas morning would feel a little different this year. I didn't sleep that night. Back in my apartment, the walls felt too quiet, too clean, an eerie contrast to the chaos still likely unfolding hours away at my parents' place. I poured myself a drink, turned on the dim fairy lights strung across my windows, and sat on the couch staring at the fireplace screensaver on my TV. The world outside was hushed, blanketed in snow and silence, but inside me, everything burned. My phone buzzed a few times, mostly group texts. Nicole sending a blurry photo of Evan doing his stupid champagne-sabering trick in the backyard. Mom replying with heart emojis. Dad ignoring my existence altogether, as usual. Not a single person asked where I'd gone. Perfect. I waited. Patiently. The same way I'd waited through years of being the afterthought. The forgotten sibling. The one who chose a hobby over a real job, according to my dad. But I wasn't forgotten this time. Because beneath that tree, mixed in with the shiny wrapped gifts and luxury store bags, was a small, square box wrapped in plain brown paper. No bow. No tag. It looked like an afterthought. But it wasn't. It was deliberate. Tucked deep behind the others, placed carefully so that eventually, when enough gifts had been opened, it would catch someone's eye. I knew who it would be. Nicole always played cleanup duty after gifts, carefully sorting through the leftover wrapping in boxes like she was managing a corporate inventory room. It would start as confusion. A plain brown box? No label? Someone must have forgotten. Curiosity would win. They'd open it. Inside, they'd find 20 glossy, high-quality prints, custom designed and professionally bound. Each one looked like a page from a magazine. Headlines in bold, captions below, and above all, receipts. Because if there's one thing I learned from being the unsuccessful one in the family, it's how to observe. And I had receipts for everything. The front page? A photograph of Evan standing in front of a house, smiling for Instagram. Captioned, "Client review. Said this home was a legal nightmare and left within a week. Evan refused to refund the deposit." I had the Reddit thread. The screenshots. The Better Business Bureau complaint. Next, Nicole's husband. One full page dedicated to a Zoom screenshot. He was in a meeting, one I happened to stumble into while designing a presentation for a friend's startup. There he was, pitching my portfolio, graphics I had created, to a potential investor. Word for word. Even the watermark I had embedded into the file, faint but traceable, was still intact. Plagiarism, plain and simple. I documented every moment I had ever been overlooked, and I used it not to whine, but to build. There was a copy of the contract my dad had signed with the developer that Evan introduced him to 2 years ago, the one that led to them losing $80,000 in a failed family investment. A contract I'd reviewed quietly, after the fact, and immediately spotted 3 glaring red flags. Red flags I wasn't asked to find, because why ask the artist, right? Then there were emails, printed copies, Mom's messages to my aunt, calling me a sweet soul, but a bit of a disappointment. Evan forwarding a meme of a guy playing Xbox with the caption, "Marcus at work." Nicole asking my parents privately if they could not hype up Marcus too much in front of the kids. It's confusing when they think doing art is enough. But the crown jewel was a letter. My letter. A letter I had rewritten and rewritten for weeks. Calm, poised, not emotional, just honest. In it, I laid out the truth they never wanted to hear. How I had paid Mom's credit card bill for 8 months straight during Dad's medical leave and never told anyone. How I had designed Nicole's Etsy branding and created her influencer website for free, only for her to turn around and hire someone else for the real work. How I once gave Evan a $5,000 loan during a dry quarter, which he never repaid, and now jokes about like it was a birthday gift. I ended the letter with one line. "You've mistaken my silence for weakness. You won't make that mistake again." And taped to the back of the letter, a small USB drive. Encrypted, of course, but it contained every file, every screenshot, every document they'd just flipped through in physical form, plus a few extras I didn't print. One was a voice message from my dad, accidentally sent to me, where he called me the family stray. Another was an email thread where Nicole asked Evan if I was even mentally stable enough to be included in the family vacation to Maui last year. The same trip they told me they couldn't afford. All of it was there. But the real revenge? The final file on the drive. A PDF titled Distribution Plan. It outlined where everything would go if I hit send. Not just to them, but to their clients. Evan's brokerage. Nicole's online sponsors. My dad's golf club board, where he loved parading himself around as the model family man. Now, to be clear, I hadn't sent anything. Not yet. That was the part that would keep them up at night. The part that would force them to check their inboxes, to scan every subject line, to whisper about what I might do next. Because they didn't know what I'd left them. Not yet. But the moment Nicole found that plain brown box, the fuse would be lit. And I'd already poured myself a second drink, phone on silent, eyes on the snow quietly blanketing the world outside. Let them wonder. Let them sweat. They had no idea what was coming. It was 9:43 a.m. the next morning when the first text came in. Nicole texted, "Hey, did you leave something under the tree? Like a weird box?" I didn't respond. I stared at my screen, watching the little typing bubble appear, disappear, then pop back up again like it was panicking. Nicole texted again. There was no tag. No one knew who it was from. But it had stuff about Evan, and Mom, and me. Still, I said nothing. I set the phone down on the table and went back to sipping my coffee, letting the steam hit my face like a lazy exhale. The quiet was suddenly alive with possibility. For once, I wasn't the one scrambling to fix something. Within the next 10 minutes, my phone exploded. Evan texted, "Dude, what is this? Is this a joke? Tell me you didn't seriously give this to the whole family. Bro, we need to talk. Right now." Mom texted, "Marcus, please call me. This isn't like you. This has to be a misunderstanding. We are all very hurt right now. What were you thinking? I laughed. Not out loud, but one of those silent, satisfying laughs where the air catches in your throat and the corners of your mouth move on their own. Then came the group chat. The one I'd been part of for years, but where I was usually ignored unless I volunteered to bring dessert. Suddenly, I was the star. Dad texted, "We found your little surprise." Completely inappropriate. Whatever resentment you're carrying, you need to deal with it privately, not ambush us on Christmas. Nicole texted, "This is manipulative and hurtful. Why would you do this during the holidays?" Evan texted, "This could ruin me. You included client names, man. What were you thinking?" Ah, there it was. Not, "We're sorry." Not, "We didn't realize." Just pure, unfiltered damage control. They weren't upset about what they did. They were upset that I'd finally made them look at it. I didn't answer. I left the chat. Not dramatically, no flouncing exit message, no dramatic, "Goodbye, family." I just vanished. Let them scream into the void. Let them watch my name flicker out of the top of the screen and wonder what came next. Because what they didn't know, and what I certainly wasn't going to tell them, was that the USB drive. It was just a sample. The real files, the full archive, sat safely encrypted in cloud storage. Password protected. Backed up. Categorized by name and date. I hadn't even thought about sending it anywhere yet. That wasn't the point. The point was to make them feel the imbalance they built. To finally understand what it meant to be silenced and overlooked and used, then told, with a smirk, to be grateful. But the thing is, when you throw a match near gasoline, you don't always get to control the size of the fire. By noon, things were unraveling faster than I expected. I got a DM from one of Evan's coworkers. Someone I barely knew. "Hey, I know we don't really talk, but I just wanted to say, I saw what you posted. Or, what got shared. And, you weren't wrong." I blinked. Posted? What do you mean, what got shared? I opened Reddit, just on instinct. Nothing. Then Twitter. Then Instagram. And then I saw it. Someone, not me, had uploaded screenshots. Just a few. One from the contract page. One from the Etsy logo theft. A caption below. "When you're the failure of the family, but the only one with receipts. Merry Christmas." It was blowing up. Fast. It wasn't viral yet, but it was spreading. Enough for people to start asking questions. Enough to rattle the carefully maintained image my family had always flaunted like it was divine truth. I sat back, heart pounding. Not out of fear. Out of something else. Power. For once, I wasn't the one chasing approval or begging for space at the table. I wasn't trying to earn love with loyalty or buy affection with silence. I had flipped the script. I hadn't leaked the screenshots, but someone had. Someone in that house had seen the files and decided the truth needed air. Maybe it was my cousin Jake, who'd always been weirdly sympathetic toward me. Maybe it was my uncle, who'd once told me Evan was a smiling shark. Whoever it was, they'd struck the match. Now the fire was out of my hands, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to stop it. I didn't leave my apartment for the next 48 hours. Not because I was hiding, but because I wanted to sit in the quiet, let everything unfold, and just watch. The texts and calls didn't stop. Evan tried anger first. "You need to delete whatever you posted. Now. This is serious, Marcus. I could lose my license. We were just joking, okay? Grow a thicker skin." Then desperation. "Man, please. I'm sorry. I didn't mean any of it. Don't ruin my life over a dumb toast. What do you want? Just tell me. I'll do it." Nicole went the guilt route. "You have no idea what you've done. I could lose sponsorships. Do you think your niece deserves to have her mother dragged online? I trusted you. You were family." Mom's messages were weepy and vague. "Marcus, please. I don't know what's happening. Everyone's fighting. Your father hasn't slept. This isn't like you. We raised you better. Just come over. We can talk." Dad didn't text. He sent one email. No subject line. 2 sentences. "You crossed a line. You're no longer welcome in this family. Don't contact us again." I didn't respond to a single one. By the 3rd day, the story had reached local news outlets. Not by name, but the headlines were clear enough for anyone who knew us. Influencer family caught in private feud after anonymous whistleblower exposes secrets. Real estate agent accused of defrauding clients in viral thread. Comment sections exploded. Some people defended them. Others, not so much. Screenshots had a way of silencing denial, especially when the receipts were as airtight as mine. Evan's brokerage issued a public statement. Under internal review. His face disappeared from the company website within 24 hours. Nicole posted a crying selfie on Instagram, captioned, "Taking a break. Please respect our privacy." I almost felt bad. Almost. But then I remembered Evan's smirk at the table. "You should be grateful we even let you come." I remembered the way my name hadn't even been spoken in that toast. I remembered sitting in silence year after year, gift after gift, while everyone else got credit for being someone. This wasn't about vengeance anymore. It was about relief. I'd carried that weight for too long, and now it wasn't mine anymore. But the story doesn't end there. Because after the media flare-up died down and the social feeds went dark, something unexpected happened. A letter. A real one. Mailed to my apartment. No return address. Inside was a simple card. Handwritten. I read everything. "You're not wrong. They always treated you like a spare part. I saw it. I'm sorry I didn't speak up. If you ever want to talk, I'm here. Jake." Jake. My cousin. The quiet one. The only person who used to talk to me like I mattered. I smiled for the first time in days. It meant something. Maybe not forgiveness. Maybe not a full repair. But connection. An ember in the ash. A few days later, I took a walk through the city. I passed a toy store window and saw a father kneeling beside his daughter, tying her scarf. She looked up at him like he was everything. It hit me in a way I didn't expect. I would never be that son to my father. And that was okay. I wasn't going to keep chasing their love like a dog under the table begging for scraps. I didn't need to, because I had built something. Not just a career or a revenge plan, a life. One where I had integrity. One where I didn't smile through cruelty or laugh at people to feel taller. And as the cold wind hit my face, I realized something even more important. I was free. Free from the unspoken rules. Free from the small, smug jabs. Free from the empty praise that always came with conditions. That night, I logged back into the cloud account. Looked at all the files. All the dirt. I hovered over the delete button. Then, slowly, one by one, I wiped it clean. Not because I was scared. Not because they asked. Because I had already won. I didn't need to keep the sword raised to prove I had it. And as for the family, Evan relocated to a smaller firm in another city, rebranding himself with a new last name, his fiancée's, conveniently. Nicole pivoted to lifestyle blogging, carefully avoiding any reference to her former, perfect family. Her comments were still limited. Mom reached out 6 months later. A soft email. "I miss you. I didn't realize how much until you were gone." I replied, briefly, kindly, "Thank you. I hope you're well." We haven't spoken since. I didn't go back. Not for birthdays. Not for holidays. But I did start hosting my own Christmas dinners. Small, cozy, full of friends I chose, people who saw me for me. And under my tree, there's always one plain brown box. A reminder, not of the pain, but of the moment I finally stepped out of their shadow and never looked back. My name's Marcus. I'm 32, work in tech, and I've always been the dependable one in the family. You know the type, quiet, responsible, good with numbers, bad with drama. Or at least that's what I told myself. I guess there's a part of me that always thought if I just stayed calm, stayed generous, maybe the people I loved would finally treat me with the same respect I offered them. But that's not how my family works. I'm the youngest of 3. My sister, Danny, is the oldest, charming, ruthless, and somehow always broke. My brother, Kevin, is the middle child. Golden boy. Football star in high school, washed-out car salesman by 30. But in my parents' eyes, still the pride of the family. Meanwhile, I was the one fixing their Wi-Fi at midnight, helping my mom navigate online banking, covering gaps in rent when someone's check got held up again, and quietly footing the bill when birthdays or holidays rolled around and nobody else had the funds. I didn't complain. I was making good money, living in a modest apartment, and figured it was just what family did for each other. That changed slowly. It didn't hit all at once. It chipped away. 1,000 little cuts. Like when I covered Danny's rent for 2 months and later saw her on Instagram at a music festival in Miami. Or when I helped Kevin buy a used car after his 3rd DUI and he told his girlfriend it was a gift from our parents. Not once did anyone thank me, but I still didn't say anything. I just kept giving because it felt easier than fighting. The tipping point began with an invite. My niece, Ellie, was turning 10, Kevin's daughter. I actually really like Ellie's smart, kind, not yet jaded by the chaos that surrounds her. I'd gotten her this little beginner's telescope a few months back after she told me she liked looking at the stars, and she spent an hour the next night texting me blurry photos of the moon and asking questions about Jupiter. For her birthday, I wanted to do something special. I found this venue near the lake that hosts kids' parties, food, games, pony rides, the whole thing. Pricey, yeah, but I figured she deserved it. Kevin and I had a brief conversation about it. I offered to cover the venue and catering. He said he'd handle decorations and entertainment. Knowing Kevin, that meant I'd be paying for 90% of it. But again, I didn't argue. The day of the party arrived. I showed up a little late because of work, but I'd already arranged the payments, double-confirmed everything with the staff, and even threw in a last-minute cupcake tower when I heard Ellie liked red velvet. I walked in expecting some kind of normal family chaos. Instead, I got ambushed. As soon as I stepped into the party room, it was like I didn't exist. No, thanks for setting all this up. No greeting from Kevin or Danny. I saw my mom sitting with her sisters, laughing, sipping wine like she wasn't 3 months behind on her utilities that I'd been quietly covering. My dad nodded at me from a distance, but didn't get up. I spotted Ellie across the room and gave her a little wave. She lit up and ran over to hug me. That, at least, felt good. About 30 minutes in, someone handed me a paper plate with half a slice of pizza and a warm soda. I didn't care. I just sat near the back and watched Ellie open her presents. She got dolls, gift cards, a few clothes, and then Kevin handed her a box with the same telescope I'd already given her months ago. Except this one had my name crossed out on the label, literally scribbled over. I stared at it for a moment, wondering if I was seeing things. Then Kevin turned toward the group and said with a chuckle, "Yeah, had to upgrade the one Marcus gave her. It was cute, but, starter stuff." The room laughed. My uncle snorted so loudly I jumped. My mom shook her head with this performative, exaggerated smile like she was saying, "What can you do?" And then Kevin said it, loud enough for everyone to hear. "You're just the pathetic one we keep around for money." I blinked. He was still smiling, like it was some kind of joke. Danny laughed and muttered something to my mom. My dad didn't even look up from his phone. I waited, just for one person to say, "Hey, not cool," or "That was too far." But no one said anything. Everyone laughed. My niece looked confused. She didn't laugh. She looked at me like she was trying to figure out why the grown-ups thought that was funny. And I don't know how to explain the way that moment felt. Like something cracked deep in my chest. Not snapped, just cracked. Quietly. A clean hairline fracture. I stood up. I didn't yell. I didn't throw the table or break anything. I just placed my paper plate down, untouched, and walked out. As I stepped outside, I could still hear them laughing. Music thumped from the speaker Kevin had brought. A few kids ran by me chasing a balloon animal. I sat in my car for a moment, hands on the wheel, just breathing. Then I remembered something. Kevin had never actually paid for his half of the event. In fact, the venue manager had called me just 2 days earlier to confirm the final amount, and I had agreed to put it all on my card, just to get it done. I told her Kevin would reimburse me before the event. He hadn't. I reached into my glove compartment, pulled out the folder with the venue's info, and flipped to the page with the cancellation clause. I wasn't going to cancel the party, obviously. But I also remembered the contract included a clause for immediate full payment on-site or services would be paused. Paused. Not canceled. Not refunded. Just stopped. I looked at the clock. 4:52 p.m. The second half of the party, dinner service, the magician, and the boat ride was scheduled to start at 5 o'clock sharp. And Kevin hadn't paid a dime. I pulled out my phone, dialed the number, and waited. "Hello, Lakeview Events. This is Sandra." "Hi, this is Marcus Carter. I was the one who booked the Lexington room for today." "Oh yes, Mr. Carter. Everything's been running smoothly so far. Just confirming, will the rest of the payment be completed soon? Our coordinator mentioned the remaining balance is still pending." I smiled. "Actually, I've decided not to move forward with that payment." A pause. "I'm sorry. I'll be covering the amount I initially agreed to, but I won't be paying Kevin's portion. And I'd like you to enforce the clause, please. The one about service halts for unpaid balances." Another pause. Longer this time. "Understood, Mr. Carter. We'll begin transitioning the room accordingly at 5 o'clock. Thank you. Oh, and one more thing. Can you make sure the announcement is made clearly? I don't want anyone confused about why the entertainment is stopping." "Of course." I hung up, rolled down my window, and listened as the minutes ticked by. The music kept playing. The sky was pinking up over the lake. Then, at exactly 5:01, I heard a faint chime, followed by a woman's voice on the loudspeaker. "Attention guests, Due to an unresolved balance, the second half of the Lexington Room Party package has been paused until payment is completed. We apologize for the inconvenience. The music stopped. The magician, halfway through setting up, began packing his things. A server with trays of food turned abruptly and walked away from the banquet tables. Kids started whining. Parents looked around in confusion. And then I saw Kevin storm out through the front doors, red-faced and pacing, his phone already to his ear. He didn't see me sitting there in my car, but I saw him, and I waited. Because this was only the beginning. Kevin paced like a man who just realized the spotlight wasn't on him anymore. His phone was pressed so hard against his ear I half expected it to fuse with his skull. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but judging by the frantic arm gestures, the way he kept looking back at the venue, and how red his face was turning, he was definitely not leaving a Yelp review. I didn't drive away. Not yet. I just watched from the edge of the parking lot as the chaos started to bloom. Danny came outside next, clacking her heels on the pavement like they owed her money, shouting something about how this was supposed to be the big moment. Then came my mom, clutching her purse, eyes wide, muttering the way she always did when things didn't go as planned. This is embarrassing, so embarrassing. I almost laughed, not because it was funny, but because it was so them. Not one of them looked around and said, "Wait, how did this happen?" They weren't shocked that something went wrong. They were shocked they couldn't find someone else to clean it up. I finally turned the key in the ignition, just as Kevin spotted me. He stormed over, waving his hands. Marcus, what did you do?" I rolled down the window halfway. "You mean the venue? I paid my part. The rest was on you. You remember, right? You said you'd cover half. We agreed you'd handle it, and I'd reimburse you." "No, you said that." "I never agreed." "You know how I know?" "Because I recorded the call." He froze. I wasn't bluffing. Not this time. I'd learned the hard way, start documenting everything, especially with family. "You're ruining her party," he hissed. "No," I said calmly. "You are. You opened your mouth. You made the joke. You made it clear exactly what you think of me. You think I'm just a wallet. An ATM with no feelings." "Come on, it was just a joke," he said, voice softening in that fake, wheedling tone he always used when things didn't go his way. "Jokes are funny," I said. "You laughed at me. In front of everyone. With my money paying for the party." He didn't respond to that. He just clenched his jaw and looked back toward the venue. Guests were starting to leave. A few parents gave him side eyes as they walked by. One little kid tripped over a tipped-over balloon stand and burst into tears. Then came the cherry on top, Ellie. She came out of the building, her party hat lopsided, her red velvet cupcake smeared on her dress, and confusion written all over her face. "Daddy," she said, "why did they stop everything? Where's the boat ride?" Kevin dropped his gaze. His lips pressed into a tight line, and for the first time in years, I felt something other than guilt or obligation around him. I felt pity, not for him, exactly, but for how empty his life must be to measure worth in what he could take from other people. I rolled up my window, slowly, deliberately. Then I backed out of the parking spot. As I pulled out of the lot, I caught one last glimpse in the rearview mirror, Kevin standing there like a statue, phone still in one hand, daughter tugging at the other, while the rest of the guests drifted off like sand through an open palm. The fallout started that night. First it was the texts. "Mom, what happened at the party? Ellie's crying, and everyone's mad. Danny, wow, real mature. You just had to make it about you. Kevin, you better fix this, man. You really messed up." I didn't respond. Instead, I did something I'd never done before. I blocked them. All three. No long explanations. "No, I'm sorry, but..." Just silence. Then I opened my laptop and started digging. See, what they never realized was I didn't just pay for birthdays or cover bills out of kindness. I kept records. I had spreadsheets, bank statements, transaction histories. I knew exactly how much I'd paid for their nonsense over the years. Rent for Danny when she couldn't move out of her ex's place? $3,700. Car repairs for Kevin when he crashed his Nissan trying to drift in an empty parking lot? $1,850. My parents' electric bills, groceries, and medication copays for the last 14 months? $11,400. Add in holidays, gas money, random Cash App requests from cousins who just needed help till Friday, and it totaled over $23,000. 23 grand they all expected me to forget. So I didn't scream. I didn't go online and rage post about how unfair it all was. Instead, I printed everything. All of it. Neatly labeled, stapled, and packed into 3 identical manila envelopes. Then, for good measure, I included a short handwritten note. Since I'm just the pathetic one you keep around for money, here's a receipt for everything I've covered over the last 5 years. Don't worry, no need to pay me back. I'm finally cutting my losses. I mailed one to my parents, one to Danny, one to Kevin, and then I changed the password on the Netflix account they all still used. I wish I could say that was the end of it, but things were only just beginning to unravel. Because 3 days later, Kevin tried to pull one more stunt, and that's when everything really fell apart. Kevin's last stunt didn't come as a surprise, not really. I'd spent years watching him pull fast ones on friends, co-workers, girlfriends, you name it. The man could lie like it was a second language, fluent and polished, and he'd always find someone to believe him, especially if that someone was family. 3 days after the party, I got an email. Not a message, not a call, an official-looking email from the Lakeview Events Billing Department. It was short. Too short. Subject: Unpaid balance dispute. Lexington room rental. Dear Mr. Carter, we've received notice from Mr. Kevin Carter disputing the terms of your shared payment agreement regarding the Lexington room rental on June 14th. He has claimed the full balance was your responsibility and has requested our office contact you to settle the remaining amount. Please reach out within 48 hours to avoid further collection steps. Best regards, Sandra Pierce, Billing Department, Lakeview Events. I reread it 3 times. The rage didn't come all at once. It built, slowly, boiling in my chest like a kettle left on the stove. Kevin hadn't just thrown me under the bus. He'd gone and doubled down, trying to stick me with the entire $3,200 bill because he figured I'd rather just handle it than fight. That used to be true, but not anymore. I sat down at my desk and pulled open the folder where I'd kept all my contracts, receipts, and emails from the party. Within 5 minutes, I had everything lined up. The call recording where Kevin promised to pay half, the invoice marked pending under his name, the emails from the coordinator confirming our split payment plan. And then I sent my own email. Dear Sandra, thank you for the heads up. Please find attached a transcript of a phone call where Kevin agreed to cover 50% of the event. Screenshots of all our payment confirmations, my signed contract, a breakdown of expenses noting that my contribution has already been paid in full. If Mr. Carter continues to falsely dispute the agreement, I'll be forced to take legal steps. Let me know if you need a formal affidavit. Best, Marcus Carter. It felt good. Clean. Like standing up straighter after carrying too much weight for too long. No drama. No yelling. Just facts, organized and irrefutable. I didn't hear back for a day. But then, at 9:17 the next morning, Sandra replied, Mr. Carter, thank you for the detailed documentation. We've reviewed everything, and your portion of the balance is indeed settled. We'll be redirecting the full outstanding charge to Mr. Kevin Carter effective immediately. We apologize for the inconvenience. Sandra Pierce. And suddenly, it wasn't my problem anymore. Or so I thought. Because at 2:42 p.m., Kevin called me. 4 times in a row. Then twice more from a different number. Then once more from what I recognized as Danny's phone. I didn't pick up. A few minutes later, I got a message from him on Venmo, of all places. Kevin, dude, just cover it. I'll pay you back Friday. Then, Kevin, seriously, it's your fault they're mad. You didn't have to walk out. And finally, Kevin, whatever, man. Just remember we're still family. You can't run from that forever. No apology. No accountability. Just more emotional IOUs. I didn't answer. I didn't even open the app again. That night, I got dinner by myself for the first time in a long time. Sat on the patio of a little Italian place down the block. Ordered the most expensive thing on the menu, just because I could. And for once, I didn't feel guilty about it. I wasn't calculating in the back of my head how much I'd need to move around between accounts to cover for someone else's mistake. I felt free. But the silence didn't last long. Because by the end of the week, it wasn't just Kevin texting. It was my mom. Mom, your brother's in trouble, Marcus. Can't you just help him out this once? Mom, we raised you better than this. You don't turn your back on blood. And then, from my dad, who almost never texted, Dad, you're being cruel. Fix this before it gets worse. They weren't asking anymore. They were demanding, as if I owed it to them, as if years of bending over backward hadn't been enough. But I didn't fold. I didn't even flinch. Instead, I made one final change. I opened the shared family banking folder I'd been managing for almost 5 years. The one with recurring transfers, emergency funds, and monthly bill pay setups. The one I'd been quietly maintaining because nobody else really gets how that stuff works. And I removed myself from everything. I canceled every recurring payment with my name on it. I deleted my access to their online portals. I erased my billing information from every account that wasn't mine. I shut it all down. And then I sent one last message. Not angry, not cruel, just final. To Mom, Dad, Danny, and Kevin, going forward, I will not be financially involved in this family's decisions. I've covered more than my share over the years, and instead of respect, I've received jokes and insults. I wish you the best, but I'm done. Marcus. I didn't expect a reply, but I got one. From Danny. Not a message, a screenshot. It was from Kevin's Facebook page. He'd posted some long, self-pitying rant about fake family and backstabbers and how some people only care about money. The caption was something like, "Blood doesn't mean loyalty. You know who you are." There were 100 comments already. And at the very bottom, one from my mom. "We never should have trusted Marcus with anything. He always thought he was better than us." I stared at it for a while. Let it burn. Let it hurt. And then I closed the app. I didn't say anything. Not yet. Because I had one last move to make. And they never saw it coming. I'll be honest. That comment from my mom, it stung more than I expected. I stared at it longer than I should have. Read it. Reread it. Zoomed in on it like maybe I'd misread the words or misunderstood the tone. But no, it was clear. Cold. Final. We never should have trusted Marcus with anything. He always thought he was better than us. That sentence unraveled something inside me I hadn't even realized I'd been holding together. I wasn't angry. Not anymore. I was done. And that was far worse for them. They thought they were cutting me off. That I'd come crawling back. That guilt would eventually sink its claws in again. And I'd do what I always did. Smooth things over, pay the tab, fix the mess. They didn't realize I'd already planned my exit. Because here's the thing they never figured out. I had been preparing. Quietly. Slowly. Over years. Not out of malice. But out of necessity. When you're the one holding the family together, you start planning for the day they finally let go and expect you to keep hanging on. It started a year ago when I bought the duplex. It was a solid investment, 2 units, one for me to live in, one to rent out. I got a good deal because the owners were relocating out of state and needed to close fast. I put down 40% cash, secured a great rate, and even got a tax break for converting 1 unit into a home office. They didn't know I owned it. They still thought I was in a rental uptown. I had my reasons. See, back in 2021, I co-signed a personal loan for my parents. They promised it was just a safety net, a bridge while my dad changed jobs. But the payments had become my responsibility almost immediately, and they were never once on time with their share. Then there were the subscription services I set up temporarily for Danny when she switched apartments. Kevin had borrowed my info for just 1 week to help qualify for his new truck, only to default 6 months later. They had a history, a pattern, and I had finally started to build my escape. The duplex became my sanctuary. I moved in with zero fanfare, transferred my mail, changed every billing address, rerouted my deliveries, and gave out the unit's mailing address to only one person, my lawyer. Yes, my lawyer. Because a few months earlier, I'd also revised my will, designated financial power of attorney, and even created a family exclusion clause that formally removed Kevin, Danny, and my parents from any access to my assets. Not to be dramatic, but to be safe. And as I watched them drag my name through Facebook comments, I realized it was time to finish it. That night, I did one final sweep through everything. I called the credit bureaus and placed a permanent fraud alert on my identity. Froze all inactive cards. Changed every password. Moved my emergency savings into a new high-yield account under a trust name I'd quietly established last fall. Then I opened up an email I had drafted months ago. It was labeled, "Last line." It read, "To whom it may concern, this is to formally notify you that Marcus Carter will no longer serve as guarantor, co-signer, or responsible party on the following accounts: Chase Family Loan, Edison Power Utilities ACCT, Brightway Health Credit Account. Serious Car Finance Loan. Effective immediately, all payment obligations are hereby revoked under mutual consent per documentation attached. Supporting statements, notarized exit documents, and bank closures are enclosed. Any attempt to use my identity or information going forward will be considered fraud and will be prosecuted accordingly. Marcus Carter. Attached was every notarized revocation, every exit clause, every legal document I'd prepared in the event that one of them tried something desperate. I hit send and CC'd it to their shared family email, the one I knew they all still used to plan holidays and forward junk coupons. The silence afterward wasn't peaceful. It was sharp, like the world had suddenly gone quiet, but in the kind of way that warns a storm is coming. But nothing happened the next day. No messages, no calls, no emails. Then, on the second day, it began. First, a call from an unknown number. Then another. I let them go to voicemail. Then a text, this time from Danny. I can't believe you sent all that. You're really trying to ruin us? Then Kevin, you're blowing this way out of proportion. The family's falling apart and it's your fault now. Then, finally, my mom. I just got a call from the bank. The loan's frozen. They're talking legal stuff. What did you do? No, how are you? No, I'm sorry. Just panic. Rage. Accusation. I ignored them all. I had done everything legally, slowly, and carefully. They weren't going to trap me again. Not this time. A week passed before I heard from someone unexpected, my uncle. My dad's brother. He'd always been decent, kept to himself, lived in Florida most of the year. He called me on a Sunday afternoon. Hey, Marcus, he said, voice low. Just wanted to say. I heard what happened, and I think you did the right thing. I didn't expect that. He continued, I love my brother, but he's been leaning on you too long. They all have. You're not the villain here, kid. Just wanted you to know someone gets it. We talked for 15 minutes. Not about the fallout, but about life, work, baseball. It was the first conversation I'd had with a family member in years that didn't make me feel like a utility. When I hung up, I felt lighter. The real moment of closure came 2 months later. I was on my balcony, sipping coffee, when I saw a for sale sign pop up on my parents' front lawn via a listing Danny had posted on Facebook Marketplace, of all places. Fixer-upper family home, urgent sale. Serious buyers only. I didn't gloat. I didn't screenshot it. I didn't send it to friends or post it online. I just nodded, because I knew what had happened. They couldn't afford the loan without me. The utilities were behind. Kevin's truck had probably been repossessed by now. Danny had lost her credit card privileges once I shut the family card down. And with their names blacklisted from most lenders, their financial world had started to collapse, piece by piece, the same way mine had started to heal. A few weeks later, Ellie, my niece, messaged me. Not on social media, not through her parents, but by actual letter. A real, handwritten letter. It was short, a little messy, but it broke me in a way nothing else had. Hi, Uncle Marcus. I don't know why Daddy is mad at you, but I miss you. Thank you for my telescope. I still look at the moon. I wish you could come to my party next year. Love, Ellie. I cried. Just sat on my couch with that letter in my hands and let years of pent-up frustration and grief melt into something bittersweet. I wrote her back. Carefully. Honestly. I told her that sometimes grown-ups make mistakes and sometimes families get complicated, but that none of it was her fault. I told her I'd always care about her, no matter what. And I gave her a P.O. box address to reach me anytime she wanted. As for the rest of them, they never got another cent from me. No more second chances. No more quiet forgiveness. I moved forward, built a life that wasn't built on guilt or obligation. And for the first time in 32 years, I started living for me. Not for the approval of a family that only saw me as useful, but for the peace of finally choosing myself. That was the real ending. Not a dramatic explosion. Not a courtroom battle. Just silence. Silence I earned. And silence I would never trade again. My name's Luke, I'm 27, and if you've ever dealt with family who think boundaries are optional, then you'll probably understand how I ended up in this mess. I've always been the guy in my family who people think is too serious. I don't drink much, I keep to myself, and I work in finance, which apparently makes me the banker relative, even though I've had to work tooth and nail for every cent I've earned. My cousin Eric, on the other hand, is the complete opposite. He's 29, impulsive, lazy when it suits him, and always has some half-baked scheme he swears is about to blow up. He's the kind of guy who brags about how he's going to be a millionaire by 30 while asking to borrow gas money from his mom the next day. For years, Eric's been in and out of trouble with money. Payday loans, maxed out credit cards, and a failed attempt at starting a luxury sneaker reselling business that ended with him selling most of his own shoes just to pay rent. His mom, my Aunt Donna, always covered for him. If he was late on rent, she paid it. If his car got repossessed, she drove him everywhere. She'd sigh and say things like, "He just needs a little push to get on his feet." Meanwhile, my own parents used me as the family example of how hard work pays off, but that never earned me much respect. If anything, it made me the target for every relative who thought I was stuck up. Things came to a head at a family gathering a couple of months ago. It was at Aunt Donna's house. One of those forced family dinners where everyone squeezes into a space too small for the number of bodies inside, and the air feels heavy with unspoken tensions. Eric cornered me in the kitchen after dessert, his breath smelling faintly of beer, with that smug grin he always wears when he thinks he's being charming. "Hey man," he said, clapping a hand on my shoulder. "I've got this incredible opportunity. I just need a cosigner for a small loan. Nothing big, just 50 grand. Easy money." I laughed at first, thinking he was joking, but he wasn't. He pulled out a crumpled folder from his backpack and laid out papers covered in half-filled forms and vague projections about some crypto-backed business he wanted to launch. I told him no immediately. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't insult him. I just said, "Eric, I'm not putting my credit on the line for this. You know I can't do that." His smile faltered, then twisted into this mocking smirk. He said, "Man, you act like you're better than me. I thought family had each other's backs." I repeated my no, firmer this time, and walked back into the living room. But Eric wasn't done. An hour later, when people were leaving, I went to grab my phone from the counter. He picked it up before I could, held it out like he was offering it to me, then suddenly smashed it against the wall. The screen shattered instantly, glass scattering across the floor. Everyone froze. I just stared at him, my chest tight with disbelief. "Relax, it's just a joke," he laughed, his voice cutting through the silence like nails on glass. Aunt Donna rushed over, but instead of scolding him, she just shrugged and said, "Luke, you can always buy another one. Don't make such a fuss." I didn't yell. I didn't argue. I felt my jaw clench, and something in me went cold. I picked up the broken pieces of my phone, slid them into my pocket, and told everyone I was leaving. The ride home was quiet, just me and the weight of what had happened pressing down on my chest. It wasn't about the phone, it was about what it meant. To them, my hard work, my time, my boundaries didn't matter. Eric could smash something I paid for with my own sweat, and it was brushed off as if I was overreacting. That night, lying in bed with my useless phone sitting on the nightstand, I thought about every time Eric had taken without giving, every time Aunt Donna had excused him, and every time I'd stayed quiet to keep the peace. By sunrise the next morning, I had already started thinking about my next move. Because Eric had no idea just how much I knew, and just how much power I had to turn his jokes into something he would never laugh about again. And when he opened his bank app that morning, the look on his face said it all. When Eric opened his bank app that morning, he didn't realize I was sitting across from him at Aunt Donna's kitchen table, sipping a cup of coffee. I had come by early to grab something I'd accidentally left the night before. He had just woken up, still groggy, hair sticking up in all directions. He slid into the chair across from me, unlocked his phone, and the smirk on his face drained almost instantly. His jaw slackened, his eyes darted from the screen to me, then back again. "What the?" he muttered under his breath, his voice barely more than a whisper. I kept my expression neutral, stirring the coffee like I hadn't noticed anything. Aunt Donna shuffled in from the hallway a minute later, tying her robe. She glanced at Eric, who was pale now, tapping furiously at his screen. "Everything okay, sweetheart?" she asked, her tone dripping with that same indulgence she'd always reserved for him. Eric hesitated. His lips pressed into a thin line before he snapped the phone shut and shoved it into his pocket. "Nothing. Just a glitch," he muttered. But the way his hands trembled, the way his knee bounced against the leg of the table, told me it was something much bigger. I didn't ask. I didn't need to. Whatever he saw, he'd brought it on himself. And the best part was, he didn't even know how deep this was going to cut yet. But Eric wasn't the type to retreat quietly. He was a cornered dog now, and instead of reflecting on his actions, he lashed out. That afternoon, he went around telling relatives that I had embarrassed him the night before, that I'd humiliated him in front of everyone by refusing to co-sign his loan. He painted me as the selfish cousin who thought he was too good for family. It didn't take long before my phone, well, the replacement I had to buy, was buzzing with texts from relatives. One uncle sent me, "Come on, Luke, it's just paperwork. You know Eric's got good ideas. Why can't you help him get started?" Another aunt chimed in with, "I thought families supported each other no matter what. You could make such a difference for him." Each message felt like a weight pressing down on my chest. Not one of them asked how I was doing after having my phone smashed. Not one of them cared that Eric had crossed a line that couldn't be ignored. To them, it was still about protecting Eric, cushioning him from consequences. I tried explaining, calmly, that co-signing wasn't a small favor, that it meant my credit, my future, was tied to his choices. Most of them brushed it off. "It's just numbers on a screen, Luke," Aunt Donna said when I confronted her. "Eric needs this. He's finally trying to do something with his life. Don't be so rigid." Rigid. That was her word for me. Because I wasn't willing to sacrifice my hard-earned stability for her son's reckless gamble, I was rigid. Eric, emboldened by the pity everyone showered on him, grew bolder in his disrespect. At a family barbecue the following weekend, he made a show of mocking me. Holding up his beer, he shouted across the yard, "Careful, everyone. Don't let Luke near your stuff. He'll probably run your credit before handing it back." His friends laughed. Even some cousins chuckled awkwardly. I forced a smile, but inside I was burning. Not from embarrassment, but from the realization that no one was going to stop him. No one was going to step in and tell him enough was enough. And that gave him power. Later that night, when most people had left, I overheard Aunt Donna in the kitchen, her voice low but sharp. "Luke needs to stop being so difficult. If he really loved his family, he'd sign those papers. Eric's under so much stress, and Luke's just making it worse. Sometimes I wonder if he even cares about us at all." Those words cut deeper than I expected. I had always cared. I had bent over backwards to be respectful, to show up at gatherings, to help whenever I could. But now, caring wasn't enough, because caring didn't mean handing them everything they wanted. That was when something shifted in me. It wasn't just about Eric anymore. It was about the years of being dismissed, of having my boundaries ignored, of being treated like a walking wallet instead of a person. And as I lay awake that night, staring at the ceiling, I realized this wasn't going to stop until I made it stop. And Eric had no idea how far I was willing to go to make that happen. The breaking point came faster than I expected, and it hit me harder than I ever thought it would. 2 weeks after the barbecue, I got a call from my bank. The voice on the other end was polite but firm. "Mr. Bennett, we're calling to verify your recent loan application. It appears you applied for a business loan of $50,000, co-signed with Eric Donovan." My heart stopped. My grip on the phone tightened until my knuckles went white. "What?" I said, my voice sharper than I intended. "No, I never applied for any loan. And I most definitely did not co-sign with Eric." There was a pause. Then the banker cleared his throat. "That's strange. The documents we received include your name, your information, even a copy of your ID." I felt my stomach drop. My ID, which I had only left in one place recently, at Aunt Donna's. When I'd helped her fill out some paperwork for a small insurance claim, she didn't understand. I had left my wallet on the table for maybe 20 minutes while I went outside to grab something from my car. "Send me a copy," I managed to say, my voice low and trembling with rage. When the email arrived, my chest went cold. There it was, my name scrawled in handwriting that wasn't mine, my signature forged at the bottom of a contract tying me to Eric's debt. The date lined up perfectly with the barbecue. While I was outside grilling, laughing with a few cousins, Eric had been inside, digging through my wallet. I wanted to deny it, to believe maybe it was some clerical error, but the evidence was undeniable. He had done it. My own cousin had forged my name, stolen my information, and tried to rope me into his latest scheme. I drove straight to Aunt Donna's that evening, contract printout in hand. Eric was sitting on the couch, game controller in hand, like nothing had happened. Aunt Donna was in the kitchen, humming as she prepared dinner. "Eric," I said, tossing the papers onto the coffee table. "Care to explain this?" He glanced down at them, and for a split second, I saw panic flash in his eyes. But then he leaned back, smirking like it was all just some misunderstanding. "Relax, man. It's no big deal. I was just speeding things up. You were going to cave eventually. I just saved you the trouble." "Saved me the trouble?" My voice cracked, fury bubbling up in my chest. "You forged my signature. That's fraud. Do you even realize what kind of trouble this could get me into? He shrugged, actually shrugged, and said, Come on, Luke. You've got the credit, I don't. It's just numbers on a screen. You'll barely notice. And when this business takes off, we'll both be rich. Before I could respond, Aunt Donna walked in, wiping her hands on a dish towel. She took one look at the papers and then at me. Luke, she said softly, don't make a scene. He just needs a chance. If you love your family, you'll let this go. It's already done now. That sentence broke something inside me. If I loved my family, I'd let this go? My own aunt, who had known me since I was a child, was standing there excusing her son committing fraud against me. Not only excusing it, but guilt-tripping me into silence. I stood there, staring at the two of them. Eric, lounging like he'd won, and Aunt Donna, looking at me like I was the problem, and I felt the final thread of trust snap. This wasn't just favoritism anymore. This was betrayal. Deep, deliberate betrayal. I walked out without another word, but inside, my thoughts were screaming. Every ounce of loyalty I'd held onto was gone. The respect, the patience, the willingness to bite my tongue for the sake of keeping peace. All of it had burned away. And in its place was something sharper, colder. I wasn't going to just protect myself anymore. I was going to make sure Eric learned what it meant to cross me. Walking out of Aunt Donna's house that night, I felt like the ground had disappeared beneath my feet. The betrayal wasn't just shocking, it was suffocating. My mind kept circling the same thought. My own family had stolen from me, signed my name on as something that could have ruined my life, and then had the audacity to tell me to let it go because family sticks together. The next few days were brutal. I barely slept, tossing and turning with flashes of Eric's smug grin and Aunt Donna's calm, almost motherly scolding. At work, I found myself staring at spreadsheets without actually seeing them, my mind consumed by the mess waiting outside those office walls. I had always prided myself on being steady, grounded, dependable. Now I felt like I was cracking in places I didn't even know could break. The worst part was the whispers. Somehow, Eric had spun the story before I even had the chance. Suddenly, cousins who used to greet me warmly at gatherings now gave me side eyes, their words tinged with judgment. Why is Luke being so dramatic about some paperwork? One cousin muttered when he thought I was out of earshot. Another chimed in. Eric just wants to better himself. Luke's always been stingy. Stingy. That word stung more than I cared to admit. I wasn't stingy. I had worked for everything I had, scraped my way up from part-time jobs in high school to a solid career in finance. I'd never asked anyone in the family for a dime. And yet, somehow, I was painted as the villain for not handing my stability over to Eric like it was pocket change. Then came the bank calls. Even though I disputed the application, the paperwork had already triggered alerts. My credit monitoring app buzzed with warnings, and I had to spend hours on hold with customer service, explaining, faxing documents, proving that the signature wasn't mine. One rep even sounded skeptical. Mr. Bennett, are you sure you didn't authorize this? It has all your information. The implication cut deep, that maybe I was lying. Maybe I wasn't the victim at all. I felt like I was drowning. Every day brought another reminder that my family had not only betrayed me, but left me to clean up the wreckage. And no one was offering to help. Aunt Donna avoided my calls entirely. And when I showed up at her door one evening to demand, she set the record straight. She didn't even open it. She just shouted through the wood. Luke, stop this nonsense. You're tearing the family apart. Tearing the family apart. The irony made my chest ache. As if I had been the one to forge the signature, to gamble with someone else's future. For the first time in my life, I skipped a family gathering. It was my dad's birthday dinner, and normally, no matter how tense things got, I'd show up out of respect. But I couldn't bring myself to walk into that room, to sit across from Eric and pretend nothing had happened. The fallout was immediate. My phone lit up with texts. Wow, cold move, Luke. Your dad's hurt. You couldn't suck it up for one night. You're being dramatic. Just forgive Eric already. Every message was another nail in the coffin of my relationship with them. And yet, as painful as it was, the distance gave me clarity. Alone in my apartment, I started jotting things down. Every time Eric had borrowed money and forgotten to pay it back, every story Aunt Donna had told to excuse his behavior, every slight, every manipulation. I wasn't making a list for pity. I was building a record. Something inside me knew I was done playing defense. One evening, I sat in the dark staring at my phone, the glow of the cracked replacement screen lighting up my hands. I whispered to myself, if no one else is going to hold him accountable, I will. The words felt heavy, final, like crossing a line I couldn't step back from. It hurt, yes, more than I could explain. But beneath the hurt was something else, something that had been growing quietly, almost invisibly. A plan. A cold, deliberate plan. And Eric, he had no idea that the cousin he thought was too rigid and stingy was about to show him what it really meant to be ruthless. After weeks of feeling like I was barely keeping my head above water, something inside me shifted. The weight of the betrayal didn't vanish overnight, but slowly, it hardened into resolve. I realized that if I let Eric and Aunt Donna define the narrative, that I was selfish, stingy, the villain, then they would keep doing it until there was nothing left of me. But if I rebuilt myself, not just financially but emotionally, I could rise above the mess they had tried to drag me into. Work became my anchor. I threw myself into projects, volunteering for the toughest assignments, the ones everyone else sidestepped. Long hours in the office didn't feel like a burden anymore. They felt like armor, each completed task layering another plate of protection over the rawness inside me. My boss noticed. Within months, I was promoted to a senior analyst role, and with the promotion came not just more responsibility, but a higher salary. Suddenly, the hours I had once dreaded were paying off in ways I hadn't expected. At the same time, I began building outside of work. The ordeal with Eric had taught me how vulnerable I was to the actions of others, and I swore never again. I consulted friends in law, learned the ins and outs of protecting my credit, and locked down every account with multi-layered security. I started small investments on the side, taking the knowledge I'd been applying at work and using it to grow my own portfolio. And it worked. By the end of the year, I wasn't just stable, I was thriving. The contrast between my life and Eric's became impossible to ignore. Through the grapevine, I heard about his business. It hadn't taken off. In fact, it had crumbled before it even started. He had burned through what little money he managed to scrape together, left unpaid bills in his wake, and gone crawling back to Aunt Donna. She covered him, of course, but even her patience had limits. Rumors spread that her retirement savings were dwindling because of his constant demands. And while Eric spun his wheels, I was climbing. I upgraded my car, not out of vanity, but because I could finally afford something reliable and comfortable. I moved into a larger apartment with floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the city skyline. At night, I'd sit by the glass with a drink in hand, watching the city lights flicker and think, this is mine. No one handed it to me. No one can take it away. But success wasn't just about money. It was about power, the quiet kind, the kind people don't notice until it's too late. I made connections at work, built relationships with people in banking, law, even real estate. I wasn't bragging or showing off. I was weaving a net, one that would support me when I needed it and tighten around anyone who tried to cross me again. And all the while, I kept my distance from family gatherings. Each time I declined an invitation, the texts became sharper, more accusing. You think you're too good for us now? Eric says you're just bitter. You're letting money change you. I ignored them. Every message was proof that they still didn't understand. It wasn't money that had changed me. It was betrayal. Then something interesting happened. A cousin who had always stayed quiet, one of the few who never chimed in on the guilt tripping, reached out privately. Luke, she wrote, I know what Eric did. I don't agree with it. I just didn't know how to speak up before. But you're right to keep your distance. He's dragging everyone down. That message, simple as it was, fueled me. It reminded me that truth had a way of surfacing, no matter how much Eric and Aunt Donna tried to twist it. By the time I hit 28, I wasn't the same person who had walked out of Aunt Donna's house, broken and exhausted. I was sharper, more deliberate, and, for the first time in my life, I had leverage. I wasn't just surviving their games anymore. I was in a position to end them. And as fate would have it, the opportunity came knocking sooner than I expected. Because Eric, true to form, was about to overreach again. And this time, I wasn't just going to protect myself. I was going to make sure he paid for every smug laugh, every stolen moment, every forged signature. It was almost eerie how naturally the opportunity fell into my lap. By then, I had learned to stop reacting impulsively to Eric's antics and instead observe from a distance, waiting. I knew he'd eventually slip. He always did. And when he did, I'd be ready. The moment came during a quarterly work mixer. of all places. I was chatting with a colleague from the lending department at one of the banks we partnered with, just casual conversation over a glass of wine. Out of nowhere, she mentioned how their branch had been seeing an uptick in suspicious loan applications. It's always the same kind of pattern, she said. People forging documents, trying to rope in relatives with better credit scores. We've flagged a few names recently. I tried to act casual, but my ears were buzzing. Suspicious applications. Relatives roped in. I asked her, offhand, if she could elaborate. She laughed lightly, lowering her voice as if sharing a secret. Well, I shouldn't go into detail, but let's just say one guy's name keeps popping up in the system. Eric Donovan. You wouldn't believe how many times his paperwork gets bounced back. My glass froze halfway to my lips. Eric. He wasn't just reckless, he was reckless on record. He was leaving a trail behind him, one that was starting to get attention from people who actually had the power to do something about it. I nodded, masking the rush of adrenaline coursing through me. Funny, I said smoothly. I know him. She rolled her eyes. Oh, then you know exactly what I mean. That night, lying awake in my apartment, I thought about what she had said. Eric wasn't just a personal problem anymore. He was a liability, and the system was already watching him. For the first time, I realized I didn't have to fight him alone. If I positioned myself right, all I had to do was open the right doors and let his own recklessness do the rest. In the meantime, I doubled down on my network. I invited that same colleague and a few others out for dinner, strengthening the kind of relationships that weren't about small talk, but trust. I listened more than I spoke, absorbing details about how fraud investigations worked, about how banks flagged suspicious patterns, about what tipped the scales from annoying customer to potential legal case. And while I was doing that, I kept tabs on Eric. Social media made it easy. He couldn't resist bragging. Every other post was about his next big thing, complete with hashtags about grind culture and building empires. The irony was bitter. His empire was built on sand, and he had no idea the tide was coming in. But the real turning point came a month later, when I got a frantic call from a different cousin. Luke, you need to know, Eric's been saying you're backing his new business. He's telling people you invested. I sat back in my chair, a slow smile creeping across my face. So Eric was using my name again, casually attaching me to his mess like it was his birthright. That was the mistake I had been waiting for. He had tied my reputation to his scheme without my permission, and now I had proof, screenshots of texts, posts, even a recorded voicemail from someone he was trying to rope in. I wasn't angry anymore. I wasn't even surprised. I felt calm, controlled, because now I held more than frustration, I held leverage. I knew people in the right places, and I had evidence in my hands. Evidence Eric couldn't laugh off, couldn't smash against the wall like a phone. And I decided then that I wouldn't rush it. Revenge wasn't about striking fast. It was about striking when the blow would land the hardest. So I waited. I gathered. I prepared. And the more I learned, the more I realized just how devastating it would be when the time came to pull the trigger. Eric thought he had played me for the fool, the cousin too rigid to fight back. What he didn't realize was that I wasn't just going to get even. I was going to make sure his games ended for good. By the time the pieces all lined up, I wasn't angry anymore. Anger is hot. It burns quick and reckless. What I felt instead was something colder, sharper, a kind of clarity that made every step deliberate. Eric's downfall started not with me storming into his life, but with me quietly stepping out of it. I stopped answering his calls, stopped reacting to his digs online, stopped giving him the satisfaction of knowing I was paying attention. To him, it probably looked like I had moved on. But in the background, I was pulling threads together, tightening the net I'd been weaving for months. The first step was the evidence. Screenshots of his posts bragging that I had invested in his business. Recordings from people he'd tried to swindle, where he'd dropped my name like a free pass. Copies of the forged paperwork, all neatly stored and time-stamped. I didn't keep them on my laptop or phone. Those were too easy to tamper with. I had them secured in a cloud vault and backed up with a friend in law enforcement, just in case anything happened to me. The second step was positioning. Through my network at the bank, I learned that Eric had already raised red flags with multiple institutions. He wasn't just annoying loan officers anymore. He was teetering on the edge of being flagged for formal investigation. All it would take was the right nudge to push him over. That nudge came at a family gathering I decided, very deliberately, to attend. It had been months since I'd shown my face, and when I walked in, the room fell into that awkward silence that only happens when people don't know whether to welcome you or glare at you. Aunt Donna plastered on a smile, hugged me with stiff arms, and whispered, "I'm glad you came. Maybe we can finally put this behind us." But Eric couldn't help himself. The moment I sat down, he raised his glass and smirked. "Look who finally decided to join us. Mr. Moneybags himself. Don't worry, everyone, my business partner's here now, so we're good." The word partner hung in the air, heavy and deliberate. My jaw tightened, but I didn't rise to it. Instead, I smiled politely and let him ramble, boasting about his expansion plans, sprinkling my name into every other sentence. People nodded, some skeptical, some eager, but all of them were listening. That was when I struck. Calmly, almost casually, I pulled out a folder from my bag and placed it on the table. "Funny you say that, Eric," I said evenly, "because I brought something to clear the air." He laughed nervously, eyes darting to the folder. "What's this, more of your spreadsheets?" "No," I said, sliding the papers across the table for everyone to see. "This is documentation. Evidence of the loan applications with my forged signature. Evidence of the posts where you claimed I invested in your business. Evidence of the messages where you told people I was backing you financially. All of it." The room went silent. Chairs creaked as relatives leaned in, scanning the pages. Eric's face drained of color, then flushed bright red. "This is out of context," he stammered. "Luke's twisting things." "Out of context," I interrupted, my voice still calm. "Because I also submitted this evidence to the bank's fraud department last week. And they've already flagged your name. You'll probably be getting a call soon." The effect was immediate. Aunt Donna's fork clattered against her plate. "Luke, you didn't." "I did," I said, locking eyes with her. "Because this isn't just family drama anymore. This is fraud. This is criminal. And if you think I'm going to let my name, my future, and my career be destroyed because you both think I should just let it go, you're dead wrong." Eric sputtered, his words tumbling out in incoherent bursts. You can't. This is family, Luke. You can't do this to me." For the first time in years, I felt a strange, powerful calm wash over me. "You did this to yourself, Eric. I'm just making sure the consequences land where they belong." I stood, tucked the folder back into my bag, and left the table without another word. Behind me, the silence was deafening, broken only by Aunt Donna's panicked voice hissing at Eric as the rest of the family sat frozen, processing what they had just seen. And later that week, when Eric finally did get that call from the bank, followed by a visit from people who weren't nearly as forgiving as his mother, the look on his face must have been priceless. The fallout was swift, and for once, it didn't fall on me. Eric tried to bluff his way through the bank's inquiries, but paperwork doesn't bend to charm or bravado. His applications, his forged signatures, his trail of inconsistencies, it was all there in black and white. Within weeks, his accounts were frozen. Creditors started circling like vultures, demanding repayment for debts he had thought he could outrun. Calls came at all hours, letters piled up on Aunt Donna's doorstep, and the same relatives who had once pitted him now whispered about his bad choices behind his back. But the real hammer dropped when law enforcement got involved. Forgery and fraud aren't family squabbles, they're crimes. I'll never forget the night I got a text from that cousin who had supported me quietly all along. They just took Eric out in handcuffs. For a moment, I just sat there, phone in hand, staring at the words. I didn't feel joy exactly. What I felt was heavier, deeper, a release of something I had been carrying for far too long. The knot in my chest finally loosened. He had done this to himself, and no one could twist the story to make me the villain anymore. Aunt Donna tried, of course. She called me in tears, begging me to intervene, saying Eric was still family, and that I couldn't let his life be ruined like this. But my voice didn't shake when I answered. "No, Aunt Donna, I won't clean up his mess anymore. You told me once that if I loved my family, I'd let it go. Well, if you loved me, you would have stopped him before it came to this." She went quiet after that, and for the first time, I think she understood. Over the months that followed, the family dynamic shifted. Some kept their distance, embarrassed by how they had sided against me. Others reached out, apologizing for not speaking up sooner. I didn't hold grudges against the ones who stayed silent. They weren't the ones who forged my name. But I also didn't forget who laughed when Eric mocked me, who texted me to stop being dramatic. Eric ended up serving time. Not much. His lawyer cut a deal, but enough to shatter whatever illusion of invincibility he had built around himself. When he came out, thinner, quieter, no longer smirking, he barely made eye contact with me at the few gatherings he dared to attend. The swagger was gone, replaced by something else. Fear, maybe, or the knowledge that he had finally been forced to face the consequences he'd dodged for years. And me? I kept climbing. My career flourished, my investments grew, and I built a life free from the weight of his chaos. I didn't need to rub it in his face. The contrast spoke for itself. I drove to family reunions in my new car, carried myself with calm confidence, and when people whispered, it wasn't about me being stingy. It was about how Eric had destroyed his own chances. The final moment came at another family dinner, years later. Eric was there, silent, picking at his food while others chatted around him. At one point, he looked up at me, his eyes hollow, and muttered, "You ruined my life." I set my fork down, met his gaze steadily, and replied, "No, Eric. I stopped you from ruining mine." The room went quiet, the weight of the truth sinking in. I picked my fork back up and finished my meal, and no one, not even Aunt Donna, had the courage to say another word. That was the end of it. And for the first time in years, I felt free. I'm Jake, 27, and if there's one thing I've learned about family, it's that they can hurt you worse than anyone else ever could. Strangers might judge, coworkers might gossip, but when the people who were supposed to love you the most decide you're nothing but a joke, that pain cuts deep. I never really fit into my family. My parents weren't outright cruel, but they always made it clear that my older sister, Hannah, was the golden child. She was the perfect one, straight-A student, track star, went to an Ivy League school, got engaged to some finance bro with a trust fund. Meanwhile, I was, well, the disappointment. I wasn't great at school, I didn't have a fancy degree, and I took a different path. I always wanted to work with my hands, so I started my own woodworking business. It wasn't glamorous, but it was honest work, and I was proud of it. But to my family, it was just another excuse to look down on me. My mom had this habit of introducing me to her friends with little jabs disguised as pleasantries. "Oh, this is Jake. He's a carpenter, such a free spirit." Translation: he's a failure who couldn't hack it in a real job. I tried to ignore it. I tried to tell myself I didn't care. But over the years, the little digs and dismissals wore me down. And nothing, not one single moment, made it clearer than my sister's wedding. It was a huge event. Black tie, over-the-top venue, hundreds of guests. I wasn't even surprised when I got assigned to the random cousins and plus ones table at the back of the room. But when I got to my seat and saw my place card, my stomach dropped. Instead of my name, the card read, "The Failure." At first, I thought it was a mistake, a sick joke. But then I heard it, laughter. Not just a snicker, but full-on hysterical giggles from Hannah and her bridesmaids at the head table. "Oh my God, he actually sat there," one of them whispered. My mom, sitting nearby, gave me a wide-eyed "Oops, you caught us" kind of look. "Oh, honey, don't be so sensitive. It's just a joke." A joke. A joke that my entire family was in on. I felt my face heat up, my stomach twisting in knots. The humiliation was unbearable. Every worst insecurity I'd ever had, every whisper about how I wasn't good enough, every time they'd made me feel small, was written right there in bold letters. I could have gotten up and left. I could have swallowed my pride and let them win. But instead, I took a deep breath, stood up, and tapped my glass. The room went silent. Hundreds of people, all those guests, Hannah's perfect fiancé, my smug parents, turned to look at me. And I smiled. Because at that moment, I realized something. They thought they were humiliating me, but they had no idea what was coming next. I let the silence stretch. The kind of silence that makes people uncomfortable, shifting in their seats, waiting for the moment to pass. I could feel Hannah's eyes on me, wide and startled, her perfectly rehearsed wedding day going slightly off script. Good. I raised my glass, clearing my throat like I was about to make a toast. A few people awkwardly lifted their own glasses in response. "I'd like to make an announcement," I said, my voice steady despite the fire burning in my chest. "Something life-changing." I paused, letting the anticipation build. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw my dad frown slightly, my mom forcing a tight-lipped smile like she wanted to seem supportive, but was already bracing herself for whatever embarrassment I was about to bring on the family. Hannah leaned forward, resting her chin on her manicured hand. "Oh, this should be good," she muttered under her breath. More snickers from her bridesmaids. I ignored her. For years, I've been told I'm not good enough, I continued. That my job isn't real, that I'm a disappointment, that I'll never measure up. And I let it get to me. The laughter in the room quieted. The smug looks faltered just a little. I saw some of the guests glance at each other, unsure if this was actually a toast or something else entirely. But here's the thing, I went on. While you were all busy laughing at me, I was building something. I exhaled, feeling the words settle into place. And I just signed a contract with a major interior design firm. A huge contract. They saw my work. They loved it. And now I'll be making more in a month than some of you make in a year. That got their attention. Absolute silence. I let that hang in the air for a second before finishing. So, if the failure isn't too much of a joke to you all, maybe next time you'll think twice before underestimating me. I clinked my glass against my untouched drink, took a sip, and sat back down. The tension was thick. People didn't know whether to clap, look away, or pretend they hadn't just witnessed my entire family get put on blast. My dad coughed into his napkin. My mom's smile was frozen in place, like she was trying to calculate the correct reaction. And Hannah? She looked like she'd swallowed a lemon. And then, from the other side of the room, applause. Not my family, of course, but a couple of guests. Some of my cousins. And, surprisingly, Hannah's fiancé. Wow, he said, laughing a little. That's actually amazing, Jake. Congrats, man. That was the cherry on top. Because I saw it then, Hannah's face twisting just slightly, the way her nails dug into her champagne flute. She didn't like that her own fiancé was impressed with me. She didn't like that for the first time. I was getting attention that wasn't at my expense. Hannah recovered quickly, forcing a laugh as if she wasn't just humiliated in front of hundreds of people. She clinked her glass loudly to reclaim attention. Well, that's great, Jake, she said, her voice just a little too sweet. Really happy for you. But I could see the irritation behind her eyes. She wasn't used to being upstaged, especially not by me. Then she turned to her fiancé, Matt, smiling a little too hard. Isn't it so cute how excited he is? Matt frowned slightly, but before he could respond, my mom cut in with her own damage control. Well, of course, we're all very proud of Jake, she said, that practiced public voice slipping into place. Even if his choices were unconventional. There it was. The backhanded compliment. The subtle way she had to remind everyone that I hadn't taken the right path. I didn't bite. Instead, I shrugged and took another sip of my drink. Unconventional is one way to put it, I said. But it's funny. I don't remember anyone calling it unconventional when I offered to custom make your wedding arch, Hannah. Hannah froze, her fingers tightening around her glass. Because yeah, that beautiful, hand-carved wedding arch she'd posed under for all those picture-perfect photos? That was my work. Oh, that's right. One of my cousins piped up, catching on to the shift in energy. Jake made that, didn't he? Man, that thing was gorgeous. A few people murmured in agreement. Some guests who hadn't known started whispering, glancing between me and the arch like they were suddenly seeing it in a whole new light. Hannah's jaw twitched. Well, obviously, it looks good, she said through gritted teeth, but let's not act like it's the same as a real wedding gift. I let out a small laugh, shaking my head. A real gift? Right, because something custom-made, with my own two hands, isn't as valuable as some department store blender. She rolled her eyes. Oh, come on, Jake. Don't be so dramatic. But people were listening now. And I could see it, the small shift in the room. The way the attention was sliding away from her and onto me. The way a few guests, people who had probably spent years laughing at me behind my back, suddenly weren't so sure about their stance anymore. I wasn't just the failure anymore. I was the guy who had made something real, something they were all admiring. And Hannah hated it. She was about to say something else, probably another dig to try and regain control, but before she could, Matt, her own fiancé, spoke up. You know, Hannah, he said, his tone thoughtful, I don't think I ever actually thanked Jake for that. That arch really was amazing. And honestly, he looked at me, grinning. I might need to talk to you about some custom furniture for our place. If you've got the time. Silence, absolute silence. Because in that moment, Hannah's perfect world cracked. Matt wasn't just acknowledging me, he was respecting me, showing genuine interest in my work. And worst of all, he was doing it in front of everyone. Her face went pale. My mom looked like she wanted to sink into the floor. And me? I just smiled, because I knew I had just begun. Hannah's fingers curled so tightly around a bottle, I thought the glass might shatter. Her entire life, she had been the center of attention, the golden child, the one who did everything right. And now, On the most important day of her life, her own fiancé was admiring me. I could see the rage behind her forced smile, the way her shoulders tensed. She was calculating, scrambling for a way to regain control. Then she laughed. A sharp, artificial sound. "Oh, Matt," she said, placing a delicate hand on his arm like she was reminding him who he was supposed to be impressed by. "You're being so sweet. But let's be real. Jake's little projects are a hobby, not an actual career." A hobby. I had spent years building my business. I had poured my sweat into it, honed my craft, and built a name for myself. And she had just dismissed it like I was some guy whittling birdhouses in my garage. The anger rose in my chest, but I kept my voice calm. "A hobby, huh?" I said, tilting my head. "Funny, because I don't remember your hobby funding a six-figure contract." That got murmurs. A ripple of conversation through the guests. Hannah's expression flickered just slightly. "Oh, please," she scoffed. "What contract? You're just saying things to impress people." I smiled. "You really think I'd make something like that up?" Before she could respond, I pulled out my phone, tapped the screen a few times, and turned it toward the room. There, in bold, undeniable letters, was the email from the interior design firm. A signed agreement. A number that made more than a few guests visibly widen their eyes. A low whistle came from one of my uncles. "Good job, kid," he muttered. "That's legit." Hannah's face twisted, but before she could throw out another weak insult, Matt, her own fiancé, spoke again. "That's incredible," he said, staring at the screen. Then he turned to me, shaking his head in genuine admiration. "I had no idea you were doing this well." And then he said something that would shatter Hannah's entire world. "You know, we were planning to hire someone for custom shelving and furniture in our new place. But honestly, I'd rather hire you." A gasp from somewhere in the room. Someone choked on their drink. Hannah went rigid. I could feel her unraveling next to me, the way her perfect, pristine image was cracking under the weight of something she couldn't control. And I let it happen. "Oh, I don't know, Matt," I said, feigning concern. "Are you sure? After all, it's just a hobby." His brows pulled together. "A hobby? This is real craftsmanship. I didn't even have to twist the knife. Matt had done it for me." And that's when Hannah snapped. She slammed her champagne flute down on the table so hard that the entire room flinched. "This is my wedding," she shrieked. "And you're all acting like he's the main event." Absolute. Stunned. Silence. Every guest turned to stare at her, their polite smiles frozen. Her voice had reached that high-pitched, frantic level of someone losing complete control. Even my mother looked horrified. "Hannah," she whispered sharply, trying to save face, but Hannah wasn't done. "This was supposed to be about me," she went on, her voice shaking with fury. "Not Jake. Not his stupid Littlewood projects. Me. My dress. My wedding. And you're all sitting here acting like he's so amazing just because he managed to con some company into paying him for." She froze. Because Matt had just stepped away from her. Not dramatically, not angrily, just enough. Enough to make it clear that he didn't like what he was seeing. Hannah's breath hitched, and suddenly she seemed to realize exactly how much she had just exposed herself. This wasn't a moment she could laugh off. She had shown everyone, her friends, her extended family, her fiancé, that she wasn't the poised, perfect bride. She was seething with jealousy. I leaned back in my chair, finally allowing myself to enjoy this moment. Because for the first time in my life, I wasn't the failure. I wasn't the joke. She was. The silence stretched, heavy and suffocating. No one knew what to say. No one wanted to be the first to react. And then, breaking through the tension, Matt exhaled and said something that no one, not even I, expected. "Maybe we should talk." Not to me. To her. The color drained from Hannah's face. Because she knew. She knew that Matt had seen her for who she really was. And suddenly, this wedding wasn't just about me anymore. It was about her entire life falling apart in real time. And I just took another sip of my drink and watched it happen. Hannah's hands trembled as she turned to Matt, her eyes wide and desperate. What do you mean we should talk?" she stammered, trying to force a laugh, but it came out choked. "Matt, babe, this is just wedding stress. You know how crazy today has been." I didn't mean. Matt's face was unreadable, but his stance said everything. He wasn't standing beside her anymore. He was stepping back. "I think we should talk," he repeated, his voice quieter this time. In private. The room was dead silent. No one even pretended to sip their drinks or look away. This was the kind of disaster that people couldn't tear their eyes from. Hannah's carefully curated, flawless wedding was imploding. Her breath quickened, her eyes darting from guest to guest, searching for someone to save her. My mom? No. She was sitting there, stone-faced, probably realizing that this wasn't something she could smooth over with a forced smile. Her bridesmaids? They looked mortified, shrinking back like they didn't want to be associated with this mess. She turned to me, like I was supposed to help her. Me, the failure, the one she'd spent years belittling. Jake, she pleaded, her voice thin, shaking. Tell them I didn't mean it like that. Tell Matt. I set my drink down and tilted my head. Tell him what? I asked. That you didn't mean to humiliate me? That you didn't mean to throw a tantrum at your own wedding because someone else got 5 minutes of attention? I let the words settle. And then, I shrugged. Sorry, Hannah. I don't lie to people I respect. Her lips parted, her breath catching. And for the first time in my entire life, I saw it, defeat. She knew there was no getting out of this. Matt took a slow, deep breath, then turned to the stunned guests. Excuse us for a moment, he said, his tone polite but clipped. Hannah and I need to, he hesitated. Then, with a slight shake of his head, he corrected himself. I need to think. And just like that, he stepped away. Hannah's face crumpled. Matt, wait. But he was already walking, and she had no choice but to follow. The moment the ballroom doors swung shut behind them, the tension snapped. A wave of whispers crashed over the room, people murmuring to each other, eyes darting toward me, toward the exit, toward the place where Hannah's perfect future had just cracked wide open. I just exhaled, stretching my arms lazily. Well, I mused. I think that went well. A few stunned beats of silence. And then a laugh. Someone in the crowd actually laughed, and suddenly, the dam broke. Scattered chuckles. Low murmurs of wow, and did that really just happen? I thought this wedding would be boring. Even my mother, the woman who had spent years treating me like a failure, looked dazed. I met her gaze. She looked away first. And that? That was better than any applause. I didn't need their validation. Didn't need their approval. I had already won. And Hannah? Hannah had lost everything. And the best part? She had done it to herself. The murmurs swirled around me, a mixture of stunned whispers, hushed giggles, and the occasional clink of glass as people recovered from the spectacle they had just witnessed. Some guests were still frozen in their seats, processing the disaster that had just unfolded. Others had already leaned into the delicious chaos, whispering behind their hands, casting glances toward the doors where Hannah and Matt had disappeared. I just sat back, letting the moment sink in. For the first time in my life, I wasn't the one people were laughing at. I was the one they were talking about. Aunt Linda, one of my mom's older sisters and the type of woman who loved drama as long as it didn't involve her, leaned toward me, eyes gleaming. Jake, honey, she murmured, barely hiding her grin. Did you know that was going to happen? I smirked. Nope, I said, but I'm not complaining. She cackled, like, full-on threw her head back and laughed as if this were the best entertainment she'd had in years. I knew that girl was spoiled, but this? She shook her head, eyes flicking toward my mom, who was sitting there, stiff and silent, pretending she wasn't absorbing every second of this humiliation. Well, dear, I certainly hope she doesn't expect anyone to forget this by the time dessert comes out. She wasn't wrong, because whatever happened behind those ballroom doors, Hannah wasn't coming back the same, if she came back at all. At that moment, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, glancing at the screen. A message from an unknown number. I need to talk to you. Now. I didn't even need to guess. Hannah. A few seconds later, another message popped up. Alone. Please. I exhaled, pushing back from the table. This was it. The moment she was either going to beg or lash out. And honestly, I had no clue which one it was going to be. I stood, my chair scraping against the floor, drawing the attention of a few guests. Aunt Linda raised a brow, but I just pocketed my phone. Gonna step out for a second, I said casually. No one stopped me. If anything, a few of them looked downright eager to hear what I was about to walk into. I made my way to the exit, stepping through the heavy ballroom doors and into the dimly lit hallway. The moment the doors shut behind me, the muffled noise of the wedding faded, leaving just the soft hum of distant music and the occasional sound of staff moving in and out of the venue's back rooms. And then, standing there, arms wrapped tightly around herself, her perfect wedding dress wrinkled, her mascara slightly smudged from either stress or tears, was Hannah. The moment she saw me, her lips pressed into a thin line, her nostrils flaring. "Are you happy now?" she hissed. I leaned against the wall, crossing my arms. "Depends," I said. "Did Matt leave?" Her jaw tightened, and that was all the answer I needed. I let out a slow whistle. "Wow," I said. "That was fast." "You ruined my wedding," she spat. I laughed, shaking my head. "Oh no, you ruined your wedding. I just gave you a chance to prove to everyone exactly who you are." Her hands shook at her sides. "You." She sucked in a breath, visibly struggling to contain herself. "Do you have any idea how much pressure I've been under? The planning, the expectations, and yet, I cut in smoothly. It wasn't the pressure that made Matt walk away. It was you. That landed." Her mouth snapped shut, her throat bobbing as she swallowed hard. Then, with a shaky exhale, she changed tactics. "Jake," she whispered, her voice softer, desperate now. I messed up, okay? I shouldn't have treated you like that. But you have to understand, this was supposed to be the happiest day of my life." She blinked rapidly, forcing tears into her eyes. "I just wanted things to be perfect." I tilted my head. "Perfect for who? You? Or everyone else?" She blinked, caught off guard. Because deep down, she knew. Her whole life had been about image. About making sure people saw her as the best, the most accomplished, the most adored. And now she had nothing but a broken engagement and an entire wedding's worth of people who had seen her unravel. "You know," I said, pushing off the wall, my voice steady, measured. "I used to want your approval. Thought maybe if I just worked hard enough, proved myself enough, you would finally respect me. Maybe even, God forbid, support me." I let out a quiet chuckle. "But after tonight, I don't need it." Her breath hitched. Because for the first time in our lives, I wasn't looking at her like someone who mattered. She had lost her power over me. And that destroyed her more than anything. I took a step past her, heading back toward the ballroom. "Jake," she whispered. I paused. What am I supposed to do now? I didn't answer right away. Just let the silence stretch. Let the weight of it settle onto her shoulders. Then, without turning back, I gave her the only response she deserved. "Figure it out." And with that, I walked away. It's been a few weeks since the wedding, and honestly, I still don't know if I fully processed everything that happened. Hannah never came back to the reception. Neither did Matt. The guests awkwardly picked at their food, whispering among themselves, unsure if they should stay or leave. Eventually, the DJ tried to lighten the mood by playing music, but the dance floor stayed mostly empty. The whole thing fizzled out fast. And me? I stayed just long enough to grab dessert. Because hey, I wasn't about to let good cake go to waste. Now, about Hannah and Matt. From what I've gathered, Matt didn't officially call off the wedding right then and there, but he definitely told Hannah he needed space. And considering he was supposed to be leaving for their honeymoon with her the very next morning, that was a pretty big deal. I heard through the grapevine that he checked into a hotel that night, instead of going home with her. A few days later, he flew alone to what was supposed to be their honeymoon destination, probably just to clear his head. Hannah? She spiraled. I don't have all the details, but from what I hear, she's been trying to fix things with Matt, and it's not going well. Apparently, his family, who always liked her but never loved her, has been telling him that maybe this was a wake-up call. That maybe, just maybe, he dodged a bullet. My mom, by the way, has been silent about the whole thing. No phone call, no text, not even a vague, passive-aggressive Facebook post about ungrateful children or how hard it is to raise kids these days. I think she knows that anything she says will just make her look worse. And me? I'm good. Better than I've ever been, actually. That whole night, the humiliation, the tension, the moment I realized I didn't need my family's approval, was like ripping off a Band-Aid I had been too scared to touch for years. I don't need them to see me as anything special. I don't need their respect. Because for the first time in my life, I respect myself. So yeah, maybe Hannah's wedding was a disaster. Maybe my family will never fully recover from the mess she made. But I don't regret a thing. Now, I'm curious. What do you guys think? Did I go too far? Should I have just laughed off the failure place card and let it go? Or did Hannah get exactly what she deserved? Let me know because honestly, I'm just enjoying the popcorn at this point. My name is Daniel. I'm 28 years old, and I've always considered myself the calm one in the family, the type who would rather quietly leave a room than fuel an argument. But nothing could have prepared me for the chaos that unfolded at my sister's wedding. Chaos that started with a single phone call and spiraled into something I still replay in my mind. If you've ever had a family member betray you in a way so outrageous it feels surreal, you'll understand the shock I felt standing there in my suit, holding a champagne glass, trying to look supportive on what was supposed to be her big day. The first half of the evening went as you'd expect. Guests chattered around the tables draped in white linen. The band played a cheerful melody, and my mother walked around smiling like she was the queen of the world. She thrives at events like this, loves the attention, the compliments, the subtle bragging about how hard she worked to give her daughter such a beautiful wedding. I've always known she cares more about appearances than reality, but I let it slide. After all, it was my sister's day, and despite my complicated feelings about how spoiled she'd been growing up, I wanted her to be happy. But as the first course was served, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I almost ignored it, thinking it was just a friend texting congratulations, but then I saw the caller ID, my bank. I excused myself, stepped slightly away from the table, and answered. The man on the line introduced himself as the branch manager. His tone was polite but firm. "Mr. Johnson, I'm calling regarding your overdue loan payment. We've sent notices, but we haven't received a response." My mind went blank. I've never taken out a loan in my life. I work hard, save diligently, and avoid debt like the plague. My first instinct was that it had to be a mistake. "What loan?" I asked, half laughing because the idea sounded ridiculous. The manager hesitated, as if surprised by my question. "Sir, the loan under your name, co-signed at our downtown branch. The one your mother arranged to pay for your sister's wedding." His words sliced through the noise of the reception like a blade. I froze, gripping the phone so tightly my knuckles turned white. My heart pounded in my chest, and for a split second I thought maybe I had misheard him. My mother? A loan? In my name? For this wedding? I turned and looked across the room. There she was, raising a glass, laughing at something one of her friends said, as if nothing in the world could disturb her perfect little scene. Rage boiled in my stomach, but I forced myself to stay composed. "Are you telling me," I said into the phone, my voice steady but low, "that my mother took out a loan using my name?" The manager confirmed it, even reading off the paperwork details, my full name, my information, everything. I nearly dropped the phone. It was real. This wasn't a mistake or a prank. My own mother had committed fraud to fund this circus. I glanced around. My sister was glowing in her gown, my new brother-in-law beaming beside her. None of them had any idea. Or maybe they did. That thought twisted in my chest. Had my sister known all along? Did my dad know? The anger and betrayal surged together, colliding with years of memories. The times my mom pressured me to help the family. The countless instances when my sister's needs were prioritized over mine. The quiet way my father always nodded along, as if agreeing was easier than fighting back. Suddenly it all made sense. Of course they'd use me again. Of course they'd sacrifice my future for her spotlight. I realized I was still on speaker, and the manager was waiting. My next words came out louder than I expected, echoing across the table. "Well then, I guess this wedding is officially canceled, because I'm calling the police right now." Heads turned. Conversations stopped mid-sentence. My voice, once quiet and overlooked, had cut through the music and chatter like thunder. My mother's smile froze. The band faltered. The silence that followed was thick, suffocating, like the pause before a storm. The chaos came instantly. My sister gasped, clutching my arm with panicked eyes. "Daniel, what are you doing? Don't ruin this." My new brother-in-law looked stunned, his fork suspended halfway to his mouth. My father's face turned red, his jaw tightening as if he wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. And then my mother, my mother, stood up, her chair scraping back loudly. "Daniel," she barked, her voice carrying across the room. "Put that phone down. We'll discuss this later." But I wasn't a child anymore, and I wasn't about to be silenced. The manager was still on the line, his voice faint through the speaker. "Sir, if you'd like, I can connect you directly with our fraud department." I didn't say yes. I didn't say no. I just let the words hang there, daring my family to explain themselves. My sister's bridesmaids whispered frantically, guests exchanged wide-eyed glances, and the whispers began to ripple like wildfire. The perfect image my mother had built, the flawless facade she cherished, was cracking before her eyes. And I was the one holding the hammer. Inside, I was trembling. Not from fear, but from the weight of it all. Years of resentment, years of being the afterthought, years of swallowing my anger to keep the peace. All of it was bubbling out now. And yet, a strange calm settled over me too. For the first time, I realized I held the power. They couldn't ignore me anymore. They couldn't brush me aside. I had their secret in my hand, and the entire room knew it. But here's the thing. I didn't hang up. I didn't call the police immediately. I just stood there, phone still on speaker, watching my mother's face drain of color, watching my father shift uncomfortably in his chair, watching my sister's eyes fill with tears, though whether they were for me or for her ruined party, I couldn't yet tell. The weight of silence pressed down as everyone waited for what I'd do next. I didn't move. My phone was still in my hand, the bank manager's voice faint on speaker, and every eye in the room glued to me. You know that moment when you realize everyone is waiting for you to either explode or back down. That was it. My palms were damp, my chest tight, but for once in my life, I wasn't shrinking into the background. My mother's lips parted like she was about to scold me, but she stopped when she saw the look in my eyes. For years, she'd held control through shame and intimidation. Tonight, she didn't. My sister tugged at my sleeve, whispering urgently, "Daniel, stop. Please, not here. Don't do this to me." Her voice cracked, but I could hear the edge of desperation. She wasn't worried about me, or about the fact that our mother had just destroyed my financial future. She was worried about her spotlight fading. That realization cut deeper than I expected. The bank manager broke the silence. "Mr. Johnson, do you want me to proceed with the fraud investigation? I'll need confirmation from you." His voice carried through the speaker, formal and detached, but it felt like a gunshot in the middle of the ballroom. The guests whispered louder, some gasping, others craning their necks to see what was happening. The gossip train was already rolling, and nothing could stop it. My father finally spoke. His voice was low, almost pleading. "Daniel, son, let's not make a scene. Your mother she made a mistake. We'll fix it. After tonight." He glanced nervously at the guests, as if their judgment was more terrifying than the fact that his wife had committed fraud. I turned to him, my jaw tight. "A mistake? Dad, this isn't forgetting to pick up milk. This is identity theft. This is my credit. My life." My voice cracked slightly at the end, not from weakness, but from the sheer weight of betrayal pressing down on me. My mother straightened, trying to regain her composure. She raised her chin and said with an icy calm, "I did what I had to do for this family. You should be grateful, Daniel. Your sister deserves this wedding, and you'll survive a little debt. Family sacrifices for each other." I almost laughed, but it came out bitter. Sacrifices? Funny, because it's always me on the altar. Never her. Never you. Always me. My words hung in the air, heavy and sharp. My sister flinched, and for the first time, I saw something flicker in her eyes. Guilt, maybe, or just fear that I'd actually follow through with my threat. The band, unsure of what to do, had stopped playing altogether. You could hear the clink of silverware as someone nervously set down their fork. A child whispered, "What's happening, Mommy?" and the mother shushed them quickly. The entire hall had become a stage, and I was the unwilling star. The bank manager cleared his throat. "Sir, I'll need an answer." Before I could respond, my mother lunged toward me, her hand gripping my wrist. Her nails dug into my skin as she hissed, "Daniel, put the phone away. Right now. Don't embarrass me in front of everyone." Her mask was slipping. The sweet, charming hostess she played so effortlessly was gone, replaced with raw panic. I pulled my arm back. "You don't get to tell me what to do anymore." My voice was louder than I meant, but I didn't care. "You stole from me. You lied to me. And you thought I'd just sit quietly like always? Not this time." Gasps erupted from the tables. One of my cousins muttered, "Oh my God," while an older relative shook his head, muttering about disgrace. My sister buried her face in her hands, whispering something to her husband, who looked like he wanted the floor to swallow him whole. Inside, I felt a strange mix of fury and liberation. I was shaking, yes, but not from fear. From release. All the years of swallowing insults, all the years of being the backup, the forgotten one, it was pouring out of me now, and there was no stuffing it back in. The bank manager's voice came again, insistent. "Mr. Johnson, should I connect you to our fraud department?" I raised the phone slightly, staring straight at my mother. "What do you think I should say, Mom? Should I tell him yes?" Or do you want to explain to the room why their tax dollars might be paying for your bail? Her face turned pale. For the first time in my life, I saw fear in her eyes. Real fear. Not anger, not control, fear. My father reached for her hand, but she shook him off, still trying to maintain some illusion of authority. Daniel, enough. You will not ruin your sister's wedding. I tilted my head, the corner of my mouth lifting into a small, humorless smile. Oh, Mom, you already did that. The whispers grew louder. Guests leaned across tables, their conversations a murmur of disbelief. The perfect picture my mother had crafted was crumbling faster than she could patch it. And then my sister snapped. She stood up, her gown swishing as she shoved back her chair. Her voice was shrill, cutting through the noise. Daniel, can't you just let me have this one day? Why do you always have to make it about you? Her words hit like a slap, and my chest tightened. Always about me? Always. I turned slowly to face her, my eyes narrowing. This isn't about me wanting attention, Emily. This is about our mother stealing my future so you could have a party. You knew, didn't you? My voice cracked again, raw and wounded. Tell me the truth. Did you know? Her lips trembled, and she glanced at Mom, then at her new husband. Silence. That silence was louder than any confession. My stomach dropped. The betrayal deepened, sharper than before. The bank manager, still on speaker, cleared his throat again. Sir, if you're not ready to proceed, we can call back tomorrow. But I'll need an answer soon. I didn't reply. My thumb hovered over the screen, the weight of the decision pressing down on me. My mother's chest heaved as she tried to keep her composure. My father looked away, ashamed. My sister's face was blotchy, tears streaking her makeup. The room was silent, waiting. And then I smiled. A small, cold smile. No, I said, loud enough for everyone to hear. You don't get to decide how this ends. I do. The room erupted again, half in whispers, half in stunned silence. My phone was still on speaker. My family was cornered. And for the first time in my life, I had all the power. That was the moment everything shifted. That was the moment the mask of our perfect family shattered completely. And what I did next, well, let's just say no one saw it coming. I could feel the weight of the entire hall pressing in on me. Every breath I took seemed louder than the whispers that buzzed from table to table. My hand tightened around the phone, the bank manager still patiently waiting for my response. Sir, do you need me to stay on the line? His voice was calm, professional, but the silence around me turned it into an announcement. I lowered the phone slightly, just enough to let the line stay open while I stared down my family. My mother finally broke, her voice cracking as she hissed. Daniel, please. Not here. We'll sort it out later. I'll make it right. She stepped closer, her eyes darting nervously around the room. She was terrified, not of me, but of what these people thought. Her whole identity had always been tied to appearances, and now, with just a few words, I'd ripped it away from her. I leaned in just enough for her to hear me clearly. You'll make it right? You can't even say you're sorry. You can't even admit you did something wrong. My voice trembled, not with fear, but with anger I'd swallowed for years. My father, still sitting stiff in his chair, rubbed his temples and muttered, For God's sake, Daniel, lower your voice. We'll talk at home. His tone wasn't pleading anymore. It was commanding, the same way he used to shut me down as a teenager whenever I dared to speak up. For a moment, that old reflex to obey tugged at me, but then I caught sight of my sister. Emily was crying, her makeup running, but there was something else in her face. Not guilt, not regret, frustration, anger. Like I was the one ruining her perfect day instead of being the one who had been betrayed. That look cut deeper than anything my parents said. She knew. She had to. And instead of standing by me, she was glaring at me as though I was the problem. I took a shaky breath and turned back to the guests, raising my voice deliberately. For everyone wondering what's happening, here it is. My mother stole my identity, took out a loan in my name, and used it to pay for this wedding. Gasps, whispers, heads turning. One of my uncles muttered, That can't be true, but the bank manager's voice chimed in through the phone like a verdict. That is correct. The loan is currently overdue, and it is listed under Mr. Daniel Johnson's name. His words sent the room spiraling into chaos. People clutched at their pearls, leaned into each other, shook their heads in disbelief. The gossip was wildfire now, unstoppable. My mother lunged again, but I stepped back. You don't get to silence me this time. My chest heaved as I looked at my sister. Emily, tell me the truth. Did you know? Her lip quivered. She looked down, then up at me, then down again. No words. The silence was enough. My heart dropped into my stomach, the betrayal sharp and clear. She didn't have to say it. Her silence screamed louder than anything. You didn't know? I whispered, my voice breaking. You let this happen. You let her ruin me so you could stand here in a dress and smile for pictures. Emily's husband finally spoke up, his voice uneasy. Daniel, please calm down. This isn't the place. His attempt at reason only fanned the flames inside me. Not the place. I shot back. When would be the place? After the bank destroys my credit? After I can't buy a home because my mother decided her daughter's wedding mattered more than my future? The crowd had split now. Some sat in shocked silence. Others whispered furiously. I could hear someone say, "Unbelievable, her own son," and another mutter, "This family's a mess." My mother's kingdom was collapsing around her, and she knew it. Daniel, she snapped, her voice trembling. Enough. Do you want to humiliate me? Do you want to destroy your sister's happiness? All because of some paperwork. The words stung, not because of what she said, but because of what she didn't. Not once did she acknowledge the betrayal. Not once did she say she was sorry. To her, it was all just paperwork. Something inside me hardened. I straightened my back, lifted the phone again, and said clearly, "Yes, connect me to the fraud department." My words echoed through the hall. My mother's knees buckled slightly, and she gripped the edge of the table to steady herself. But then, something unexpected happened. My grandfather, my mom's father, stood up. He was frail, his hair white as snow, but his voice carried across the room with surprising strength. "Is this true?" he demanded, his sharp gaze fixed on my mother. The room fell into silence again, all eyes turning to him. He had always been respected, the quiet patriarch who rarely raised his voice. My mother stammered, "Dad, please, it's not what it sounds like." But he cut her off. "Don't lie to me. Did you take out that loan in Daniel's name?" She faltered, looking between him, me, and the stunned guests. Her lips trembled. And in that moment, I saw something I never thought I'd see. My mother caught in a corner, with no excuse left. I clenched the phone tighter, my pulse racing. My whole life, she had been untouchable. Always right, always in control. But now, in front of everyone she cared about impressing, her empire was crumbling. And just as she opened her mouth to speak, my phone buzzed again. Another call was coming in, flashing across the screen. It was from the police department. I froze, staring at the screen as the hall held its collective breath. I stared at the screen, the flashing call notification almost blinding me. My thumb hovered for just a second before I swiped to accept. The bank manager's line cut off, replaced by a calm but firm voice. "This is Officer Reynolds with the Financial Crimes Unit. Mr. Johnson, we've received a request to follow up regarding fraudulent loan activity. Are you able to speak right now?" Every muscle in my body tensed. I had a choice: step back, cover this up, save my family from public disgrace, or take the plunge and expose everything once and for all. I looked at my mother, her face pale and trembling, my father with his jaw clenched tight, and my sister frozen like a statue in her gown. Then I glanced at my grandfather, who stood tall despite his age, his eyes burning with a mixture of anger and disappointment. "Yes," I said, my voice steady. "I can speak right now." The officer continued. "We've reviewed the documents provided by the bank. The loan was taken out under your name, but signed by another party. We'll need your confirmation to proceed with pressing charges." I raised the phone slightly, loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. "Yes, officer. I want to press charges." Gasps rippled through the hall. Someone dropped a glass, the shatter echoing like a gavel hitting wood. My mother staggered back, shaking her head. "No, Daniel. You can't mean that. I'm your mother." Her words sliced through me. For a moment, the child in me, the boy who had once craved her approval, hesitated. But then I remembered the countless times I'd been the sacrifice for her schemes, her lies, her favoritism. I remembered being told to be grateful, while my sister got everything handed to her. I remembered the sting of being invisible, except when I was needed as a pawn. And now, I remembered the debt, the fraud, the betrayal. "I do mean it," I said softly but firmly. "You crossed a line, and I'm not cleaning up your mess anymore." The officer gave instructions. "Stay where you are. We'll send a unit to take statements. Do not let the suspect leave." The words hit like a hammer. My mother's knees gave out, and she slumped into a chair, her face drained of color. My father tried to whisper to her, but his words fell flat. For the first time in my life, they looked small, powerless. My sister finally found her voice, shrill and desperate. "Daniel, please, don't do this. Think about what you're doing to me." "To you?" I turned, my voice shaking with rage. "This isn't about you, Emily. This is about me. About Mom stealing from me so you could stand here in a dress, pretending this day is perfect. You knew. You stayed silent. And now you're asking me to protect you." Her tears spilled freely, but I didn't flinch. The guests were silent, some horrified, some whispering about scandal and unbelievable betrayal. My grandfather sat down heavily, his cane clattering against the floor, and covered his face with his hands. The minutes crawled by like hours. My phone still buzzed with instructions, and the atmosphere grew heavier with every tick of the clock. Then, the sound of sirens pierced the night. They grew louder, closer, until flashing lights spilled through the hall's windows. The doors opened, and 2 officers stepped inside. The chatter stopped instantly. One of them, a tall woman with sharp eyes, asked, "Which of you is Daniel Johnson?" I raised my hand, my heart pounding. "That's me." She nodded. "We'll need your statement. But first," she turned her gaze to my mother. "Ma'am, we have reason to believe you committed financial fraud by taking out a loan under your son's name without authorization. You'll need to come with us." The room erupted again. My mother shot to her feet, shaking her head violently. "No, this is ridiculous. He's lying. He's making a scene because he's jealous of his sister." She pointed at me, her finger trembling. The officer remained calm. "The documents bear your signature. You can explain everything at the station." My father tried to step in, his voice weak. "Please, there must be some mistake." "Sir, step back," the officer warned. And then it happened. My mother, the woman who had always been untouchable, was handcuffed in front of her family, her friends, and every single guest at the wedding she had fought so hard to fund. The sight was surreal. The gasp that went through the crowd was almost physical, a wave of shock that left the hall frozen. As they led her away, she turned her head, eyes wild, and spat out, "You'll regret this, Daniel. You've ruined everything." But for the first time in my life, her words didn't pierce me. They bounced off. I stood taller, straighter, as the officers guided her through the doors. The sirens faded into the night, and the silence left behind was suffocating. I turned back to the room. My sister was sobbing, her husband looking pale and shaken. My father sat slumped in his chair, broken, muttering to himself. And my grandfather, after a long silence, looked up at me. His eyes were full of sorrow, but also something else, pride. "You did the right thing, Daniel," he said quietly, but the words carried. It's about time someone stood up to her. The guests began to murmur again, some leaving quietly, others staying to witness the fallout. The wedding was over. Not with a dance, not with laughter, but with handcuffs and betrayal. In the days that followed, everything unraveled. The news spread fast, first among relatives, then through the community. The Johnson wedding scandal, people called it. My mother faced charges of fraud and identity theft. The bank worked with me to clear my name, though the process was long and draining. My father avoided me, humiliated and bitter. My sister didn't call, didn't text. The only message she sent was a single line, "I hope you're happy." But I wasn't happy. I wasn't celebrating. I was exhausted, grieving the family I thought I had. And yet, beneath that grief, there was relief. For the first time in my life, I wasn't their pawn anymore. I wasn't the one carrying their burdens. I was free. Weeks later, I visited my grandfather. We sat on his porch, watching the sun dip below the horizon. He patted my hand and said, "You broke the cycle, Daniel. Don't ever let them make you feel guilty for protecting yourself." His words stayed with me. And though my family may never forgive me, though the scars of that night will never fully fade, I know one thing with absolute certainty. I did the right thing. Because sometimes, the only way to save yourself is to burn the bridge behind you and never look back. When I was a kid, I used to think the phrase, "family is everything," was some kind of universal truth, like gravity or math. My name is Braden. I'm 23 now, but when this story started, I was just turning 18, and everything I thought I knew about family was about to blow up in my face. The funny part is, it all started with a cake. a cake, and a scholarship letter. So let's rewind a bit. I grew up in a small town, the kind where everyone knows your business before you even know it yourself. My parents, Karen and Dale, weren't the worst people in the world, but they definitely weren't the best. My mom always had a short fuse and a long list of things to complain about. And my dad, well, let's just say Dale was more interested in his man cave than his kids. He had this old recliner he basically lived in. If he wasn't yelling at the TV, he was yelling at me. I was never the golden child. That title belonged to my older brother, Caleb. Classic golden boy stuff. Popular, athletic, decent enough grades, and totally incapable of doing any wrong in my parents' eyes. Me? I was the quiet one. The reader. The kid who stayed late at school to help clean up the library because it was better than going home. I kept my head down, worked my butt off, and did what I was told mostly. I wasn't perfect, but I was trying. Despite everything, I actually got really into school. It became my escape. I loved math and computer science, and I poured myself into it. No one in my family understood it. They called me a little nerd, or the future IT guy who'll fix our Wi-Fi for free. It was always said with a laugh, but the jokes got old. Still, I kept going, because deep down, I believed that if I just did well enough, maybe they'd finally see me. Senior year rolled around, and I applied to every scholarship I could find. I wasn't naive. I knew my parents weren't going to pay for college. They made that clear for years. If you want to go to college, you better figure it out yourself, my dad would say between sips of cheap beer. We're not made of money. So I did figure it out. I applied to a prestigious STEM program at a university 3 states away. It was a long shot, but I got in. Not only that, I landed a full-ride scholarship, tuition, housing, meals, everything. I remember opening the letter alone in my room, staring at the words like they might vanish if I blinked too hard. It felt like freedom printed on thick paper. I cried. Quietly, of course. Wouldn't want Caleb to hear and start in with his usual, don't be soft routine. I waited a few days before I told them. I thought maybe, just maybe, they'd be proud. That maybe this would be the thing that shifted something. I didn't expect balloons or a party, but a good job would have been nice. Instead, I got silence. My mom barely glanced at the letter. She was watching one of those wedding shows she liked, half a glass of wine in her hand. That's nice, Braden, she muttered, not even looking up. My dad skimmed it, then said, so they're just giving you free money, huh? Must be nice. Caleb wasn't even home, probably out with his girlfriend, or more likely, getting plastered with his friends and sending it to the family group chat like he always did. Classic Caleb. A week later, it was my birthday, my 18th. I wasn't expecting much, maybe a small dinner or a store-bought cake, if I was lucky. But weirdly enough, my mom called me downstairs that morning, saying they had something special planned. My heart actually fluttered. I thought maybe they were surprising me, that they'd come around. There was a cake. Store-bought, like I guessed, with my name on it in blue frosting. A little lopsided, but still, it was something. My dad even shook my hand and said, well, you're a man now. Time to start acting like one. It was the closest thing to affection I'd gotten from him in years. We all sat down at the table. My mom poured herself another glass of wine. It was barely noon, and then she got this weird look on her face, like she was bracing for something. That's when my dad said it. So about that scholarship money, we've been thinking. You don't really need all that for yourself, right? I blinked. What? You're still living here, he said. We've fed you, paid your bills, kept a roof over your head all these years. It's only fair you contribute back. Your mom and I are behind on a few things. Wait, I said slowly. You want me to give you my scholarship money? My mom chimed in. Not all of it, honey. Just what's reasonable. You'll still have enough for college. We're just asking for a bit of help. That's what families do. We take care of each other. I just sat there, stunned. My mind couldn't catch up to what was happening. They were serious. They really, truly thought I was going to hand over money that I had earned, something that was meant to be my ticket out, and give it to them. Like it was nothing. No, I said. They looked at me like I'd just cursed at them. My dad's face darkened. Excuse me. I said no, I repeated. That money is for college. I earned it. I'm not giving it to you. My mom put her wine glass down a little too hard. Don't be selfish, Braden. After everything we've done for you. I laughed. It just came out. What have you done? You've ignored me for 18 years unless you needed something. You didn't pay for any of my schooling. You didn't help with applications. You didn't even drive me to the college tour last year. because you were too busy relaxing. And now that I've got something good, you want to take it? That was it. The air in the room shifted. My dad stood up so fast the chair scraped loudly against the tile. His voice boomed. You ungrateful little brat. This is our house. We've put up with your attitude for too long. If you're going to disrespect us like this, you can get out. What? I said, blinking. You heard me, he said. You're 18 now. That means you're grown. You want to be grown? Then act like it. Pack your stuff and leave. You're not welcome here if you're going to talk to us like that. My mom didn't stop him. She just crossed her arms and stared at the cake. The one with my name on it. The one that now felt like a joke. I left that night. No warning. Just packed a duffel bag with what I could carry, grabbed my acceptance letter, and walked out the door. They didn't stop me. They didn't call after me. Caleb didn't even text. And that was that. I spent the next few months couch hopping and working part-time jobs until the fall semester started. I didn't have much, but I had my place in the program, and I was determined to make it work. The first year was hard. Really hard. I worked late nights, studied during every spare moment, and learned how to stretch $1 into a week's worth of meals. But I did it. And then I kept doing it. 5 years later, I'm not the same kid who walked out of that house with tears in his eyes and a duffel bag in his hand. I've got a great job now, software engineer at a firm in the city. I've got my own apartment, my own car, and a little bit of peace for the first time in my life. That peace didn't last long. Because 2 months ago, there was a knock at my door. And standing there, like they hadn't thrown me out on my birthday all those years ago, were Karen and Dale, smiling, saying they needed a place to stay. And that's where things get interesting. They stood in the hallway like ghosts from a life I'd buried. Karen in her oversized windbreaker, Dale with that same old trucker cap he used to wear while yelling at the news. They looked smaller, older, and for a split second, I felt that old instinct rise up, the part of me that still wanted their approval, still half expected them to smile and say we're proud of you. But that wasn't why they were here. We were just passing through the city, my mom said casually, as if this was a coincidence. Thought we'd stop by. It's been so long, Braden. I stood there, silent. Part of me wanted to slam the door. But another part, the quieter, uncertain part, stepped back and said, come in. The moment they entered, it was like the air changed. Dale immediately started glancing around like he was appraising the furniture. Nice place, he muttered, brushing crumbs off the arm of my couch like it personally offended him. Karen walked straight into the kitchen, opened my fridge without asking, and said, oh good, you've got real food. I told Dale you'd be doing all right by now. Doing all right? They made themselves at home like I was a guest in my own apartment. I stood there, awkward, watching the two people who'd kicked me out on my birthday rummage through my things like it was their right. I finally asked, so, why are you really here? Karen closed the fridge slowly. We need a place to stay, just for a little while. Dale nodded, still surveying the living room like he was thinking of where to put his feet up. The house got foreclosed on. Caleb's couch isn't big enough. And you've got the space. There it was. No apology. No acknowledgement of the years of silence. Just a casual assumption that I'd open my door and give them what they wanted, like the scholarship money all over again. How long is a little while? I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. Karen waved a hand like it wasn't important. Until we get back on our feet. A few weeks, maybe a month. You'll barely notice us. I stared at them. You kicked me out. Dale frowned. That was a long time ago. You were being disrespectful. I was protecting the only thing I had. I snapped. And you threw me out for it. You didn't call. You didn't check if I was alive. Karen's voice softened, fake sweet. We just figured you'd be fine, Braden. You always were the smart one. Independent. You mean disposable, I said. She flinched, and for a moment, I thought I'd finally gotten through. But then her expression changed, hardened. She crossed her arms. We're your parents. We raised you. You owe us. That broke something in me. I didn't yell. I didn't scream. I just said no, but they didn't leave. Not that day. Not even after I told them I didn't have space for them. Karen started crying, or pretending to. She said they had nowhere to go, that I was their only hope. Dale stayed silent, staring at the wall behind me like this whole conversation bored him. Eventually, I told them they could stay for one night. One. They nodded, grateful. I slept with my door locked. The next morning, they were still there. Karen was making coffee with the last of my beans, and Dale had turned on the TV so loud it rattled the windows. This isn't a hotel, I said. Karen looked up like I'd insulted her. You said one night. We thought you'd reconsider after seeing how polite we were. Polite? I repeated myself. One night. I'm not changing my mind. They didn't fight me that time. They left, slowly, bitterly, and Karen made a point of saying, "You'll regret this. Family takes care of family." I didn't respond. But that wasn't the end of it. Not even close. Over the next few weeks, they started showing up. Unannounced. Sometimes late at night. Sometimes in the middle of the day when I was working remotely. My building had no doorman, just a basic lock, and somehow they always found a way in, either sweet-talking a neighbor or slipping in behind someone. It was like they had radar for when I was most vulnerable. Once, I came home from a long day at the office. I'd picked up an extra consulting gig to start saving for a down payment, and found them already inside. Karen had somehow convinced my downstairs neighbor to buzz them in, claiming they were visiting their sweet son, and forgot their key. I lost it. You can't keep doing this. Karen had the audacity to say, well, if you'd just let us stay, we wouldn't have to. I changed the locks that weekend. I told my neighbors not to let anyone in unless I'd personally texted them. I thought it was over. But then the letters started. Handwritten notes left in my mailbox. Slid under my door. Taped to my windshield. We raised you. We deserve this. Don't forget who gave you life. You'll be sorry when we're gone. Each one chipped away at me. I tried to ignore them, tried to work through it, tried to focus on my life. But it was like being haunted. And then the real betrayal came, from the one person I thought might actually understand. Caleb. He called out of the blue one afternoon, his voice way too casual. Hey, little bro heard mom and dad dropped by. I didn't say anything. He kept going. Look, I know things were rough back then, but they're really struggling. You've got a good thing going now. Maybe just let them crash with you for a bit. It won't kill you. Are you serious? I said, heart pounding. They're our parents, Braden. They took care of us. No, I snapped. They took care of you. They kicked me out. On my birthday. He had the nerve to laugh. Yeah, but you landed on your feet. You're the success story. So be the bigger man. That call ended fast. I told him to lose my number if he was just going to guilt trip me. I hung up, shaking. That night, I got another knock at the door. I didn't answer. Another letter appeared under the door the next morning. But this time it wasn't Karen's loopy handwriting. It was Caleb's. I tried to reason with you. If something happens to them, it's on you. I don't know what broke me more, the manipulation or the realization that Caleb had clearly taken their side. The golden boy had spoken, and once again, I was the villain in the family script. I kept my distance. I tried to move on. But then Karen and Dale escalated. They started telling people we knew, old neighbors, distant cousins, that I'd turned my back on them. That I'd stolen their retirement by keeping my scholarship money to myself. That I was hoarding wealth while they suffered. They painted this picture of a cold, arrogant son who'd gotten rich and forgotten his roots. One day, I walked into a local coffee shop and the barista, who knew my family, said, Hey, are your parents doing okay? I heard you kicked them out or something. That's when I realized they weren't just harassing me. They were trying to ruin me. Trying to twist the truth, make me the villain, force my hand. And then, as if it couldn't get worse, they tried to guilt me through work. Someone from HR forwarded me a voicemail that had been left on our company's general line. A woman's voice, saying she was my mother, that she was worried about me, that she hadn't heard from me in weeks and feared I was falling back into bad habits. She asked if someone could just check in. Said she didn't want me to end up like before. Before what? I hadn't done drugs. I hadn't been to therapy for anything serious beyond burnout and anxiety. But to someone who didn't know me, it sounded like a red flag. I was called into a meeting the next day. Nothing formal. Just to check in. But it was humiliating. My boss asked if everything was okay at home. If I needed time off. If I was sure I wasn't overwhelmed. They had weaponized concern. That night, I sat in my living room, alone, lights off, just numb. I stared at my phone. Thought about calling a lawyer. Or the police. Or Caleb. I didn't know what the right move was. And then I got the text. From a number I didn't recognize. A photo of my building. Taken from the street. With one message. We're not going away, Braden. Family is forever. That was the moment. The breaking point. Something inside me snapped, but not in the way they wanted. And that's when I decided I wasn't just going to block them. I was going to end this. Legally. Publicly. Permanently. I didn't sleep that night. After getting that photo, That twisted little message. I just sat there, staring at it until the glow of my phone screen turned cold. My apartment was silent, but my brain wasn't. It was racing, tumbling through memories I hadn't touched in years. That photo wasn't just a threat. It was a reminder. Of the night I left home with nothing but a bag. Of the mornings I spent eating instant ramen cold because I didn't have a microwave in the shelter I stayed in for a week. Of the time I got a nosebleed during finals week and couldn't afford tissues, so I used old lecture notes to stop the bleeding in the back of the computer lab. I remembered it all. And now these same people, the ones who had left me out in the cold without a second thought, were standing outside my building, watching me, waiting. I felt sick, violated. I checked every lock, closed every blind, then did it again. I barely moved for hours. I called no one. I told no one. Because deep down, I still carried that old shame, the kind that whispered, you don't get to complain. You're lucky. You made it out. Be grateful. But this wasn't just about me anymore. They had gone too far. This wasn't family drama. This was stalking, harassment. And the worst part was that they still didn't think they were doing anything wrong. The next morning, I called a lawyer. I didn't have one on retainer or anything. I just Googled until I found someone local who specialized in civil harassment and family disputes. Her name was Tessa, and when I showed her the messages, the letters, and that photo, she didn't blink. This is serious, she said. You have a right to feel safe in your own home. Those words cracked something open in me, like I'd been holding my breath for years and didn't realize it. A right to feel safe. I'd never thought of it that way, not growing up in that house. Not when silence was the closest thing I got to love. Not when Caleb was praised for doing the bare minimum and I was punished for asking questions. Tessa walked me through the process of filing a restraining order. She explained what evidence would help, what the hearing would involve, and how to keep a paper trail. It felt overwhelming. I wasn't a fighter. I was the kid who avoided conflict, who learned to disappear when voices got too loud. But this time, I didn't disappear. Instead, I started documenting everything. Every message, every note, every time someone mentioned my parents in public with a confused expression. I even asked my neighbor to check the security footage in the hallway for the night I found the photo. It was there, a grainy clip of Karen, my mother, standing outside my door, slipping something under it and looking around like she knew what she was doing was wrong. That video broke me again, in a different way. Not because of the threat, but because of how calm she looked. How casual. As if this wasn't cruelty, it was just parenting. I was spiraling. I started flinching every time someone knocked. I kept checking the street before I left for work. I had a nightmare that Caleb showed up at my office and told my coworkers I was schizophrenic and dangerous. I woke up sweating, heart pounding, unsure of what was real. I hit rock bottom a week later. It was a Thursday. I was supposed to present a quarterly update on a project I'd led, something I'd poured myself into for 6 months. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't even make it through the door. I stood in the building's lobby, hand on the elevator button, and froze. I kept seeing their faces, hearing their voices. You owe us. You'll regret this. Family takes care of family. I walked out, called in sick, went home, and didn't leave for 2 days. That weekend, I turned off my phone and just sat on the floor of my apartment with all the curtains drawn. I didn't eat, didn't drink much. I didn't even cry. I just sat there, paralyzed by a kind of exhaustion I didn't know how to explain. But on the third day, I woke up angry. Not fiery, screaming angry. Just done. Done being the quiet one. Done being the good son. Done being the scapegoat. I got up, showered, opened all the windows, and blasted music just to feel something. Then I made a list. The kind of list I hadn't made since college, back when I was juggling 3 part-time jobs and 16 credits. It was titled, Rebuild. Finalize restraining order paperwork with Tessa. Install security cameras, inside and outside. Send formal cease and desist to Caleb. Talk to HR about the voicemail incident. Book a session with a therapist. I didn't do it all at once. That would have been impossible. But I started. And starting changed everything. I met with Tessa again and handed over my compiled documentation, neatly organized, tabbed, and labeled. She was impressed. You're thorough, she said. I just smiled. I had practice. I installed 2 security cameras, one above the front door, one covering the hallway. I posted clear signs. I wasn't trying to be sneaky. I wanted them to know I wasn't afraid anymore. I sent Caleb a letter through Tessa's office. A formal cease and desist, citing harassment and false statements. I didn't hear back, but I know he got it. The silence was louder than any apology he could have faked. I met with my HR manager and laid out everything. The history, the voicemail, the photo. Her eyes widened as she read through the timeline I'd printed. She looked at me differently after that. Not with pity, but with something like respect. "You're stronger than I realized," she said. I didn't feel strong, but I nodded anyway. And finally, I found a therapist named Jordan who specialized in family trauma and adult estrangement. The first session was awkward. I kept making jokes, deflecting. But then he said something that stuck with me. "Surviving is admirable, but thriving? That's the real revenge." That line lived in my head for days. And slowly, I started to thrive. I started running in the mornings. Not for weight or looks, but just to burn off the anxiety. I stopped checking the blinds every 10 minutes. I started sleeping with the bedroom door open. That was huge. I reconnected with an old friend from college, Malia, who'd always been kind to me. We got coffee, then dinner, then started seeing each other more. She was the first person I told everything to, unfiltered. No softening the edges. No downplaying the pain. She didn't flinch. She just listened. And when I showed her one of the letters, the one where Karen wrote, "We should have stopped trying after Caleb. At least he knows loyalty," she didn't get angry for me. She got angry with me. "You deserve better," she said. "And you're building it." That line became my new anchor. I worked harder than ever. Took on a leadership role at work. Led a successful pitch that landed a new client. I started saving more aggressively, watching my account balance climb past numbers I never thought I'd see. I looked at condos. I applied for speaking slots at tech conferences. I finally started designing a software product I'd dreamed about since college, something that helped people track and organize family law documents for self-represented litigants. Because if there was one thing I knew now, it was that not everyone has a Tessa. Not everyone gets the help they need. And I wanted to change that. But just as things were stabilizing, just as I finally felt like I was free, something happened that reminded me this war wasn't over. A letter arrived. No return address. Different handwriting this time. Sloppier, rushed. Inside was a single line. "You might have a lawyer, but we have stories." And a USB drive. When I first saw the USB drive, I stared at it like it might explode. It was small, nondescript, the kind of cheap plastic stick you might get at a trade show, but the weight of it felt heavy in my hand. Heavier than it should have. I didn't plug it in right away. I sat at my desk, staring at the blinking cursor on my monitor, the drive resting beside my keyboard like a ticking bomb. My thoughts went in circles. What was on it? What did they mean by "we have stories"? Were they threatening me with lies? Blackmail? Or worse, some twisted version of the truth? Eventually, I booted up an old laptop I hadn't used in years. No personal files, no login to my work network. I disabled Wi-Fi, opened a fresh guest account, and plugged in the drive. Inside was a single folder labeled Braden_proof. I opened it. There were 4 video files. No descriptions, no names. Just dates. The first was dated 2 months prior. I clicked play, and immediately felt the blood drain from my face. It was a video of my mom, sitting in her car, crying, or pretending to cry. The camera was angled just enough to catch her face, and she kept glancing at it like she wanted to make sure it was recording. She was saying things like, "We just want to see our son. We raised him, and now he won't even answer the door." She spoke in that soft, wobbly tone people use when they're trying to sound heartbroken. It was a performance. A disgusting, manipulative performance. The next video was worse. Dale was standing outside my apartment, speaking to the camera with this rehearsed solemnity. "If anything happens to us," he said, "it's on Braden. We tried to reach out. We tried everything." At one point he looked off screen and said, "Should I mention the scholarship?" And Karen's voice whispered, "Yes, but say it was a misunderstanding, not theft." The third video was from Caleb. He was seated at a dining table, probably at his apartment, based on the blurry background. His tone was less emotional and more calculated. He said, "Braden's always had issues. He isolates himself. He cuts people out when they don't agree with him. We just want him to get help." He even cited my therapy appointment, the one I'd mentioned to him in passing years ago, as proof that I had a pattern. The fourth video was just a screen recording of an email. From me. From years ago. An old reply I sent to Caleb in college where I said, "I can't take this anymore. Sometimes I feel like disappearing." Out of context, it sounded dramatic. Dangerous, even. especially with the narration Caleb added over it. He said things like this before. He won't talk to us. We're worried he's unstable. I sat there, watching these people, my family, build a false narrative of a mentally unstable son, of abusive, cold-hearted behavior, of paranoia, of cruelty. They weren't trying to reconcile. They were preparing a smear campaign, maybe for court, maybe for friends, maybe for the internet, and they were filming it like they were the victims. I unplugged the drive, sat back, and for a moment, I didn't feel anger. I felt calm, because now I knew exactly who they were, not just in my memories, but in their own words, on video. This wasn't gaslighting anymore. This was evidence, and I was done playing defense. It was time to go on offense. The next morning, I booked a follow-up with Tessa. I walked into her office with the USB drive, my security footage, screenshots of the messages, and a binder labeled Harassment Evidence, Karen and Dale, Timeline. She flipped through it, her brows rising as she skimmed. Braden, she said, looking up. This isn't just enough for a restraining order. This is strong enough for civil litigation. I nodded. I want to go all the way. She asked if I was ready for what that would mean, the hearings, the exposure, the possibility of them turning public opinion against me. I said, they already did that. Now I'm just catching up. And from that moment on, I stopped reacting. I started planning. Step 1. Cut them off completely. No more texts. No more calls. I blocked their numbers, locked down every social account, and upgraded my building security. I added facial recognition entry for myself and set up alerts for any motion outside my door. The cameras now had cloud backups. I left nothing to chance. I even hired a private investigator, Malia's suggestion. She knew someone from a former case who specialized in digital surveillance. The guy, Javier, was discreet but efficient. Within a week, he had footage of Karen and Dale sitting outside my old high school in their car, talking to someone, possibly a reporter, and feeding them lines about how I had abandoned my roots and let success change me. They were already trying to spin their story into something bigger. And if that was their plan, then I had to make sure my story was louder. Step 2. Control the narrative. I started documenting everything, publicly, not in a messy Reddit post or a viral TikTok. I created a clean, professional blog, just a small corner of the internet, password protected, that I shared with only a few trusted people at first. It was titled Surviving Estrangement, a journal. I wrote about what it meant to grow up in a household where you were never enough, where success became currency, something your parents tried to steal the moment it materialized. I never used names, never accused directly, but I told the truth. And slowly, quietly, the site got traction. Other estranged children reached out. Some shared their own stories. Some just said thank you. It gave me a strange strength, knowing I wasn't alone, that I wasn't crazy. And then the email came. A producer from a mid-tier podcast on family trauma and legal drama wanted to interview me. They had found the blog through someone else and said my story resonated. At first, I hesitated. Going public was risky. I didn't want to be that guy, the one airing his family's dirty laundry. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized they'd already done that. They'd filmed fake videos, twisted my words, painted me as unstable. If I was going to be portrayed as the villain in someone else's story, I'd rather tell the truth in my own. So I said yes. The interview wasn't flashy, just audio. 45 minutes of me telling my story, slowly, calmly, clearly. I didn't attack. I didn't name names. But I laid out the facts. The eviction, the scholarship, the stalking, the smear campaign. The episode aired 3 weeks later. Within a day, it had 10,000 plays. Within a week, it had over 100,000. Strangers started reaching out. Therapists, authors, even a lawyer from another state who said she was starting a nonprofit to help young adults facing forced homelessness from family manipulation. She asked if I'd join the advisory board. I said yes. And somewhere in the middle of all that, something shifted in me. I no longer felt like I was surviving. I was rising. Step 3. Hit where it hurts. Legally, the hearing date for the restraining order was finally set. Tessa and I prepared like it was trial. We rehearsed my statement, lined up witnesses, including my HR manager and Malia, and submitted the USB drive and security footage as formal evidence. But we didn't stop there. Tessa filed a parallel suit, emotional damages, defamation, and invasion of privacy. The videos, especially the ones where they discussed spinning false narratives, gave us leverage. And when Javier's footage confirmed they had tried to mislead a reporter, that opened the door for intent to harm. The best part? They had no idea what was coming. As far as Karen and Dale knew, I was still rattled. Quiet. Beaten down. That's how they liked me. Easy to control, easy to guilt. So I stayed silent. Let them stew. Until the court summons arrived. And then, like clockwork, the call started again, this time from a different number. Braden, what is this? A lawsuit? Are you insane? I didn't answer. They left voicemails, emails, even sent a handwritten apology that reeked of insincerity. But I didn't flinch. Because revenge, I was learning, didn't have to be loud. It just had to be smart. And now, I was ready to play that game better than they ever imagined. The courtroom was smaller than I expected. I don't know why I'd pictured something grand, with echoing footsteps and polished mahogany. In reality, it was just a beige room with harsh lighting and a faint smell of coffee and old paper. But for what it lacked in drama, it made up for in tension. You could feel it, the energy in the room, thick and quiet, like the moment before a thunderstorm. I was seated beside Tessa at the petitioner's table, calm on the outside, but wired tight on the inside. My palms were sweating. I kept my hands under the table so no one would see. Across from me, Karen and Dale were whispering furiously to their attorney, a man in a wrinkled suit who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. Karen was dressed like she was going to church. Pearls, floral dress, the works. Dale wore a suit jacket over a t-shirt that said, "World's #1 Dad." I wasn't sure if the irony was intentional or just tone-deaf. They didn't look at me. Not once. The judge entered. Everyone stood. The hearing began. Tessa opened with a clear, composed summary of the harassment, detailing every visit, every letter, every escalation. She presented the timeline, the motion-activated security footage, the screenshots, the USB drive. She spoke like a surgeon, precise, controlled, unemotional. Then came the witness statements. Malia went first. She described the night I found the photo, how shaken I was, how I checked every window, how I didn't sleep for days. Her voice cracked once, but she held steady. My HR manager spoke next, confirming the voicemail and the odd email that followed. She mentioned how I'd been pulled into a wellness meeting over concerns that were later revealed to be unfounded, manufactured. Then, it was my turn. I stood. My voice was steady, but my hands were trembling slightly. I told the court everything, from the birthday eviction to the relentless pressure, the stalking, the smear campaign. I didn't dramatize. I didn't embellish. I just told the truth. They didn't just try to manipulate me, I said. They tried to destroy me. When they couldn't control my future, they tried to rewrite my past. There was a pause when I finished. The judge nodded and turned to their side. Karen asked to speak. She stood up slowly, clutching a tissue like it was a prop. Her voice was watery and trembling. We're his parents. We never meant to hurt him. We didn't know how to reach him. We were scared for him. Everything we did, it came from love. The judge asked, "Did you record videos falsely portraying your son as mentally unstable?" Karen hesitated. "They weren't false, Your Honor. He has had issues. He's always been distant. Difficult." Tessa stood. "Your Honor, with respect, being private and independent is not a mental illness." Dale finally spoke, loudly. "This is ridiculous. He's making us out to be monsters just because we wanted to see him. We gave him everything." The judge raised a hand. "Sir, please sit. You'll have a chance to speak through your attorney." But their attorney didn't say much. He looked at the evidence, looked at his clients, and offered a limp defense that boiled down to "this is a misunderstanding." The judge called for a short recess before the decision. I stepped into the hallway with Tessa. Malia joined us. No one said much. We just stood in a quiet triangle, breathing slowly, watching the seconds tick by. 15 minutes later, we were called back in. The judge's decision was swift, thorough, and brutal in its clarity. A 5-year restraining order was granted, maximum length, prohibiting Karen and Dale from contacting me in any form, approaching my residence or place of work, or using any third party to communicate on their behalf. Any violation would result in immediate arrest. The judge also referred the matter to civil court with a strong recommendation that the defamation and emotional distress claims proceed. She noted the video footage as deeply disturbing and indicative of sustained malice. Then she turned to them. "You are not victims. You are manipulators. This court does not exist to validate false narratives or emotional blackmail. You have crossed a line, and Mr. Braden has every right to protect his peace. When the gavel came down, I felt something I hadn't felt in years. Relief. But it wasn't just relief, it was closure. The civil case moved forward. Slowly, as they do, but the momentum was on our side. Their lawyer tried to negotiate a settlement early, a quiet agreement, no admission of guilt, a small financial sum. We declined. I didn't want silence. I wanted truth. I wanted a record. I wanted them to have to answer for what they did, not just in my life, but on paper. The suit took 7 months to resolve. During discovery, we found more emails between Karen and Caleb discussing ways to make Braden look unbalanced. A private group chat with relatives gossiping about me. Screenshots of social media posts where they hinted at being cut off by a narcissistic son. It all came out. When they realized how deep the evidence ran, they crumbled. We settled, eventually, on my terms. They issued a written apology, drafted by our legal team, to be made public in the same online spaces where they had defamed me. They agreed to pay damages for emotional distress, which I donated in full to a scholarship fund for estranged students. And they agreed to a no-contact order that extended beyond the restraining order's expiration. I haven't seen them since. As for Caleb, he never contacted me again. Last I heard, he moved to Florida with his girlfriend and changed jobs twice in the same year. I could have pursued him legally. We had enough to include him in the civil suit, but I didn't. Not because I forgave him, but because he's not worth the effort. I don't think he'll ever change. I think, deep down, he enjoyed being the golden child, the one who could do no wrong, who stood on the pedestal while I took the fall. And I think he'll keep trying to be someone important by stepping on other people to stay tall. But not me. Not anymore. The fallout wasn't just legal. People started reaching out. Old classmates. A few distant cousins. Even a couple of teachers from high school who remembered how quiet I was, how hard I worked. They said they'd heard the story through the podcast or the blog or mutual friends. They said they were sorry, that they wished they'd seen what I was going through. One of them, my sophomore math teacher, sent me a message that made me pause. I always thought you were brave for asking questions when no one else would. I'm glad the world finally sees who you are. That hit harder than I expected. I still run the blog. It's grown into something more now. A small community, moderated and safe. We host workshops, guest posts. We even launched a yearly scholarship for students who've been financially cut off by their families. Last year, we helped 3 kids cover their first semester. I keep my personal life quieter now. Malia and I are still together. She's the first person I've ever truly felt safe with. Not because she fixes everything, but because she listens. She doesn't try to rewrite my story. She just holds it with me. I still go to therapy. Still have days where the weight of it all sneaks up on me. In a smell, a song, a dream. But those days are fewer now. And when they come, I know how to ride them out. Because I know who I am. Not the scapegoat. Not the problem. Not the failure. Just Braden. A man who rebuilt his life, brick by brick, truth by truth. People always ask me if I miss them. My parents. The family I lost. And I tell them the truth. I didn't lose them. They were never mine to begin with. And the day I stopped chasing their love was the day I found peace. My name's Eric, I'm 28, and until recently, I thought I had a pretty normal, if slightly dysfunctional, relationship with my family. You know the type. Sunday dinners with passive-aggressive jabs. Birthday texts 2 days late. Obligatory family group chat, filled with memes no one laughs at, but no one leaves. We weren't close, but I paid my dues. I visited when I could. Sent flowers on Mother's Day. Paid for the new fridge when theirs broke down. Quietly. Willingly. Because that's just who I am. Or was. This all started on my birthday. I'd driven 2 hours back to my parents' house after work, already tired and kind of wishing I hadn't come. But I figured, hey, it's once a year. Cake, awkward hugs, then freedom. I walked in, and everything was off. There were no decorations. No smells of baking. Just my dad sitting on the recliner with the news on, and my mom standing in the kitchen like she was waiting for me. She didn't even say happy birthday. Just reached into her apron and handed me a plain white envelope. Open it, she said. I thought maybe it was a check. Maybe they were trying to be sweet, pay me back for something. Or, best case, they were finally acknowledging that I'd covered their internet, their phone plans, and my brother's short-term car loan last year. But the moment I pulled out the papers inside, my stomach dropped. It wasn't a card. It wasn't even a letter. It was a statement from a loan company I'd never heard of. The balance? $25,000. My dad didn't even look away from the TV. Be grateful you're finally contributing, he said like it was the most natural thing in the world. My mom nodded, crossing her arms. Your brother needed help. And family helps family. I didn't say anything at first. I just stood there, reading and rereading the document. My name, my social, my address, my signature, forged, obviously, but a half-decent attempt. I felt like I was floating, like I'd stepped into someone else's life. My mom mistook my silence for compliance and started talking again. We figured you'd be proud. You always say you want to help. Well, you just helped him get his business started. His business. My brother Ryan. The golden child. The failure-turned entrepreneur who couldn't keep a job longer than 3 months, but somehow had 2 iPhones, a brand new truck, and an endless string of investor meetings in Miami. I hadn't heard from him in months. Not a single thank you for the car payments I made when he missed them. But now, suddenly, he needed me again, and they had decided I didn't get a choice. I never agreed to this. I finally said, my voice quiet but shaking. My dad finally looked at me. Just one glance. Shrugged. Well, it's done. That was it. No apology. No remorse. No concern for the fact that they had committed a literal crime using my name. I drove home that night with the envelope on the passenger seat, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just felt hollow, like I'd been gutted and stitched back up with fishing line. The second I got to my apartment, I pulled up my credit score. I already knew what I'd see, but somehow it still hit harder than expected. 582. I'd been in the 770s. Paid off every card. Never missed a bill. Now I was flagged for a loan I hadn't even known existed. For the next week, I barely slept. I kept going to work like everything was fine, but at night I was digging. Into credit reports. Into loan documents. Into legal advice forums and identity theft resources. I filed a police report. I spoke to a fraud investigator at the bank. I started documenting every transfer my family had ever asked me to make. I even found screenshots of texts where they reminded me to pay the electric bill, ones they'd later claim I offered to cover. The worst part wasn't even the debt. It was the betrayal. My parents, the people who raised me, who called me the responsible one, who always said I was the glue holding the family together, had seen my life, my name, my future, as something they could borrow and break without asking. And the more I sat with that, the more something inside me hardened. So I started planning. I stopped answering their calls, ignored my mom's just checking in texts. And then, last weekend, I went back. Quietly. No big announcement. I just drove up, walked into my old room, and started packing everything I had left there. Trophies, books, childhood photos. My mom followed me in about 20 minutes later, acting like nothing was wrong. She even tried to hug me. I sidestepped her. You're not staying for dinner? She asked, heard in her voice like I was the one being unreasonable. No, I said. I'm not staying for anything. I zipped up my duffel bag, walked downstairs, and placed a folder on the kitchen table. It was thick, maybe 100 pages, and labeled in bold, black marker. Identity theft report, filed. My mom didn't open it. She just stared at it, like the words didn't make sense. What is this supposed to mean? I didn't answer. I didn't have to. I walked out the door, locked it behind me, and didn't look back. That was 3 nights ago. Since then, I've gotten 17 missed calls. 6 from my mom, 5 from my dad. The rest from unknown numbers I assume are either Ryan or damage control. I haven't answered any of them. But the last voicemail? That one I played. It was my mom. Her voice was shaking. Eric, please call us. We didn't think it would go this far. The police came by. They have questions. Your father's freaking out. Ryan is. Eric, just come home. We can fix this. Please. I turned off my phone after that. Because the truth is, they don't want to fix it. They want to erase it. Pretend it never happened. Pretend I'm the one tearing the family apart. But they did this. And I'm done cleaning up their mess. The next morning, I checked my email and found one from Ryan. Subject line, we need to talk. I didn't open it right away. I sat with my coffee, staring at the screen like the words might morph into something different if I gave them enough time. They didn't. I finally clicked it open, more out of curiosity than anything else. It was one long paragraph. No greeting, no punctuation, no apology, just a frantic wall of text about how this isn't what you think, how mom and dad meant well, and how you always said family sticks together. Then, the real reason. I'm supposed to meet with a new client Monday, and if this goes on my record, I'm in trouble. There it was. The truth behind the panic. Not guilt, not shame, just fear of consequences. I closed the laptop. I wasn't sure what I expected to feel. Satisfaction? Triumph? Relief? Instead, I felt quiet, like the storm had passed, but everything in its wake was still ruined. For years, I let my parents and Ryan blur the line between generosity and obligation. I paid for things, not because I had to, but because I thought that's what being part of a family meant. That if I helped enough, gave enough, absorbed enough, maybe one day they'd see me as more than just the backup plan, the responsible one, the safety net. But they never did. To them, my success wasn't something to be proud of. It was a resource, a credit line, a lifeboat they could use without asking and blame me for when it sank. I had my lawyer send over a copy of the identity theft report to the loan company and the local precinct. Everything was by the book. I even recorded a sworn affidavit, complete with timelines, documentation, and digital evidence of forged signatures. The detective handling the case, Officer Marks, told me I'd done more legwork than most people ever do. I wish everyone was this organized, he said over the phone. Honestly, this should be a slam dunk. Whoever opened this account committed federal fraud, and if they used your social and forged your name, that's serious. He paused. Do you want to press charges? That question hit harder than I thought it would. I didn't answer right away. Because here's the thing. I did want them to face consequences. I wanted them to feel even a sliver of the betrayal they'd handed me so casually, like it was no more than a favor I should be thanking them for. But pressing charges meant no coming back. No awkward holidays. No stilted apologies. No third chances. Just court dates. Just police records. Just a final, irreversible break. I need a few days, I said. He understood. But Ryan didn't. That night, he showed up at my apartment. I only knew because my phone lit up with a Ring camera notification, and there he was, standing at my door in a hoodie, hands in his pockets, looking more annoyed than ashamed. I didn't answer. I watched him pace, knock, call my name, and finally slide a piece of paper under the door. When he left, I opened it. It wasn't an apology. It was a receipt. For a laptop. In my name. Purchased 2 months ago. He'd been doing this longer than I thought. I sat down, staring at the paper, feeling the heat rise in my face. Not from rage this time, but something colder. Something sharper. This wasn't a mistake. This wasn't a one-time desperate favor my parents made behind my back. This was a pattern. A system. An economy of betrayal, where my name was the currency and they were the brokers. I pulled out a second folder from my drawer. The one labeled Secondary Evidence. Inside were screenshots, bank statements, archived emails, everything I had gathered in the week after discovering the loan. I added the laptop receipt to the top, then zipped it shut. I made a decision. I called Officer Marks back. Yeah, I said, my voice steady. I want to press charges. Silence on the other end for half a beat. Then, understood. The wheels were in motion. And that's when everything really started falling apart. The next morning, my mom showed up at my work. I don't even know how she found out where I was. She walked in like she owned the place. Eyes red, breath shallow, wearing that same cardigan she always pulled on when she was in mourning. The front desk receptionist buzzed me. Eric, there's a woman here. Says she's your mother? My heart dropped into my stomach. I came out to meet her in the lobby. Everyone in the office was watching. My coworkers, my manager, even the janitor paused mid-sweep. She reached for me like she was going to hug me, but I took a step back. Her hands fell. Eric, please. We didn't mean for this to go the way it did. I'm at work, I said flatly. She looked around, realizing just how many eyes were on us. Can we talk somewhere private? No, I said. We can't. Then I turned and walked away. That's when she started crying. Loudly. Publicly. Sobbing into her hands like she was the one who'd been betrayed. I'm your mother. We raised you. We gave you everything. And now you're sending the police after us. I kept walking. I didn't turn around. By the time I got back to my desk, HR had already sent me a message asking if I needed support. I just replied, family drama. It's being handled. Because it was. But they weren't done. That evening, I got another knock at my door. This time, it wasn't Ryan. It wasn't my mom. It was someone in uniform. The man at the door was tall, in his late 40s maybe, with that tired but sharp look most cops wear when they've had a long day but still know exactly what they're doing. He glanced at the apartment number, then back at the clipboard in his hand before looking up at me. Eric Langston? Yes, I said, my throat dry. He nodded. Detective Marks. We spoke over the phone. That startled me for a second. I hadn't expected him to come in person. Maybe a follow-up call, maybe a signature needed. But standing here, at my door, that was new. Can I come in? I hesitated, just long enough for him to raise an eyebrow. You're not in trouble, he added. I'm just here because things have escalated. I stepped aside and let him in. He glanced around the apartment, clean, quiet, just like always, and took a seat on the edge of the couch. He didn't touch anything, didn't pull out a notepad, just looked at me like a doctor about to give a diagnosis. You did everything right, he started. Filed fast, documented well. Most people don't catch identity theft until it's years too late. I nodded, unsure where he was going with this. But, he said, leaning forward slightly, your case just got messy, eh? He opened the folder he'd brought, pulled out a document, and handed it to me. It was a copy of a loan application, one I hadn't seen before. Different bank, different amount, $47,000. Same name, my name, same social, same forged signature. But this one, dated 6 months ago. My chest tightened. They opened another one. Detective Marks nodded. Looks like this was used to finance a rental property. Your brother's name shows up on the lease as a co-tenant, but the loan? All under yours. I didn't speak. I couldn't. My hands were shaking, not from fear this time, but from the sheer scope of it all. They hadn't just taken a single desperate loan. They'd built a whole structure on top of me, quietly, strategically, over months. And I had no idea. Marks let the silence stretch for a moment before continuing. The DA's office is now involved. Because of the amount, the time frame, and the fact that you've got both digital and physical evidence, we're looking at multiple felony charges. He paused. And they know. That made me blink. What do you mean they know? He exhaled slowly, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Your parents were contacted earlier today for an official statement. They didn't take it well. Your father's already hired a lawyer. Your mother, she's been calling the station nonstop, crying, saying this is all a misunderstanding. I scoffed before I could stop myself. A misunderstanding? He raised an eyebrow again. Sounded rehearsed. And here's the part you need to know, Eric. They're not just denying the fraud. They're saying you authorized it. I froze. What? They're claiming you co-signed everything, that you knew your brother was using your credit to build his real estate portfolio, and that it was all done with your full consent. My mouth opened, but no sound came out. And if that sticks, he said, you won't just be a victim anymore. You'll be a co-defendant. It was like being punched in the gut with a fact you already suspected, but still weren't prepared to hear out loud. They were turning on me. Not just lying, framing me. I stood up, pacing the living room like that might shake the disbelief out of me. So what happens now? What do I do? Detective Marks didn't flinch. You keep every message, every voicemail, every text. Don't engage unless it's through your lawyer. And if they show up again, you call us, immediately. Do not let them talk you into a private conversation. If they're willing to falsify loan records, there's no telling what they'd try to twist in person. I nodded slowly, swallowing the rising nausea. Do you think the charges will stick? For them? He nodded. If things keep going the way they are? Absolutely. But I'll be honest, Eric, they're playing dirty. They know the evidence is stacked, so now they're trying to rewrite the narrative. You were the helpful son, the willing participant, the silent investor. That kind of framing? If they convince even one person, things get harder. He stood, adjusting his coat. But don't worry. The law's on your side. Just make sure your story stays airtight. After he left, I sat in my living room for hours, not moving, just staring at the folder on my coffee table. My hands clenched into fists, then unclenched, over and over, trying to find something to hold on to that didn't feel like betrayal. And that's when it happened. My phone buzzed. It was a new number. And the text said, "You need to stop. This isn't just about you anymore. You're putting the whole family at risk. Delete the report. We can still fix this." No name. But I knew the tone. I knew the threat. I stared at the screen, then screenshotted the message and emailed it to my lawyer with a note. Looks like the pressure's starting. And maybe it was. But they had no idea how much pressure I could take. Because I wasn't done. Not even close. I didn't reply to the message. I didn't have to. Because by then, I had already turned the corner from confusion to clarity. From disbelief to cold, surgical intent. There was no going back. No second thoughts. No, maybe we can fix this. They broke something permanent, and they expected me to play dumb, play loyal, play small. But I had grown up, and they never noticed. I met with my lawyer, Ms. Rivera, the next morning. She was sharp, mid-30s, not much older than me, but with the presence of someone who had learned to speak softly because she knew her words carried weight. We sat in her office across from a wall of degrees and certificates, and she handed me a thick folder of updates. They've retained counsel, she said. All three of them, your parents and your brother. 3 separate lawyers? I asked. She nodded, which tells me they're already pointing fingers at each other. She flipped open the folder and walked me through the strategy. Your father's lawyer is arguing that he never signed anything personally, that the loans were taken out in good faith based on what your brother told him. Your mother's lawyer is leaning on emotional manipulation, claiming she believed you were involved and is now devastated to find out otherwise. And Ryan, she sighed. His lawyer is the character. He's spinning the narrative that you were backing his business the whole time and are now trying to cut ties because it's failing. I laughed, dry and sharp. Because the best way to cut ties is to file felony fraud charges? Rivera didn't smile. Unfortunately, juries don't always think in straight lines. But you've been meticulous. The documentation speaks for itself. Every forged signature, every bank statement, every time-stamped message. They're scrambling. All we need to do now is hold the line. And that's what I did. For the next 4 months, I lived in a kind of emotional quarantine. I went to work. I ate my meals. I forwarded evidence. I testified at hearings. I ignored the letters that came in the mail, written in my mother's handwriting, but clearly dictated by legal advice. I ignored the voicemails, too. The tone changed every few weeks. First they begged, then they threatened, then they begged again. One day it was, Eric, we love you. Don't do this. We're still your parents. The next, do you really think they'll believe you over us? You've always been the quiet one, the loner. And then, if you come to your senses, we'll drop our countersuit. Think about your future. Think about family. But I didn't flinch, because I had spent enough of my life thinking about family, thinking about how to keep the peace, thinking about how to be enough. And now I was finally thinking about me. By the time the trial rolled around, the cracks in their unity had turned into canyons. My mother took the stand and claimed she had no idea what Ryan was doing, that she thought I was managing everything, like always. She teared up, even produced a photo of me helping her carry groceries from last Thanksgiving. But Rivera destroyed her on cross. Can you explain, Mrs. Langston, why your signature appears on this document listing Eric's social security number as a co-applicant, when he was never informed of this transaction? My mother hesitated. I thought he knew. Ryan told me he did. I trusted my son. Which son? Rivera asked, not missing a beat. The one who forged the paperwork? Or the one you just admitted you never asked? She fumbled. The jury noticed. Then came my father. He barely said anything. Just sat stiff in the witness chair, arms crossed like he was still in charge of a dinner table, not facing federal charges. He claimed ignorance. Said it was a family misunderstanding blown out of proportion. Claimed I had approved the whole thing through a phone call he now couldn't recall the date of. The prosecutor asked one simple question. If Eric agreed to these terms, why were the documents signed in secret, without a single communication in writing? Silence. Then Ryan. Oh, Ryan. He showed up in a suit 2 sizes too big, hair slicked back like a kid playing adult in a school play. He was confident at first, charming, even. Said I had always believed in him, that I knew he just needed capital, and that I saw him as the future of the family. Then Rivera pulled up the security footage. The bank camera. The one that caught Ryan signing a document with my name on it. Alone. No me in sight. A grainy shot, but clear enough. Time-stamped. Dated. That's not what it looks like, he mumbled. No, Rivera said. It's exactly what it looks like. The courtroom went silent. And that was the beginning of the end. The trial took 6 days. The verdict took 6 hours. All 3 were found guilty. Ryan was convicted of aggravated identity theft and wire fraud, sentenced to 5 years in federal prison, plus restitution of the full loan amount. My parents received probation, community service, and a massive financial penalty, including restitution payments to me, monitored and enforced by the court. And just like that, the house of cards they built on my back came crashing down. But the story doesn't end there. Because when the dust settled, when the sentencing was done, the press coverage faded, and my inbox finally stopped buzzing, I drove back to that house. Not to reconcile, not to gloat, but to reclaim what was mine. The deed to the house had always been in my name, something I set up years ago when I was helping them refinance. They had begged me to co-sign, swore it was just a technicality, that they'd pay it off themselves. But when the fraud was uncovered, and the full extent of their financial manipulation laid bare, the court ruled in my favor. Sole ownership. No contest. I parked outside on a cloudy Tuesday afternoon, walked up the steps, inserted the new key, opened the door. It was empty. They had moved out a week prior, part of the plea deal. I stood in the living room and looked around at the hollow shell of what used to be my childhood home. Every memory here, every scraped knee, every birthday, every fight over curfew, had been soaked in betrayal, then wrung out and left to dry. But I wasn't sad. I was free. I walked upstairs, found my old room. The walls were still painted the same pale blue. I sat on the edge of the bed, now stripped bare, and took a deep breath. I stayed for about 20 minutes. Then I walked back out, locked the door behind me, and drove away. 2 weeks later, I sold the house. I donated a chunk of the profits to a local organization that helps victims of financial abuse. People like me, who get caught in the crossfire of family and fraud and are left to sort through the debris alone. And me? I moved. Out of state. New job. New apartment. New life. I changed my number. Updated my accounts. Blocked every email that came from anyone with the last name Langston. Last I heard, my father started working part-time at a hardware store. My mother moved in with one of her sisters, the one who always said I was too sensitive. Ryan? Still in prison. He tried writing me once. Said he was finding clarity. I didn't reply, because for the first time in my life, I wasn't interested in carrying anyone else's burden. Not anymore. Not ever again. Thanksgiving is supposed to be about family, right? The warmth, the food, the laughs. But for me, it's always been a masterclass in passive aggression and favoritism served with cranberry sauce. My name's Wesley. I'm 28, live in a quiet little suburb outside of Denver, and I've spent most of my adult life trying to maintain a peaceful distance from my family. Not total estrangement, just enough space to breathe. But every Thanksgiving, like clockwork, I get pulled back into the circus. Let me give you a quick picture of the cast. My mom, Deborah, is the kind of woman who treats perception like religion. If the neighbors think she's a perfect mother, then in her mind, she is. Behind closed doors? That's another story. My dad, Mark, is a good man, but he's absent emotionally. Always has been. The kind of guy who lets the loudest voice in the room win just so he can go back to watching football in peace. And then there's my older sister, Emily, 31, gorgeous, charismatic, high-achieving, and completely rotten beneath the surface. To the world, she's the golden child. Ivy League, fancy law firm job, married to some Wall Street dude named Kyle. But to me, she's a smug manipulator who learned long ago that playing the victim or the hero, whichever suited the moment, could bend the world around her. I've never really stood a chance in their eyes. I was the quiet one, the good kid, the one who didn't need help. That's what Mom always said. Wesley's so independent. He's doing just fine. Translation: I didn't make enough noise to get attention. Never mind that I worked 2 jobs in college, took out loans she promised to help with, and taught myself how to fix my own car when the engine blew. I didn't complain, so I didn't matter. This year, I almost didn't go to Thanksgiving. Last year had been bad. Emily got toasted on Pinot Noir and made a speech about how hard it was to be the pillar of the family, while side-eyeing me the whole time. Mom cried. Dad changed the channel. I left early, and no one followed up. But this year, my girlfriend insisted. Just for a couple hours, she said. You'll feel better knowing you showed up. She meant well. I agreed. That was mistake number 1. The house looked exactly the same when I pulled into the driveway. Pristine lawn, tasteful decorations, the porch light glowing warmly like something out of a brochure. But my stomach turned the moment I walked in. Emily greeted me with a loud "Wes," like I was a long-lost cousin, not the guy she once told to be realistic when I said I was starting a business. She air-kissed me and made a show of introducing me to her new puppy, a golden retriever named Bentley. "He's my baby," she said, cradling him in her arms like a toddler. "Kyle got him for me after my miscarriage scare." Just like that, I was behind on the sympathy scoreboard, and dinner hadn't even started. Mom came bustling in from the kitchen, apron on, cheeks flushed from wine and oven heat. "Wesley, oh, honey, you're thinner than last year. Are you eating enough?" Not "how are you?" Not "I missed you." Just commentary on my body like I was a loaf of bread she'd left in the oven too long. I smiled politely. "Nice to see you too, Mom." Dad gave me a firm handshake. Not a hug. Never a hug. "Hey, kid," he said, eyes already flicking back to the TV behind me. That was his version of affection. I used to resent it, but by now it just rolled off me like everything else. Dinner was served around 6. The table was a spread of Pinterest-perfect dishes: glazed ham, roasted turkey, cranberry orange relish, stuffing with pecans. Emily took charge of the seating arrangements, of course. "Wes, you can sit there," she said, pointing to the chair next to the trash can. "Bentley gets anxious if he's not next to Kyle, so we need him here." I stared at her. She smiled sweetly. "You don't mind, right?" I minded. But I sat. I always sat. I told myself I was here for the food, for the obligation, for the principle of showing up. I didn't speak much. Just listened. Emily dominated the table with stories about her promotion, her wine club, her therapist. Mom laughed like everything Emily said was stand-up comedy. Dad nodded periodically. No one asked about my job, my life, my girlfriend. I could have told them I'd won the lottery or joined a cult, and I doubt it would have registered. About halfway through the meal, Mom clinked her glass with a butter knife. "Everyone," she said, half standing, "I just want to say how thankful I am for my family. For Mark, who keeps us all grounded. For Emily, our shining star, who's overcome so much this year and continues to inspire us." She beamed at her. "You're going to be the one to inherit this home someday, sweetheart. You've earned it." The table nodded. Emily smirked. Kyle rubbed her back. I sat frozen, fork halfway to my mouth. Did she just say that out loud? In front of me? No pretense, no attempt at subtlety. Just straight up told everyone that Emily was getting the house. The house I helped paint. The house I'd mowed lawns for every summer. The house I spent my teenage years repairing when Dad was too tired or drunk to deal with it. I felt something hot rise in my chest. My hands shook. I looked at Dad. Nothing. Just a blank stare. Like he hadn't even heard. Emily caught my eye and gave a small shrug, like, "What did you expect?" I set my fork down. Carefully. Slowly. Took a sip of water to steady my voice. Then I looked straight at my mom and said, "Wonder if Dad would still toast you if he knew about John from 10 years ago." The silence was instant. The kind that hums in your ears. Mom's smile froze, then cracked. Emily's fork clattered to her plate. Dad slowly turned his head to me, his face blank, but his eyes suddenly very, very awake. Bentley barked. And that was when everything changed. The silence after I dropped that line, "Wonder if Dad would still toast you if he knew about John from 10 years ago," wasn't just awkward. It was surgical. Like I had taken a scalpel and sliced open the glossy, picture-perfect facade of our family, right in front of the turkey and mashed potatoes. Mom's face twitched first. Just a blink, just a flinch, but I caught it. Her lips parted like she wanted to laugh it off, but there was no laugh coming. Emily stared at me like I'd just stood on the table and stripped naked. Kyle glanced between us, clearly unsure if this was some inside joke or a live domestic bomb going off. Dad slowly, carefully, placed his wine glass down. His voice was calm. "Wesley, what did you just say?" I didn't blink. "You heard me." Mom finally spoke. That was completely uncalled for. Her voice shook. Not with indignation, but with something else. Fear? Guilt? "This is Thanksgiving. What is wrong with you?" I leaned back in my chair, just wondering if family secrets count when we're giving thanks. No one said anything for a few seconds. Then Emily scoffed and rolled her eyes. "God, Wes, you're still holding on to whatever fantasy you had about Mom cheating? That was a rumor you made up when you were like 17 because she grounded you." I turned my eyes on her. Funny. I don't remember making up the part where I walked into her office and saw her kissing someone who wasn't Dad. The room reeled. Mom looked like she might throw up. Dad was stone still. Bentley whined under the table. I was getting ready for homecoming. I went on, calmly, like I was describing a weather report. My tie was messed up. I went to ask Mom for help. She was in her office. The door was cracked. And there was this guy, dark hair, leather jacket, about Dad's height, but definitely not Dad, leaning in and kissing her. She didn't see me. I backed out. Never said anything. You're lying, Mom said quietly. You misunderstood. I was 17, not 7. I folded my arms. But hey, I guess now that Emily's getting the house, secrets can come out, right? Dad stood up without a word and left the table. No plate, no glass, just left. We all sat there for a moment, frozen in the heat of what had just happened. Then Mom stood too. Dinner's over. I stayed seated and watched her leave. That moment, that precise second, was when I realized I had crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed. But strangely, I didn't feel regret. I felt light, like I had finally stopped carrying something that had been crushing me for years. You'd think the fallout would have started immediately, but that's not how my family operates. They don't explode. They unravel. The next day, no one called me. No angry text, no apology, nothing. Just silence. That night, I got a text from my dad. It was short. Was it true? About John. I stared at my screen for a long time before typing back. Yeah. Sorry. He didn't reply. I didn't expect Emily to reach out, but she did. 2 days later, a snippy little message popped up. Nice performance at dinner. Hope it was worth nuking the family for a decade-old fantasy. I didn't respond. Instead, I started thinking. Not about the past, about the present. About what this family had taken from me and what it still planned to take. Because here's the thing. That house. The one Mom said Emily would inherit? I had helped build parts of it, literally. I was 16 when we added the sunroom. Dad threw his back out, and I spent 2 weeks on ladders with a nail gun, doing framing work in 90-degree heat. I painted those walls. I mowed that lawn every weekend for 3 years. I cleaned up when Dad got too drunk. I'd covered for Emily when she wrecked Mom's car and begged me not to tell. I'd listened to Mom cry in the laundry room more times than I could count. I was a part of that house, and they were just going to toss it to Emily like I never existed? So I did something I hadn't done in years. I went back. 3 days after Thanksgiving, I pulled into the driveway again. The porch light was off this time. The air was colder, the grass already crusted with early frost. I knocked once, then again. Finally, Mom opened the door, her face tired and unmade. Wesley. Her voice was hoarse. What do you want? We need to talk. She hesitated, then stepped aside. I walked in. The living room looked smaller than I remembered. Funny how that happens. Everything shrinks when the illusions go. We sat. She didn't offer me coffee or tea. She didn't speak first. So I did. I know you're giving the house to Emily. Her eyes flashed. That's not your business. It is, I said. Because I helped build this place. Because I lived here. Because I watched you protect her over and over while I got pushed into the shadows. And because I know why you're doing it. Not because she deserves it, but because you think she's the one who'll keep your image alive. That's not fair, she snapped. You're twisting everything. I leaned in. Am I? Or are you just mad I finally said what everyone's been thinking? She didn't answer. You never forgave me, I said. Not for seeing you with him. That's when everything changed, right? That's when you started pulling away. That's why you told Dad I was cold and difficult. You started rewriting me the moment I saw something you wanted to pretend didn't happen. Her face crumbled a little. It wasn't what you thought. It was exactly what I thought. And it ruined me. She flinched. I kept your secret. For years. Do you even know what that did to me? Watching Dad love you. Knowing he didn't know? Watching you and Emily bond over shopping and wine while I sat in my room wondering if I was even wanted. Tears welled in her eyes. But I didn't stop. And now you're rewarding her with everything. The house, your approval, your legacy. All because she didn't catch you lying. She looked away. That's when I realized she wasn't just ashamed. She was afraid. Not of me, but of the truth finally having weight. I'm not here to ask for the house, I said. I don't even want it. But I am done pretending. I'm done playing the obedient second-string son. And if you think you can bury me quietly again, you're wrong. That night, I went home and called a lawyer. See, what my mom didn't know, or maybe forgot, was that when I was 19, Dad and I refinanced the house together. I had co-signed the paperwork when his credit was too low. They said it was temporary. They said they'd fix it later, but they never did. And that meant my name was still on the deed. Not Emily's. Mine. I pulled up the records to be sure. And when I saw it in black and white, Wesley Hartman, co-owner, something inside me clicked. They thought I was quiet. They thought I was weak. They forgot quiet doesn't mean powerless. And I wasn't done yet. I didn't sleep much that night. I just kept staring at the property deed with my name on it, flicking between disbelief and a strange, simmering satisfaction. For the first time in years, I didn't feel invisible. I felt dangerous. But that feeling didn't last long. Because the truth is, knowing you have leverage is one thing. Using it is another. Especially when it's against your own family. The fallout came fast. 3 days after my surprise visit, Dad called me. Not text. Not email. A real call. That alone was enough to make me pause before picking up. Wesley, he said, his voice flat. Can you come by? That was it. No explanation. No emotion. Just a summons. Like I was a contractor being called to fix a leak. I agreed. Maybe out of habit. Maybe out of hope. When I got there, the house felt colder, not just because of the December air seeping through the windows, but because something in the walls had changed. The warmth, fake as it always was, had vanished. Dad was in the living room. Alone. TV off. No drink in his hand. No sports game to hide behind. I talked to your mother, he said. I stayed standing. She admitted it, he added after a moment. About the guy? John. I nodded once. Okay. She said it was brief. That it was a mistake. I didn't say anything. She also said you've been looking into the house deed. That you're trying to stir things up. There it was. She's giving the house to Emily, I said. Even after everything. Dad looked at me for a long time. You want the house? No, I said. I want her to admit what she's done. I want her to stop pretending. I want her to treat me like her son, not a witness to her mistakes. Dad's eyes softened. And for a brief moment, I thought maybe, he'd finally see me. Not the problem child. Not the cold one. Me. But then he said, sometimes, Wesley, it's better to let things be. That was the last straw. I felt something inside me, something old and cracked and exhausted, finally snap. Let things be. I laughed. You mean lie? Keep covering? Keep pretending like Emily deserves everything and I should be grateful for leftovers. You've always been independent, he said. You never needed anything. No, I snapped. I just learned not to ask. There's a difference. He didn't argue, just looked away. And I walked out. That was the last time I saw my dad in person. What came next was the quiet part, the low point, the free fall. I thought standing up for myself would feel like a win. I thought uncovering the truth would free me. But all it did was isolate me. Mom stopped returning texts. Emily blocked me on everything. Even my aunt, who used to send me birthday cards, sent me a polite message asking me to not escalate things further. Like I was the threat. Like I had set the house on fire, not just pointed at the smoke. Christmas came and went without an invitation. My girlfriend's family welcomed me with open arms, and I smiled through it. But something ached in my chest the entire time. I didn't miss the people. I missed the version of them I used to believe in. The version I used to fight for. Work got harder. I run a small design firm. Nothing flashy, mostly branding for local businesses, some online contracts here and there. But when you're emotionally gutted, it shows. I missed deadlines. Lost a client. Spent too many days just staring at blank screens. And worst of all, I started believing maybe they were right about me. Maybe I was too cold. Too bitter. Maybe I had blown everything up for nothing. I stopped checking the deed. Stopped looking at texts. I stopped everything. Until one night in January, I found myself driving. Just driving. No destination. Snow coming down hard. I ended up parked outside a diner I used to go to with my dad as a kid. They had this jukebox that always played old Springsteen songs, and booths with cracked red vinyl. I went in, ordered coffee, sat alone, and across from me, a table away, was Mrs. Kellen, my high school English teacher. She looked the same, just a little grayer. She squinted at me. Wesley Hartman, she said. I blinked. Yeah. Hi. She beamed. My goodness. I haven't seen you since, gosh, what, 10 years? More, I think. You were always so quiet. But smart. She paused. I still remember your essay about the Great Gatsby. You were the only one who didn't romanticize him. You said he was a fool chasing a ghost. I smiled faintly. Sounds about right. She tilted her head. You doing okay, sweetheart? And I don't know what came over me. Maybe the coffee, maybe the warmth of her voice, but I told her everything. Not in detail, just the outline. Family drama, inheritance, secrets, being the quiet one. She listened, really listened. And when I finished, she said something that stuck with me. You know, I always thought you were the strongest one in the room. Not loud, not flashy, but you saw everything. That's a hard way to grow up. I stared at her. And just because they didn't see your worth, she added, doesn't mean it wasn't there. I drove home with tears in my eyes. Not because I was sad, because for the first time, someone had seen me. Not as a pawn, not as a nuisance, not as background noise. Me. That night, I opened my laptop. I stared at the deed again, and I made a decision. I wouldn't take the house. I wouldn't sue. I wouldn't burn it all down, but I would rebuild. On my terms. The next few months were quiet. I poured myself into my work, rebranded my company, reached out to old clients, hired a part-time assistant. Things started clicking. I landed a contract with a regional coffee chain that wanted to refresh all their branding. It was the biggest job I'd ever had. Paid well, too. I also started seeing a therapist. For the first time in my life. And it felt good. Like clearing out a storage unit I didn't even realize was packed to the ceiling. We talked about my mom, my sister, my need for quiet, my craving for fairness. And she said something that shifted everything for me. Wesley, you grew up thinking love was transactional, that you had to earn it, prove it, match it. But that's not love. That's control. That hit me like a freight train. So I stopped trying to prove anything to anyone. I stopped checking for texts that would never come. I stopped imagining some future where Mom apologized or Emily admitted she was wrong. I let those fantasies die. And in their place, I planted something new. My girlfriend, bless her, stayed by my side through it all. She didn't push. She didn't demand. She just listened, laughed with me, cooked when I forgot to eat, and reminded me that not all families require DNA. By spring, my firm had doubled its revenue. I'd been featured in a local magazine. And I bought a small cabin in the mountains. Nothing big, just enough space to breathe. I paid for it in cash. My name. My home. Mine. I still hadn't spoken to my mom. But then, one morning in April, I got an envelope in the mail. No return address. Inside was a formal letter, the kind you get from a lawyer. Except this one wasn't from mine. It was from hers. And it said, very clearly, that I was being removed from the house deed. They'd found a loophole, apparently. Claimed the original cosign was invalid due to some technicality. The details didn't matter. What mattered was the message, we don't want you to have a stake. We never did. They were trying to erase me. Again. But this time, they picked the wrong guy. That letter sat on my kitchen table for 2 days before I touched it again. It was stiff, formal, and cold. The exact tone you'd expect when someone's trying to quietly scrub you out of the family narrative. The wording was just polite enough to avoid suspicion in court. But the message was sharp if you read between the lines. You're not one of us. You never were. It was a punch to the gut. Not because I wanted the house. I didn't. I had already built something better on my own. But because they had gone out of their way, spent time, money, and probably some late-night scheming sessions just to erase me. Like I was a stain on their pristine reputation. They had to know I'd see it. That I'd read it. That I'd feel it. And that's when something inside me flipped again. Not like before, when I snapped and dropped the John bomb at Thanksgiving. That had been raw, emotional, almost reckless. This was colder, cleaner, calculated. They wanted war. I'd give it to them. But I'd do it my way. First thing I did was meet with my own lawyer, Mara. She'd helped me incorporate my business 2 years earlier and had always been sharp, the kind of person who smiles like she already knows what you're about to say. I handed her the letter. She read it once, then again, then whistled. Wow, they really went for it. Can they do that? I asked. She leaned back. Technically, maybe. Depends on how the refinance paperwork was filed and if your name was ever officially added to the title or just co-signed on the mortgage. We'd have to pull the records. I want to pull everything. She grinned. You're serious. Very. Good. Because this letter wasn't just a legal move. It was personal. She filed the request for the full property history that afternoon. And when it came back a week later, she called me with a tone in her voice I hadn't heard before, like she'd found something juicy. Wesley, she said, they made a mistake. Turns out, when my name was added during the refinancing, they didn't just put me on the loan. They filed an amendment to the deed with the county clerk's office, listing me as a co-owner with survivorship rights. Mara explained what that meant. If your parents had passed without changing the deed, the property would have defaulted to you, regardless of the will. It's rare. Most people don't do it that way unless they really trust the cosigner. I almost laughed. My dad probably didn't even read what he was signing. Exactly. And because of that, removing you now would require your signature, which, unless you've developed amnesia, you're not giving them. I sat back in my chair. So this letter is bluffing. Not just bluffing, she said. It's based on ignorance. They probably had a lawyer who didn't dig deep enough. Or maybe they were hoping you didn't know better. They picked the wrong guy. That's what I told myself when I saw your name in all caps on the deed. We both laughed. And that's when the first domino fell. I didn't respond to the letter. Didn't call. Didn't send an email. Instead, I filed a formal affidavit of ownership with the county, something Mara recommended to reinforce my stake in the property. It wasn't a lawsuit. It wasn't aggressive. But it was a loud, clear signal. I know what you're doing. And I'm not moving. Then, I went quiet. Because silence makes people nervous. It took 3 weeks. 3 weeks of them not hearing from me. 3 weeks of that affidavit sitting in public records. 3 weeks of Mom probably pacing in her kitchen, trying to figure out why her little chess move didn't work. Then, she called. I didn't answer. She tried again the next day. Left a voicemail. Her voice was tight, like she was squeezing words through her teeth. Wesley, I'd really like to talk. Just call me when you can. I let it sit. Another week passed. Then Emily called. That one I did answer. Because I wanted to hear it from her mouth. Wesley, she said sharply, what the hell are you doing? I smiled. Afternoon, Em. Been a while. Cut the crap. You filed some public notice claiming the house. Are you trying to cause problems on purpose? Just reaffirming my legal position, I said, calm as can be. Nothing personal. She scoffed. It's always personal with you. You're bitter, and now you're trying to drag us down with you. You mean like when Mom tried to remove my name without telling me? That's different. How? Silence. Then, you're not going to win. You're not getting the house. I told you, I said. I don't want the house. Then what do you want? I let the pause stretch. Then I said, you'll find out. And I hung up. That night, I started planning. Not out of revenge. Not exactly. This wasn't about making them hurt. Not the way they'd hurt me. It was about truth. About letting the cracks in their little porcelain empire finally show. But I needed help. So I made a list. Not of enemies, of witnesses. Old neighbors. Contractors. Family friends. People who'd been around when the house was being built. People who remembered seeing me sweat in the backyard, fixing gutters, or hauling mulch. People who could confirm I wasn't some ghost floating around the edges of this family. I also pulled records. Photos. Emails. Bank transfers from when I paid for parts of the renovation. A receipt from the time I bought a new water heater out of my own pocket because Mom said they were tight on cash. Each one was a nail. Not for a coffin, for a case. Then I created a digital folder. Organized, labeled, time-stamped. Mara helped me craft a statement of contributions. Not just financial, but labor, time, maintenance, emotional support. And when it was done, I had a 37-page packet that detailed my stake in that home better than any will ever could. But I wasn't done. Because the real setup, the real twist, didn't involve courts. It involved Dad. See, what they didn't know was that I'd been speaking to him again. It started with a text, short, simple. I was wrong. Can we talk? I didn't trust it at first. I still don't know if I fully do. But we met. Neutral ground. A diner again, oddly enough. Same cracked booths, different server. He looked older. Not just in the face, in the posture. Like the weight of 40 years of choices had finally settled into his spine. I should have stood up for you, he said, before the coffee even hit the table. I didn't answer. I knew about John. Not right away, but I figured it out. I didn't want to break things. Didn't want to lose everything I'd built. And what did you build? I asked. A museum of denial? He smiled weakly. Pretty much. We talked for a long time. Not just about the house. About everything. The missed birthdays. The passive silence. The nights I cried myself to sleep, and he just turned up the volume on the TV. He didn't defend himself. He owned it. And for the first time in my life, I saw a man, not just a shell. So I made a move. I need something from you, I said. He blinked. Okay. I want you to write a letter. Not for court. For Emily. For Mom. I wanted to say, in plain terms, that I contributed. That you brought me on to help. that I earned my name on that deed. He looked at me for a long moment, then nodded. I can do that. He sent it to me a week later. Signed. Dated. Thoughtful. Mara said it was a nuclear-level character witness statement. And that's when I knew the setup was complete. I had the documents. I had the witnesses. I had the receipts. I had the truth. But most importantly, I had patience. Because I wasn't going to strike first. I was going to wait until they did. And when they did, when they filed whatever motion or launched whatever public tantrum they were cooking up, I'd be ready. With everything. It happened, fittingly, the day after Mother's Day. I was sipping coffee on my cabin porch, morning fog still curling off the trees, when Mara called. I expected an update on a minor paperwork detail we'd filed, maybe a clarification request from the county clerk. But the first thing she said was, well, they finally made their move. I sat forward. What happened? They filed a civil petition to claim sole ownership of the property, cited undue influence, lack of contribution on your part, and, she actually snorted, emotional estrangement. I blinked. They're trying to say I don't count because we're not close? She read the phrasing aloud. The respondent, Wesley Hartman, has not participated in the family estate materially or emotionally, and therefore holds no rightful claim to its possession or future transfer. I let out a low laugh. They really went there. Oh, they went there, she said. And they filed it publicly. Perfect. Exactly what I needed. Should we respond? I asked. Mara chuckled. Wes, we're not just going to respond. We're going to end this. Step 1 was filing our own countersuit, not to claim the house, but to block their petition entirely and to formally enforce the affidavit of ownership I'd filed months earlier. We submitted the deed, the refinance documents, the proof of financial contributions, and most importantly, my dad's letter. He had written it by hand. It was only 1 page long, but it was meticulous. It included dates, events, and admissions, how he'd asked me to co-sign, how I'd helped build the sunroom, how I'd paid for the water heater, how he'd failed to back me publicly despite knowing I'd earned my place. He even added this. My son was never treated fairly. Not by me, and not by my wife. But the truth is, he has always had more integrity than the rest of us combined. The court filings became public record within a week. I didn't need to leak them. The internet took care of the rest. Because someone, maybe a paralegal, maybe a nosy intern, posted a screenshot of my father's letter on a local legal forum. It didn't have names at first, but the story had all the makings of a viral drama. Forgotten son fights back against family's attempt to steal home he helped build. Rich sister. Secret affair. Old secrets. Legal plot twist. Then a local real estate blog caught wind of it and ran a piece with the headline, Golden Girl or Grifter. Family property dispute reveals ugly truth behind suburban dynasty. And right there, in the second paragraph, was a sentence that made me exhale through my nose. Sources confirmed that Wesley Hartman, co-owner of the property, has filed to block the unilateral seizure of a home he materially contributed to since the age of 16. My name was out. So was Emily's. So was my mother's. And the internet, being the internet, ate it up. 2 days later, my inbox lit up with a new email. Subject, settlement proposal. From Deborah Hartman. CC, Emily Hartman, Law Office of Robert H. Keller. I didn't even open it. I forwarded it straight to Mara. She called me an hour later. They're panicking. They're offering to rescind their petition and reinstate your name. And they want a non-disclosure agreement. I laughed. Loudly. Of course they do. They'll keep your name on the deed. They'll drop all claims. You just have to sign the NDA and publicly agree to no further litigation. And in exchange, they want silence. No interviews. No op-eds. No TikToks. I thought about it for a long minute. Then I said, no deal. Mara hesitated. You sure? I didn't do all this to go quiet now. She smiled through the phone. Knew you'd say that. That weekend, I did the one thing they never thought I'd do. I told my story. Not to the press. Not to a gossip blog. I posted it myself, anonymously at first, on a subreddit for family legal horror stories. I gave them every detail. The favoritism, the inheritance speech at Thanksgiving, the affair, the fake letter trying to erase me, the cold silence afterward, the legal battle. And people listened. The post hit the front page within 12 hours. Thousands of comments poured in. Most were furious on my behalf. Some shared their own stories of being the forgotten sibling. Others offered support. A few asked for updates. Then a journalist reached out. Not a tabloid one. A well-known columnist who writes about family, legacy, and healing. I agreed to speak, off the record. She ended up writing a powerful piece. No names, no specifics. Just a quiet exploration of what happens when the black sheep stops playing dead. That piece went viral, too. And though my name was never mentioned, Emily and my mother knew. Because by then, the calls had started. Old family friends began reaching out. Some angry, some stunned. A few former neighbors even emailed me. One woman I hadn't spoken to in 15 years wrote, "I always wondered why you disappeared after high school. I remember you fixing our fence when your dad didn't show up. I'm so sorry, Wesley." The world was seeing them. Not the curated, wine and smiles version they paraded at neighborhood parties. The real version. The fallout was swift. Emily's firm issued a statement distancing themselves from the private family matter. She went on indefinite leave. Her Instagram, once a highlight reel of brunches and luxury vacations, went dark. Mom stayed quiet. I heard from Mara that she switched lawyers. Dad and I kept talking. He didn't try to defend them anymore. He didn't even ask for forgiveness. He just kept showing up. Sometimes with stories from his youth, sometimes with questions about my work, sometimes just with silence. But it was real. That was enough. As for the house, I still don't want it. But I own half of it. Legally. And when they finally offered a buyout, this time without an NDA, I accepted. The final settlement came through just before summer. 6 figures. Direct deposit. I used a fraction of it to expand my business. Hired 2 full-time designers. Rented an office in Denver. The rest I invested, in my cabin, in a small art foundation, in myself. I didn't need revenge that left them bankrupt. I just needed to be seen. I needed the truth to land like a hammer, not a whisper. And it did. Not because I yelled. Because I waited. Because I planned. Because I stopped asking for space at a table I helped build, and claimed it. I still think about that Thanksgiving sometimes. That moment when Mom raised her glass, called Emily the Golden Girl, and handed her the world like a gift-wrapped crown. Back then, it felt like the end of something. Now, I see it for what it was. The beginning. The last time they underestimated me. And the moment they forgot the most dangerous kind of man is the one they trained to stay silent, but taught to never forget.